live now.
Hello. How is everybody doing?
Hold on a second, let me see. I was going to say, not the same one.
Okay.
I would have been afraid, like, how the hell did you find this? It would have been my first one that I would ask. Yeah.
How's everybody doing? Something I was just talking before we started is that it was actually kind of a light week for politics, I would say, comparatively to how it's usually. Just every week feels like it's such a shit show. Such a shit show. But this week was relatively quiet. However, one of the things that I didn't think was funny, of course, was that there was some whistleblowing on Biden that has happened, that he is... Well, we all know he's a lunatic, but now we know he's a raging lunatic. Emphasis on the rage, which is just, further evidence that he's got dementia. Of course, one of the very common typical signs of dementia and Alzheimer's is rage, and he certainly seems to be. Now, I've heard rumors before this that Biden has always been an asshole, and I always think back to the confirmation hearing for Justice Thomas, and how he's so cruel and pointedly so to Thomas in that, and no wonder Justice Thomas can't stand his ass.
I don't know who it was. I think it was either John Talks to Memology who made a video about it. And when he took the oath of office and all that shit, and like something I think on 21st of January 2021, and he said something along the lines of, "If I ever catch you being mean or being disrespectful to someone, I will fire you on the spot. Everyone should work with dignity." And then this thing comes out like, "Oh, by the way, behind the scenes, Biden just says like, how the fuck do you not know this, you stupid son of a bitch?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, behind the scenes, he's a fucking asshole." Like, yeah. No shit.
Again, who's shocked? Right?
No, yeah, fucking hell.
But it's just he's been up to his normal stuff, so I thought we'd start out.
He is massively insecure about the fact that he's an idiot.
Well, yeah, well, let's clearly, and we'll get to that. So here was a little gem from the last week.
Mom and Dad are here. By the way, if you have seats, sit down. I'm sorry. I once said, everybody take a seat, and there were no seats. I said, Biden's so stupid, didn't know there were no seats.
Thanks for admitting it. I mean, he's clearly aware. I think he is very sensitive about everyone thinking he's stupid. And I can understand why, when people get real senile, obviously, and they can't remember stuff. That's why they get angry, because they can't remember it, and it's really frustrating.
It's kind of weird that Biden didn't know there were no seats. I don't know how you didn't know that. You can see them in front of you. That is like a level of stupid I can't even understand. Like, is a crowd... Okay, no, it can't be a massive crowd, so that rules that one out. Sorry, that statement is so profoundly dumb, I don't even know where to begin analyzing it.
Well, speaking of profoundly dumb, here's Fareed Zakaria.
Oh, God, no, not this. I made a video about this. Oh, God, why? My best friend is an asshole who sends me shit that pisses me off.
How could I not talk about this?
It's because this and like the Destiny thing. Oh my God, that fucking drove me to rage.
What was the Destiny thing?
The thing about womanhood in chairs.
Oh, that. Yeah,
oh my God! Like, I'm gonna do a video on that, by the way.
Was it a clip of him saying that, or was
yes,
he just tweeting it?
It was a clip, and I went like, "Aiden, I hate you. This is just designed to annoy me."
I didn't have that in the thing, but I'll pull that up then. I guess.
Why?
So people know what we're talking about. Let's see. Let's watch
Sound
this
of my rage.
Let's watch this first, though.
I'll ask you about your age. Just watch me. And I think a lot of people do watch you and are
falling over your own ass.
He's falling asleep in this clip. Like, oh my God, it's just so pathetic. It's so sad.
You've been a great president.
Based on what is your metrics for a great president? Please explain this to me, because you just saying doesn't really mean shit, especially when you have like the least trusted media in the entire world. Yes, land of the free, home of the brave, home of the least trusted media in the entire fucking world. How do you do that? Can you explain to me, America, how the hell do you have the so-called free press, but you have like the least trusted media?
Well, yeah,
apparently, you're free to be a bunch of jackasses.
This is CNN, the most trusted name in news, Spoon. showing how bipartisan they are by just you're so impressed. You've done such an amazing job,
Conniving
Mr.
news
President.
network.
Oh, I'm not at all biased. And this man whose approval rating is cratering. And that's
His
with-
disapproval is
and
like
that with-
46.
and
Or
that's- but
52, I think.
that's with them very
Running
selectively choosing how they poll. Other polls are far lower, and then if you look at other metrics, right, you look like how, like, if you think America's going in the right direction, right, those
It's like
polls
78%
are
says
abysmal.
no.
Those are completely abysmal, right? And you look at other metrics, how well off are you this year versus last year financially, or this year versus a couple years.
Oh my god,
financially.
if Trump
That's
says that,
terrible.
Trump can just kill him.
Right. Oh, right. Because people know. The reality is that that's something that people feel very viscerally is in their wallet when things aren't going so well, and certainly
Okay,
not
this
going
is
great.
like-
And
okay,
we
this
talked
is
about
like-
that last week.
okay,
It's
this-
the
okay,
4th
this
of
is-
July.
Fucking
Because
hell.
the 4th of July stuff, I don't know what that was. Once together just like had a spasm.
Yeah.
But
The thing is with that, I said this before. You know the way that Biden's strategy in 2020 was, I'm not that guy? Trump can pull that same strategy now.
true.
We just said, I'm not that guy. And I was literally better off. You were better off as a country in every available metric. He is worse off than me in every conceivable way. Literally.
Yeah.
Democracy.
I mean,
Shit it.
well, no, not in one way, Spoon. You forget,
Oh, I gotta
Biden's so
hear
much
this.
better because he's not orange, and he's not a bad man.
No, he's
although
just
we're gonna learn today
grey
about how
near the
he's-
fucking
he's-
gravestone and dead.
But Trump was so mean. He said mean tweets, and then we're going to learn about how mean Joe Biden
Fuck
is.
you.
If that's your metric, and I do think it was, is that like, well, Trump, he's mean. Okay, well, Biden's mean. Is that your deciding your vote? Yay for democracy.
I get the
Another
impression
win
Trump
for the-
is
for the
Trump is
notion, huh?
mean in front of the cameras, but behind the scene he's actually quite nice. Whereas Biden is nice in front of the cameras, but behind the scenes he's a fucking asshole.
Well, we're gonna watch some of that. Speaking of, I've got some relevant evidence about Trump, and it's not just like relevant stuff now. It's something that just happened recently. I mean, I've been to his rallies. I've been to 2 Trump rallies, and you can just remember what did he do? He bought a whole bunch of people cheeseburgers or something not too long ago. Just like out with
Cheeseburgers,
people,
pizza, cheesecake, ice cream, a whole bunch of shit.
just hanging out with people and being like a normal human being.
Human
which
being,
is
yeah.
just hard to even imagine considering.
How are
not
you a
only is he a
multi-billionaire,
billionaire,
but
right,
you
yeah.
but you can hang out with regular people, versus a person who is in politics all damn day long is supposed to deal with the public sector, has no idea how to appeal to
Yeah.
human beings. That to me is
well,
just
right.
bizarre.
Well, yeah, Trump's clearly cut from a little bit. of
I'm a
different
politician.
cloth
I
from the
represent the
typical
people, but I have
political
no idea
class.
how to talk to them. It's like, what the fuck? That to me
Right.
tells you there's something wrong with your country when you don't even know how to fucking talk to people, but you somehow want to represent them. Like, that tells me something is not exactly gelling very well. Or something is
Obviously.
greatly off.
But there was another scene like that, or thing that happened recently where Trump was just meeting with people, and you can. The reason they have to run disinformation campaigns and they have to have Fareed Zakaria up here kiss Biden's ass on national television is because you cannot make up and invent the positive emotions that people have in reaction to Trump.
Yeah.
The visceral positive emotional reaction. So you have to have this shit.
No.
But speaking of, let's continue.
Back, you've restored relations with the world.
No, you haven't.
But many of these people do say, and these are ardent supporters of yours, the next thing he should do is step aside and let another
pause for a
generation
second?
of Democrats
Yeah.
take.
If he's doing such a good job, why should he step down?
Good question. Good question. He's doing such a good job, but you should
Oh.
probably.
Oh, his
step
age
down.
is a real detriment, but he's doing such a great job. How is he doing a great job, but he's also too old to do it? I'm sorry, is this too much logic for you, CNN?
Yeah, insurmountable sort of.
Fucking hell.
Just-
This is why I could never be a reporter. Oh my god, I'd be the most based reporter of all fucking time. I would ask some serious questions.
What's that one guy in the press corps?
Please explain to me why you're all retarded.
The African guy. Who,
Oh, Simon Atiba?
Atiba, yeah.
Yeah.
It would be
Based
They'd
African dude.
They'd have another based African.
Yeah.
take the
Oh, they would call me a racist,
Why would-
apartheid supporting dude.
Oh, well, obviously.
I would wear the moniker as well. Yes, I am. Now, what else you got? Oh, he's a terrible racist. I'm wearing a Thomas Sowell t-shirt while I'm doing it.
What are you gonna do? Oh no! Well, we're gonna get into some of the race scripting stuff too tonight. I got a little bit of that.
I would love to be really, really racist while wearing a Thomas Sowell t-shirt. Just see watch people's fucking brains just explode. It's like he's being racist.
Well,
Thomas Sowell shit, you
remember,
fucking moron.
you have to understand with these people, right? Black is for them. It's a political. It's capital B black, right? It's political blackness. Yeah. Thomas Sowell isn't correct.
By the way,
doesn't have the correct opinions, so he's not capital B black.
Did you see that clip that went viral of the long table with the white people?
Oh yeah, right. And all the people on Twitter were getting real butt blasted about it.
Can we please talk about that? I really want to I want to say some shit about it.
Sure. I don't have it up. Let's finish this.
I have it here. Hold on.
Okay, cool. Let's finish this and then yeah.
Well, let me not right look. To use the phrase again, I think we're at an inflection point. I think the world is changing, and I think there is one thing that comes with age if you've been honest about it your whole life, and that is
death.
Wisdom.
Wisdom, my ass. What wisdom?
Yeah.
If you had wisdom, you would step down, you fucking senile old bastard.
Obviously, but no.
What are you talking about? This crazy old asshole. Anyone who talks like this, who takes anyone who takes 15 minutes for a freaking prep course to say 2 sentences is not someone I want running the country. Not that he is running the country, but let's be brutally honest for a second.
Well, you know,
he's a giant
allegedly.
puppet show.
right. Okay, let's.
The man's on more drugs than his son.
So I've got
and he doesn't voluntarily.
Yeah, true. You know, oh, speaking of, there's not much to say about it because all that's happened with the Hunter Biden cocaine stuff over the last week is, well, no one will say
what cocaine. There was no cocaine.
What cocaine? Whose cocaine was it? And now, that's the weirdest part.
There's no cocaine. What's cocaine?
That it never happened. That it never freaking happened. That call never got leaked. And it's like, it is astonishing. You look at Twitter or whatever, and I've even seen a couple articles about it. It wasn't enough for me to like bother putting it in the show specifically, but we're talking about it now. Because the news is that they're trying to undo the news, which is fascinating.
What?
They're basically trying to undo the whole cocaine thing. Oh, nobody knows whose cocaine it is. Let's not look into it, and then just trying to act like it never
Everybody
happened.
knows it's Hunters.
Yeah, obviously. Joe Biden veers off script for calls his childhood home from hearing restlessness coming from his parents' bedroom. Oh my god. Yeah, that's right, RNC research. This is what's commonly known as a real yikes moment. Dear Lord.
I've been a significant...
Even the audio's like, dear God, please make it stop.
The microphone. It's like, wow, this is an awkward situation. I'm about to make it like 10,000 times more awkward.
By the way, that moment, that is legitimately the most well-timed reaction and response that he's done through his entire presidency. That was actually funny. That was actually organically funny. But everything else has been fucking disaster.
I think it might have been an accident, though.
Yeah.
I think it just happened to be well-timed. Anywho.
I think it's because he's so old, he has a delayed reaction of like 5 hours.
That's what I mean, yeah. He's just confused. I think he was confused. He was like, what?
Significant consumer, and my family has as well, but...
Here, hang on. So that was the first part. Where's the other one?
That was the microphone. That was a warning.
Yeah.
The boys, quote unquote. Now the princess, my sister, had her own.
What do you mean, quote unquote?
As she should have.
The boys, quote unquote. Oh, why? Because it's...
Is that appealing to the Troon shit now?
Okay, I think he just said that because he has no idea what he's saying.
Okay.
But maybe he like in his dementia-addled brain, he thought like, well, boys, well, they don't like to say, you know, the sexes of things anymore. So boys, quote unquote, quote unquote. That's, God, yeah.
But the 3 boys there were 2 sets of bunks in the other room, and there was a closet that ran as you walked up the stairs, walked straight down the hall. You went into quote the boys' room, the 3 of us.
The boys' room. He did it twice. I didn't notice that when I saw this before, Spoon. He's done it twice.
Oh.
Quote the boys' room.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
That's transgender stuff. No, it's some transgender crap. Yeah.
On the left, there was a closet in that whole wall. My parents' bed headboard was against where that closet was, and every once in a while, rarely, you could hear sort of a restlessness going on. You know.
You basically just admitted you listened to your parents fuck. You fucking weird.
Look, I mean it. like, it happens, you know? Like,
Yes, I'm
but
aware it
why are
happens, but you don't go
as the
telling that on a friggin'
president-
presidential stage.
First of all, who tells anyone about that at all? You
Someone
know?
who has
like,
a lot of skeletons in their closet.
well, if you look
As
at
well
some of the
as-
things that,
As well as their sticky journal pages. Anyway,
his daughter has said, well, the things, well, and naked showers and things. Yeah. Very, very interesting there.
I think
Joe.
horrifying is the word you're looking for. I would say interesting.
Yeah.
Disturbing,
Well,
insane, deranged, disturbed,
We got a little bit of a crossover.
worrying.
Here. You
Oh
see this?
God.
Okay. So I don't recall them criticizing Trump for this, but they supposedly did, and it's like, well, they criticized Trump for everything. So a couple years ago, I guess, the media was all very upset that Trump walked in front of Queen Elizabeth. But here's Biden, and look at King Charles, though. I mean, just, oh my God, it's so awkward. It's so awkward. And like,
Trump doesn't even know that she's there.
Trump didn't even, he wasn't like, she just walked up beside him, right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Charles is walking behind him like that in case he falls. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
It's
think
just
with
like,
Trump,
oh,
it's
make
more
sure
like an actual legitimate accident.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, because
I
he's
don't
so
know, it
tiny
might have
compared to
been-
him. Like, oh, I don't know where you are.
See, like, Trump's very, not one for pomp and circumstance kind of stuff, you know what I mean?
No,
But
he's-
I
yeah,
don't
he's not
think
that
he
kinda
would
guy.
intentionally, but I don't know if he would intentionally have done it thinking it was rude or inappropriate.
Yeah, no, obviously not.
Biden has no idea where he's at, on the other hand. Oh my God.
I don't even know what to make of this. It's just... Just fucking look at him.
It really seems like he's babysitting him. You know what I mean?
He does look like he's being led by King
I
Charles.
mean, how much older? What are their
Like
comparative
5
ages?
years.
I was gonna say they were at the same age. I don't know if it's that quite.
What is
close.
with
Let's see.
people in this chat trying to get me to say that three-letter fucking word?
Oh no! Say it.
Is this like a meme of the chat? Why?
Yeah,
No.
because it's funny.
No.
Yeah, Charles is 74 and Biden's 80.
Hold on a second.
So yeah, you're about right. You're right about 5 years. It's not like he's vastly older than. It's like, are we going for a walk
Fucking
with
hot as
Grandpa?
balls
What are you upset about? Are you Oh wait, let me get my soundboard.
Sweat
Did I
more than
have it?
fucking Hunter Biden
Did I
doing
upload
crack.
it? I don't remember. Wait a minute.
Upload what?
Oh, I didn't. I forgot to upload the uwu.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, too bad. This is the only two I have. Then I need to remember to put things on the soundboard because all I have is
Yeah.
and
That describes
Extremely
so many
dangerous
things.
to our democracy.
That's creepy as hell.
it's so creepy. I need on deck.
This is
there.
Orwellian as
It
hell.
sure is. Yeah. God. It's just so pathetic, man.
What is he doing? Why am I leading this old man around? Jesus Christ. It's terrible. Should have never given them independence.
Oh wait, no. Now I have to play it. Hang on. Yeah, hang on.
Yes.
Yes.
Dear Lord, I wish my mother was around. She would be doing this. I don't want to be doing this.
got it.
Dear God.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Because you. Here's the
My
proper response.
lords and members of the House of Commons, I am deeply grateful for the addresses of condolence by the House of Lords and the House of Commons, which so touchingly encompass what our late sovereign, my beloved mother, the Queen, meant to us all. But I'd like to make one thing straight. Charlie's in fucking charge now, and shit's about to get fucking real. As I stand before you today, I'd like to address some of the tyrannical shit I'm going to do as king. First off, America, we're taking you back. You cunts have been free for far too long.
Base.
Australia, you're going to become a massive fuck-off prison again. Fuck you, cunts. India, you're safe. We don't really want you back anyway. Also, I'm bringing
That's
that
'cause they're
thing
living
back
among you
where,
anyway.
like, the king gets to fuck your wife the day you get
Not a
married.
real- not a
if
real
he
thing,
wants to.
Barry,
That
but
was
okay.
a cool rule. Anyway, cunts, adios. I'm out of here.
Oh my god, okay. I'm glad I had to. Considering the conversation, yeah, I had to play a little bit of that. Just a little bit of that. The
It's
interesting thing, though,
absolute
is
insanity.
the reactions of everybody and watching them all just absolutely run defense, crazy levels of defense. And recall again, yeah, that was Barian. Recall that they continually wanted Trump to take mental evaluations for
Oh,
all
yeah.
4 years he was in because, oh, he's crazy.
They
he's
wanted
a
him to take an
lunatic.
evaluation because he drank water with both hands.
Yeah, I know.
And then later
Oh,
on,
yeah.
they actually said that,
And he
you remember
held
James
onto a rail.
O'Keefe? Yes, and James
Yeah.
O'Keefe later on said he had more people behind the scenes, and they opened with like, oh yeah, we got on these so-called experts to say that, oh, he's this and he's that. And, you know, just people
Mm-hmm.
making up shit. They openly admitted, so you just basically ran propaganda for saying the guy
Okay.
is... By the way, Biden, until you take a cognitive test, you can all of your shit can fuck off.
Well, here's one of the things that was so frustrating about that, and I will say it about this as well to a certain degree about the speculation, was the problem.
Okay.
But the thing is that I'm speculating that Biden is demented based on his actions. You're free to speculate whatever you want. The problem when a practitioner, a psychologist does it, and one of them got in trouble for that, by the way, about the Trump thing. You cannot make a diagnosis from a patient that you have not seen. It's a violation of ethics. Like, if
Is
you
it?
are if you're a practicing therapist or psychologist or psychiatrist, you cannot do that. You cannot make a clinical diagnosis. Because one of those people was a psychologist or psychiatrist who made took that to the media, stated it as fact. I can't remember who it was, but it's like you can't do that. You cannot state as a fact that someone is suffering from some mental disorder, and when you are a mental health practitioner, because it carries so much weight to it, right?
I do
and if you've never seen
recall-
that person.
I do recall, I think it was one of Obama's doctors, actually, who said that Biden should take a cognitive test. Because he's clearly fucked up. I mean,
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ, you don't need to be a bloody
Bendy
physician
Lee was
to
her name?
realize that. But
I
this-
don't
you know the
remember her
person's name?
Wait, that Hehe in the chat says that was her name. I don't recall. I think she was one of the ones who she wrote about it in
Bendy
the
Lee.
book or included something. I mean, yeah, it sounds like a fake name.
No, Mrs. Lee doesn't sound fake, but Bendy, like,
Yeah.
yeah, press exit out on that one.
See ya, Callum. Thanks for stopping by. Butt Judge has been humiliated in resurfaced video as Republican pounces on Biden gaffe. So here's the Biden gaffe in question.
Which one?
I know
America's a
there's
na-
also many, but this is a really good one. I mean, because this one, you're talking about his comedic timing. This is comedy. I mean, this is comedic. There's no other way to describe it.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. Excuse me.
How the hell do the two behind him not, like, instantly lose their shit?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna do it one more time.
America is
Like,
a
watch their
nation
faces.
that can be
I
defined
know.
in a single word. I was going to put him. Excuse me.
I can't.
That is the longest word he's ever said.
Oh my god.
I can't even read that. Can you imagine if you're the person doing sign language for this? Jesus Christ, you must get paid overtime. Fucking hell. You have to, like, sign, you have to make up words and shit that you've never done before.
Right. Well, just wait a minute, right? Animal Landa says, as a licensed psychologist, that is correct, Aiden. A nifty trick that a lot of us do is to refer past the problem when we don't trust ourselves with the work. Yeah, or you could just be a big ding dong.
We have
and try to
psychologists in our
diagnose
stream? How the
someone.
hell do we have psychologists in our stream?
I don't know. Well, I do make social science videos, so.
Please diagnose us, and are we insane for watching this shit?
So, speaking of that hilarious clip, though, Butt Judge was asked.
I call him Mr.
Just
Butt
let it
Plug.
go. Mr. Butt Plug.
Yeah.
Let's just, you know what? I'm not going to bury the lead. I just want to let it roll.
Please
Okay, go
describe
on.
America to me in one single word, what would that be if you could describe America
Troubled.
in one single word?
Well, for me, I guess home.
Oh, God, what a
fair enough,
political
fair
answer.
Oh god, that is
Just
the
a few weeks ago-
cringiest answer.
This is how President Biden described America in one word. Could you please tell me what that word means?
They have a printout of it.
Could you even say the word?
Oh, fuck you, Twitter. What? Oh, my
I had
internet.
to read
there.
transcriptions.
I bring this up to you,
I
sir.
can't really.
bring this
I
up
don't know. I can't read transcriptions.
I wonder why.
to you
words on television.
because you yourself questioned Donald Trump's mental state of mind
Why did
in
it freeze?
September of 20. I could not agree with you more.
Sorry, I don't,
State of
is this freezing? What is for you? What is happening?
I don't know.
Sometimes I'll hang on. It might be my I've been having problems with my internet recently. If I have to like disconnect for a second, I apologize. Hang on 1 second.
We are currently experiencing technical difficulties.
I don't know what it is. Recently, like it's well, I do know what it is. It's my Wi-Fi card. Well, I don't know.
Being
It's
homosexual?
something. No, it's seems like it's Twitter. At least it's not my connection.
I bring this up to you, sir. I bring this up to you
Words on television.
because you yourself questioned Donald Trump's mental state of mind in September of 2019 when you stated to
scuffed.
CNN, I quote, "If our presidency is not in good shape, then our country is not in good shape." And Mr. Secretary, I could not agree with you more. I'm going to repeat what your quote is. If our presidency is not in good shape, then our country is not.
Well, something seems to be wrong with the fucky with Twitter. Let me try to open it actually.
So my question for you is, sir, have you spoken with any
Or
phone
boss, as I have
I
heard.
What the fuck is going on with this Twitter
25th
video?
Amendment on President Biden?
First of all, I'm glad to have a president who can ride a bicycle. And
Oh
What
my
does it have to do
god.
with anything?
He can't ride a bicycle. He fell off the stupid thing, standing still.
I was just saying, wait a minute. Hang on. Of all things to bring up,
You
yeah,
dumbass.
great. Thank you. The first response, the first reaction on Twitter. Yeah, yeah. He rides a bicycle. Great.
Yeah.
Why of
Into
all
the
things you
ground.
could have of all the things you could have said,
Dumbass.
all the completely pointless platitudes that could have come out of your mouth, butt plug. Why the hell did you bring up a bicycle specifically when Biden famously fell off of one while he was standing still?
Yeah.
Was
And they
that
blamed it on the fucking pedals.
I know. Was that a like quiet dig?
Well,
I don't think so. I think he's too stupid to know that.
That's the
I
question.
will look beyond the insulting nature of that question and make it clear to you
Oh, why
that
is
the
it?
president
Hang on. Why is it insulting if you ask about Biden's mental acuity and capacity to be president, but it's not a problem or insulting for you to ask that of Trump? And it was actually the question you're being asked is why was if you were so concerned with the health of the president, why is it now offensive to ask about the mental health of the president?
because the one person's the president, the other one's not.
Well, it's just all tribalism.
Have
the
you
United States.
spoken to
Of
any other
course not.
cabinet members about implementing the 25th Amendment on President Biden?
Of course not.
Please allow the
You ought to
witness.
know
Have
that
you
the
emailed?
President of
This
the
is my
United
time.
States-
Have
Man, I fucking Twitter.
you emailed any members
President of
with
the
the
United
executive
States.
branch about the president's health or
President
cognitive
of the
decline,
United States
including
is
text
as vigorous
messages
a
from your
colleague
private
or
phone?
boss.
Are you out of your
Is
fucking...
vigorous a colleague? Damn, dude. I don't know. I don't know too many Twitter
Pete,
videos tonight.
Pete, for goodness sake, just out of curiosity, how much cock have you taken up your
A lot.
ass that it's
Miles.
ruptured your fucking brain to the point where you say some dumb shit like, "Oh yes, the president is as vigorous as anyone." Are you out of your fucking mind?
Just the thing that he's like smirking at this, I feel like he's just being overtly shit posting, you know? Like he knows it's bullshit.
I think coming from
Twitter
the phrase
is.
"shit posting" coming from someone who's gay is kind of just terrifying to me.
Yeah, true.
Fucking
Is
degenerate
this the same clip
homosexual.
on
Could you
same
please
clip?
describe America?
Oh, it's just put in Instagram format. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was any better because I don't know what's going on with the Twitter videos. Hopefully it cleared itself up. So, when President Biden loses his cool in public,
I'm not going to say
President
the
Biden
word,
likes
you
to
weirdos in
whisper-
the chat. What is wrong with you people?
Say it, Spoon.
No.
Or am I gonna have to? 11labs.com. Spoon. Use. Let's see. No.
Don't ever do that again. I don't know. Why do I sound like Biden?
Well, that one was pretty good, right?
Oh, woo.
Oh, woo.
Ah, woo.
That sounds like Mr. fucking Burns or some shit.
It really does.
You, woo.
Hey, there you go. There you. It's just real fast. It's ooh woo, but real fast. That one didn't sound like you though.
Oh, woo.
There it is. And that's there. You sound annoyed. I have to save that one. I gotta remember to save it and put it on the soundboard.
I hate you, AI. You enjoy annoying me, don't you?
Yeah.
It's
Just a little bit.
It's one of Aiden's favorite pastimes, actually.
It's only because of the way you react.
I hate people.
That's right. Anywho, Biden's private fury. Republic President Biden likes to whisper to make a point. In private, he's prone to yelling. Behind closed doors, Biden has such a quick trigger temper, that some aides try to avoid meeting alone with him. Some take a colleague almost as a shield against a solo blast. The president's admonitions include, "God damn it, how the fuck don't you know this? Don't fucking bullshit me and get the fuck out of here."
Can I just say something
current and former Biden aides. Yeah.
How bad is he that this 80-year-old fucking moron that can't even read something without a script in front of him, and even that he fucks up? How wild is he that the aides won't even meet with an 80-year-old man? Like, what the fuck is he gonna do to you? He's 80 years old. He can't do shit. You got like a half an hour to move out of his way.
What kind of people do you think are Democrat staffers? Or staffers in Biden's White
People
House,
who probably find a phone call to be threatening to their fucking mental well-being.
Exactly. Yeah.
F words.
Just a guess. You know. Here we go. Now we've got. There we go. Now it's in the soundboard. Okay.
No.
Why it matters. The private eruptions paint a more complicated picture of Biden as a manager
No, it
and
doesn't.
president. His carefully cultivated image as a kindly uncle who loves aviator sunglasses and ice cream.
And small children.
Well, yeah, of course. Some Biden aides think the president would be better off occasionally displaying his temper in public as a way to assuage voter concerns that the 80-year-old president is disengaged and too old for office. Well,
He's just a raging asshole instead. What the?
Yeah, what? It's what the.
That's not a good thing. That's not a sort of good, sort of flip back to that. Oh, like don't worry. He's not really bumbling and senile and an old asshole. He's just really fucking rude to everybody. He's got great vigor while insulting everyone who tries to meet with him. Like, what the fuck?
Right. Yeah, that's a great thing. Yeah, for a leader, the leader of the free world is to have.
Trump is mean because he says things on Twitter, but the guy who's actually mean to your face is somehow worse.
Right.
Or isn't worse? Sorry.
What to have a hairpin trigger temper on him. That's
great.
What
the? Oh my god. Fucking retarded.
Are
you gonna keep doing that?
In. Am I gonna keep doing that? I mean,
yeah.
One of these days, Aiden is gonna have so many things. She's gonna like start stringing sentences with just pushes of buttons.
Zoom in. Senior and lower level aides alike can be in Biden's line of fire. No one is safe, said one administration official. Biden aides still talk about how angry he got at Jeff Zients, then the administration's COVID czar in late 2021 when there was a shortage of testing kits as the Omicron variant spread. The rage was temporary. Zients is now Biden's chief of staff. A spokesperson for Zients told Axios, I'm not going to speak to what internal convos may or may not have happened between Jeff and the president. The White House declined to comment. There's no question that the Biden temper is real. It may not be as volcanic as Bill Clinton's, but it's definitely there, said Chris Whipple. Now that's the other thing that they're doing with this is that they're like, oh, but Bill, it's
I'm
not
sorry,
just
but
Chris
that
Whipple.
name just chuckles me, Mr. Whipple.
Whipple. It's not, but it's not just him. I've seen.
It sounds
them
like
doing
whipped
this
cream
on-
and nipples.
I've seen a couple of articles about this where they're a little bit bizarre.
Doesn't it sound like a type of
but
ice
they're-
cream?
Whipple?
Aiden, would you like a serving of Whipple?
It sounds like an ice cream, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm like 5 years old. That just tickles me.
But the interesting, what I found interesting is that I've seen quite a few of articles that have come out that are all like, oh yeah, since this has happened, since Biden again, who's surprised by this? But his presidency is so weak that all they have, the only thing they have, besides that he's not Trump, is that he's like out of it or whatever, but he's just a nice old man.
Yeah, which no one believes.
He's just a nice old man. I mean, there's some. You would have there's. I don't know if I can play it on the stream of Biden dropping N-bombs. You know what I mean?
Really?
For some reason yeah.
That's kind of based.
Back in the day. Okay.
Is this the one where it just says we don't need any more big shots?
No. Here,
it's
I'll
not?
Find it. Oh, I think that is it.
I was gonna say, yeah, I know the one.
Yeah. I was editing my my video earlier, and I used this video in it. So not this part. I think we can probably get away with it. How long have we been going? We were playing a clip of the president saying something. I'm not saying it.
Yeah, Biden is saying it.
So here we go. Just enjoy the meme at first too, but.
Joe Biden, wake up. Joe Biden, wake up.
Hyperborea calls. Sorry, we gotta get into the mood before he drops the bomb, man. Go to Hyperborea, Jack.
We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
That's the one, yeah. Hey, Charlemagne, what do you think about that? Fucking asshole.
But he's just a nice old grandpa, right? That's all he has. All he has is that he's a nice old man. Well, turns out he's just old. He's just an old man. He's not a nice old man.
He's just an asshole.
Yeah. Let's see. Whipple quotes former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki as saying, "I said to Biden multiple times, I'll know we have a really good trusting relationship when you yell at me the first time."
That sounds
Whipple
really
notes,
fucked.
Psaki wouldn't have to wait long. But this is the thing, is like they all admit, what I was saying though is that, yeah, I've seen a whole bunch of articles all saying, instead of talking about this stuff with Biden, like, yeah, but Bill Clinton was an asshole too. It's like, so the other, like, the most beloved Democrat in recent history besides Obama.
Yeah, but here's the thing, at least
was
with
an
Bill
asshole?
Clinton, it made people feel good.
Yeah, I guess so. At least you could.
And you can take
I
that
can't
joke in any way
believe
you will.
Sure. Like, at least you can ride a bicycle, which you can. At least Bill Clinton can play the saxophone.
Bill Clinton was too busy writing other things.
Exactly.
Ironically, is it any wonder why he was so liked by in the black community?
Yeah,
screw you guys. It's funny.
Well, guess who else was very well liked by the black community at large before 2016?
Oh, Trump.
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Just tons of rap songs.
Yeah.
Are he was like a larger than life figure to
idealize. Yeah.
Biden's temper comes in the form of angry interrogations rather than erratic tantrums. He'll grill aides on topics until it's clear they don't know the answer to the question, a routine that some see as meticulous, others call stump the chump or stump the dummy. No, it's because he doesn't know what the hell was going on. And he's mad because he doesn't understand what's going on, which is what happens with dementia patients. Being yelled at by the president has become an internal initiation ceremony at the White House, aides say. If Biden doesn't yell at you, it could be a sign he doesn't respect you. What?
No, it's because he doesn't know who you are.
He doesn't know who you are. What's bizarre to me about this is like the kind of, because this is Axios, right? And even the people who work for him, these aides that are coming out, and they're afraid. They're not probably afraid of Biden, but they're afraid of being
losing
identified if they say
probably.
anything too mean, yeah. They have to couch everything that they say. They have to hedge every other sentence. And Biden's longtime chief of staff, when the future president represented Delaware in the Senate, told Axios that Biden's process is policy-driven and has made him a strong executive. Okay.
What the hell are you smoking? How? How the hell is he a positive executive in any freaking way? He's not the one running the show. What crack are you smoking? Probably Biden's.
Obviously not.
But just,
yeah.
just different Biden.
Who knows? Some crack, perhaps. If there
I'm
is something,
sorry, it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. He's a great one.
if there's something that's not in the brief, he's going to find it. He said it's not to embarrass people; it's because he wants to get to the right decision.
Oh bollocks, man!
Most
That's
people who have
shite.
worked for him like the fact he challenges them and gets them to a better decision.
What?
Okay, sure thing. He's yelling at you because he doesn't know what's going on.
This is like a
I mean,
really weird cope.
It is, but I mean, like, if I think probably everyone's aware of that, but dementia, rage is a symptom of it.
Yeah, yes, dementia
I'll
rage.
pull up an article here in a second. How to respond to anger and aggression in loved ones. So it's very
Usually by putting them in a home and sealing the freaking walls
No.
with
Don't do
freaking
that
pillows
with-
or some
not-
shit.
It's hard to do that with loved ones, but you know what I mean. Yeah. A
If you
lot of
love me, you
people-
have to let me go.
Angry behavior
into
in
a
people
home.
with dementia. Raise their voice, throw things,
Yep.
display combative behavior such as hitting, kicking, or pushing, yell and scream, try to physically attack you, use
Well,
foul
to be
language.
fair, Biden can't do that because he's
Yeah.
too old. But he
Right.
probably would, yeah.
And the common causes of aggression. It's a loss of recognition. They're confused.
Yes.
They don't understand. They're confused because their mind is deteriorating.
Loss of recognition and confusion. Just two great qualities you really want in a president, don't you?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Some aides argue that the president's rages reflect his
It's like
high
the last years of
expectations
Wilson.
for his staff. Do you find it is curious? Look at how they're putting all of it on the staff. It's like, wow,
Yeah,
he's
I've noticed
really
that.
mean and awful, and
Yeah.
it's all the staff's fault for not living up to his expectations. If Trump had been screaming at people like this, yeah, you'd think there would be any kind of article that was giving him the benefit of the doubt on any aspect.
I
of
think
this? Absolutely
I think
not.
with Trump, it's because Trump was so used to getting his way because he's a CEO,
Mhm.
and that the entire administration wasn't doing what he wants them to do. The reason why his regime, so-called, was so chaotic is because he just said, "I'm the chief executive and I'm going to govern like the chief executive, and if you don't do as I say, I'm just going to fire you."
Yeah. Yeah.
So he did. That's why, like, why are so many people being let go, left, right, and center? Because he is the guy running the show, and he's actually the guy running the show. And if you don't do what he says, he's gonna fire you from the fucking show.
Yeah.
That'll be the reason
But
why.
I mean, I've seen some of The Apprentice. The way that Trump
You're
deals
fine.
with that is not to like yell at people though, which is what it sounds that Biden does.
Yeah, he just like
but you
mocks
can
them to their
tell,
face.
He gets, yeah, Trump is gonna fuck with you.
Yeah.
Biden is, I can just see it, and judging from what they're saying, he's mean.
We all fucking know
cold.
that though.
I don't know for sure, but that's what it sounds like from the aides. But they're trying to say like, oh yeah, he's
The
really
aides.
mean and he's really enraged.
I know you meant help
he's
us,
just
but when
doing
you
it-
said AIDS, I'm like,
Oh.
uh,
Where was I? Speaking Biden is a particular skill, they said. It can take years to learn to navigate his moodiness.
what the fuck? I lost my bracelet. What
Speaking
the fuck?
Biden is a particular skill, you say? Really?
Where'd my bracelet go?
Your bracelet?
Yeah, I always wear a bracelet.
Oh.
I wear like rubber bands around my wrist. If I don't, I feel really, really naked.
Oh.
I just realized it's not on my hand anymore. Like, what the hell?
So the aides say that speaking Biden is a particular skill. Yeah, I'd say that.
America is a nation that can be
I
defined in
don't know
a
how to
single
do it.
word. I was going to put him, excuse me.
It certainly is a skill. It takes years to learn to navigate his moodiness and anticipate what information he's going to ask for in a briefing. Some admin officials, many of whom went to elite schools, struggle with Biden's demand to ditch wonky acronym-filled language and brief him as if they were talking to a close family member who isn't in the DC bubble. No, he doesn't understand.
Which is kind of weird considering he's been there longer than any of the fucking aides.
And then any of you, yes, if anyone should understand
It'll be him,
acronyms,
yes.
and political jargon, should be a man who spent his entire life in politics. Biden's in the DC bubble. That's where he's always been for 40 years. God damn. Biden's defenders acknowledge he can be tough, But they also say he can be more generous and compassionate than many powerful politicians and make them feel like family. That's partly why so many aides have worked with Biden for decades.
Considering
and
how
in
he
and out of
handles
his orbit,
family,
they
him
say.
making you feel like family, you should send kind of warning signs.
Be afraid. You're gonna makes you feel like family.
If you have a perky pair of boobs, you will try and fucking grapple them. Grapple, sorry. Yeah, grope. Yeah. I can't talk today for God's sake.
I couldn't either. I'm getting into it. Biden tries to conceal his temper in public, but occasionally has shown flashes of it. And some former aides have written about it. In January of 2022, he was caught on a hot mic calling Fox News Peter Doocy a stupid son of a bitch. Best compliment you could possibly get from Joe Biden, honestly. Jeff Cowton, a former Biden campaign and Senate aide who was chief of staff to Kaufman when he filled Biden's seat in the Senate, wrote about Biden's temper in his 2012 book, Washington Corruption, The Payoff.
Isn't it funny because he hasn't done anything about the inflation since that fucking comment?
Nope.
And then ironically, he just called him a stupid son of a bitch. It's like, really? Would you mind doing something about it then, you fucking senile old cunt?
Connaughton wrote that as a senator, Biden was an egomaniacal autocrat determined to manage his staff through fear. He told of a time during the 2008 presidential campaign when a 23-year-old fundraising staffer got into the car with Biden. Okay, Senator, time to do some fundraising calls, the aide said. Biden responded by looking at him and snapping, "Get the fuck out of the car." Connaughton told Axios that Biden hides his sharper edge to promote his folksy Uncle Joe image, which is why when flashes of anger break through, it seems so out of character. I don't think it's out of character. When you see the because I can tell he's an asshole.
Of course.
Again, I always think back to that confirmation hearing for Thomas Sowell, not Thomas Sowell. I'll get my base
Clarence Thomas.
Clarence Thomas. God damn, that was a big oops.
They don't all look alike, Aiden.
No, they don't. It's
sorry, I had to make that joke.
I was just picking him. I was like, it's like based black man. And then I went to the wrong one. That hearing.
There's not many of them, by the way. So, Clarence Thomas.
Have I shown that clip on the channel before we watched that live? Or
the one where he just said, "I don't know what the fuck they're talking about."
No.
Is it that one? That one is really funny.
That's. Yeah, well, the one we watched that last week.
Yeah, right? I like that. He just openly just said, "These people don't know what the fuck they're talking about." And
Yeah,
Clarence Thomas is sitting there like, "What the fuck are these retards talking about?" Base Clarence Thomas.
I don't know. I'd have to go find it, but it'd take a minute to find the actual original thing. But here it is. Here it is. It's the Anita Hill thing. It should be this. Just to see that he's always been like this. And the thing that he does, he's always been. You can tell, like he's full of
piss and vinegar.
Rage. Yeah, piss and vinegar. But and then he smiles. Like this clip, you can see, like you can tell that he hates Clarence Thomas. I'm not a body language expert. I have studied communication my entire adult life, but to me, this looks like he hates him just from his body language, and then he puts the smile on it.
Sure. Judge.
And also recall that he's basically accusing Clarence Thomas of being a sex pest.
Which is ironic coming from him.
Yeah, that was why I mentioned it.
I know. Let me.
By the way, can we just be real? You damn well know he's called Clarence Thomas the N-word behind the scenes. 100%. 100%.
Hundo, yeah.
That your preference is, which is totally and completely understandable, that we go 1 hour tonight. 30 minutes on each side. Am I correct in that?
That's right.
Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Senator, I would like to start by saying unequivocally, uncategorically, that I deny each and every single
I'm sorry. This is just Clarence Thomas's response. I'd have to go find the full clip. I didn't prepare for this part. My bad. Because this is just Clarence Thomas responding to the allegations that Biden really harped on. That was basically calling him as a rapist, right? But yeah, I don't have that. I just think he's always been an asshole.
That doesn't make you qualified for president at all. It's not like previous ones had sexual indiscretions. It's not like the guy who apparently thinks he's running the country right now has a history of that shit either.
Now, before we get to the next thing, I'm going to read the super chats because Spoon, did you like eat recently? Did you have dinner recently?
I don't like where this is going.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just asking if
you're gonna show me something that's gonna make me puke, isn't it?
Maybe. But before we do that, Gary Thomas 5 says, "Hey all, the big difference between Trump and Biden is that the former actually liked the Queen, while the latter preferred the IRA to the royals." Yeah.
Oof. God damn, that was rough.
Yep. Yeah.
It's not wrong though.
No. AHF10 says, "My favorite clip is when Biden implies that Elton John is responsible for AIDS during some fundraising event." Oh yeah.
Oh God, I remember that.
That's all. But thank you, AHF. Yeah, bro. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on.
I will say that is at least the one funny thing about him is that so many people kiss his ass, and he can actually be such a dick to their faces.
I know.
And they can't say anything. And man, the fact that he doesn't lean into that more often is kind of telling, because that would be one of the best things that you can do. It's just that I'm just going to abuse the shit out of my pal by doing this shit.
Here it is. Yeah.
Oh God, okay, let me see.
It's my great honor, and I mean this sincerely,
No, you don't.
to present
You don't mean anything sincerely.
National Humanities Medal.
Look at Elton John's face. Elton's like, how the fuck am I? Why is this dude?
He's playing along, you know.
Major Yang, please read the citation.
Honored, sir. Good evening, everyone. The President of the United States awards this National Humanities Medal to Sir Elton John for moving our souls with his powerful voice and one of the defining songbooks of all time. An enduring icon and advocate with absolute courage, who found purpose to challenge convention, shatter stigma, and advance the simple truth that everyone deserves to be treated with dignity and respect.
No, they don't.
And by the way, whether or not you think that Elton is playing this up, which he does actually seem like a really nice guy. So maybe he was really legitimately moved by this. I mean, it's, you know, I don't know. I can't get inside his head. But,
as long as you're not on it.
Yeah, just, if you have, like, let's assume that he is legitimately moved to tears from receiving this award.
I fucking hope
and
not.
then Biden does this. Legitimately moved. Such a very emotional moment for your work in you know, spreading awareness about HIV/AIDS, and then
Oh God, there's so many jokes I could make with that, and none of them I could do on stream.
I think we surprised him.
I just said to the First Lady, I'm never flabbergasted, but I'm flabbergasted and humbled and honored by this incredible award from the United States of America. I will treasure this so much, and it will make me double my efforts to make sure this disease goes away. Your kindness, America's kindness to me as a musician is second to none. But in the war against AIDS and HIV, it's even bigger. And I can't thank you enough. I'm really emotional about this. Thank you.
By the way, it's all his fault that we're spending $6 billion in taxpayer money this month to help AIDS fight HIV/AIDS.
It's all Elton's fault that we're paying $6 billion a month, allegedly, to fight AIDS. Man, Elton has been busy.
I feel like that isn't what he actually wanted to say.
No, I don't know what he was trying to say. I think he was trying to say that it's because of him that this good thing has happened.
Yes.
But instead,
But when he said his fault.
Yeah, when he said it's his fault.
Yeah, that makes it sound like you don't want to spend $6 million on AIDS either.
Yeah.
Which is yeah.
Hasselhopper5 says, AI Spoon to the rescue because Spoo-Kun is a fuddy-duddy. That is true.
I hate all of you. I hate all of you with every fiber of my being.
Supreme Emperor Kisser for £5 says, evening all, can Biden get 25th? So yeah, so I can win a £1,000 with that American friend of mine. Also, Aiden Spoon, what do you call a cute Subaru? I don't know. Kawaii something? I don't know. Oh wait. Okay. There was an answer to it for another 5. So super joke here. Also, we down for the car thing Saturday or next Saturday? Let me know ASAP. Yeah, we got to figure out what we're doing with that because I need to. Last week was just we streamed twice, and then
and it's rugby season.
Well,
which means my evening is spent looking at rugby teams and yelling at my TV.
Oh well.
Otherwise known as the best time of the year. Like I get to see 30 men knock 7 shades of shit out of each other.
Oh, Subaru.
I'm at like a thrift store that I go to all the time right now, and I park and I look in front of me, and the fucking car in front of me, its license plate, it says fucking Subaru.
She seems kind of mad.
Yeah, Subaru. Oh my god. Lance, who's been a member for 2 months, hey, thank you, man, says, I invoke Spoon as your proud aristocracy to say ooh woo, and when he refuses, Aiden, I invoke you to deactivate your limiters and go full West Virginian for the rest of the duration of the show. No, I can't maintain it.
If she does, I will do a
long.
southern accent for the rest of the show, and trust me, I can annoy all of you far more than you can annoy me. Do not ever try and out-annoy me, because I am immune, and you people are not.
DRT is king for another 5 says, can I pay for Aiden's West Virginian accent? Love me some regional accents over the American broadcaster accent or Spoon's RC. I don't think Spoon, you do have a little bit of RC going on.
I don't know what that means.
Receipt I think you mean RP, receipt pronunciation.
Okay.
You know what receipt pronunciation, that's the, posh British speech. Because you don't, I can see why people might think that, but I don't think you talk in RP, if that's what he meant by, if that's what DRT meant by RC.
You know, is he talking a posh British way? Was he like the old aristocratic southern, or the southern one? The southern accent Aiden thinks will drive people nuts, and when I do it, people think it's funny.
You gotta give me a minute to get into it, and also the thing.
Yes, old southern gentleman. It sounds like Gandalf has had a couple of drinks.
The thing is that when people put on accents, they always tend to,
exaggerate the shit out of it.
Go over them, like make it more extreme than it's actually supposed to be. So I'll do it.
What was I supposed to do when it sounds
a
bit like, I don't know.
It has been a very long time since I was a child that I spoke with any kind of West Virginian accent. I never had like a very strong one, but I'll do it. People have paid money.
I swear to God, Aiden, if you talking the entire stream with that accent, I will start beating your ass.
I will do it just for a little bit because people paid. All right, so DRT is king for 10 says.
We do not mean to speak in all kinds of unusual ways for money.
Excuse me. DRT is king for 10
You're excused. Now don't interrupt me again.
Considering what I've heard from my old man, he had the misfortune of meeting Biden in the 90s. Talks like the 70s never ended. Hippie, dippy weatherman was his words for Biden. Yeah, I can see that. And there was the Subaru joke. Taking Aiden back to Kroger.
Wait a minute, what accent am I supposed to be doing here? I don't really know.
It's a foreigner, it's a non-American doing a southern accent is what it is.
Am I supposed to be a southern gentleman?
I'm not saying it's bad, it's a terrible accent. But
500 must be a peach of a hand.
Aiden has a good Japanese accent, Spoon has a great gay accent.
Oh yeah, I do the best gay accent.
Yeah.
Whenever I do a gay accent, people tell me, like, you are too good at that. Like, yeah, I know, the gay accent is very easy to do.
Of course. Okay, Spoon, you ready?
You just have to be terribly flamboyant. Oh, God, you're not going to show me these bitches, are you?
You ready?
Aiden, you are not allowed to show... Aiden, I will violate you in all kinds of unspeakable ways if you ever show me these kind of bitches ever again.
Is this the right one? No, that's not the right one.
It's not, yeah,
I'm sorry. I clicked the wrong one, but don't worry. Don't worry, Spoon. I got it right here.
Axios interviewed current and former aides of President Biden who say in private Biden has a rough temper. And Fox host Lisa Kennedy reacted. Clip, please.
I don't have enough Southern cred. Fuck
turned me
you.
on when I heard that the president gets
Yankee
angry and
pisshead.
volatile. I'm not gonna lie. I'm disappointed just about every single thing he has done as president. I think he's just, the economy is wobbling at best. That's a kind way of putting it. His foreign policy is a disaster. He has no idea what he's doing in terms of China.
Why would you even play this clip, The View? I mean, she's right.
Yes.
Why would you? You're supposed to lie. Like, your job at The View is to lie and make sure your audience has no freaking clue what's going on. Why would you show them? I know that it's got Fox News on it, so your audience is trained to know, well, Fox News, everything she's saying must be wrong. But why would you even play
Try
it?
lisp that accent. Which one? It would help me if you tell me which southern accents. Yeah, because you're just telling me to do an accent. I'm like, what one am I doing?
The gay one.
Am I doing a gay one? Am I doing the southern guy? Am I doing a posh aristocrat?
With a lisp, obviously, it's the gay one.
A gay one is a lisp automatically. What the fuck?
Right.
Crane. So if he's throwing a few F-bombs here and there, I'm like, yeah, I kind of like it. I'm not going to lie.
Problem. What's her problem? I don't understand what the conversation was.
That's not a surprise.
That was why they played it. Because, wait a minute, then why are you mad? Like, oh, hang on. Why did you react? Again, why did you react to this? Why did you start with that? I don't get it. She's like, yeah, the economy is in shambles, but she'd like this woman at Fox likes
that right now.
I don't
you see her face right now. That's what my face looks like right now. It's like, what the fuck are you trying to? Yes.
But you'll understand why I told you to. I'd asked you about how your
oh God, is it gonna get really dumb?
I don't know.
I think it was just someone being angry make you turned on.
Yeah, she's turned on by Biden's anger. I am too. I like it.
Well, Spoon.
I don't want to get a bucket. I want to get I want to get some lime, a
what
rope,
kind of lime? Like
and some bleach.
Yeah, okay, that kind of lime, right?
And maybe 4 strong gentlemen with unusually large spades.
2 gentlemen. Sorry, it's a reference to someone.
Like it? I do.
Well, you have said that before.
I like that. I mean, he's such a mild-mannered, sweet guy.
But you know, he's not. We've heard. Listen, he has dropped more F-bombs than I have.
Uncle Joe
over the years.
Uncle Joe.
Listen, they're calling him Uncle Joe. They're saying he's so sweet and all this shit, but they're just—it's the same line. It's all he has is I'm not Trump and I'm a nice, harmless. I'm a completely harmless old man.
Hypocritical and full of shit.
I know.
Oh, the one thing about Trump, he's so mean, and I was like, I like that he's an ass. Like, well, just
how
fuck
weird.
off, you
Trump said grab him by the
bitches.
pussy. Trump is so presidential. He says curse words, which he doesn't really. He has no decorum. Oh, Biden drops F-bombs.
The thing is, when Trump drops F-bombs, I've seen him twice. I've seen him drop. Is that when he said with Millie, he went like, "That's when I knew he was a fucking idiot." Like that is actually funny.
Yeah,
and it's true. Millie is a fucking idiot.
True.
But when Biden does it, it's just aggressive. Trump does it, it's funny.
Because again, he's got dementia. I think he's always been an asshole. Because again, this book goes back to that where we're reading the quotes from. He's always been an asshole. But this, so weird. I love when you can watch them pivot in real time on their bullshit. Yeah, Trump is horrible because he's mean. He's so awful because he's a big bad orange man. But Biden, it turns out to be an asshole, like a mean person. It's like, oh, that's hot? What?
Yeah, it's kind of cringe.
But I always love when you catch him in the middle of a pivot.
We've heard him off mic say stuff. I mean, he's a regular guy. I don't know what she's talking about. She doesn't like this.
Yeah, he's just a regular guy who's been in politics for 40 years. Just a regular.
What regular person is in politics for 45 years? You demented old bitch.
Like I said, Trump can interact with regular people. Trump's not a regular guy, you know? He can interact with regular people, which Biden can't do. Biden's so fucking removed.
Biden can't even handle royalty.
Yeah, he hates everyone, obviously.
And everyone hates him.
That's the vibe I get from him. He's like, oh, I'd have to deal with this stuff,
It's would be that it's like anger management, and he needs anger management. He just blows off steam. It's white male privilege, it's called. Imagine if it's a woman or a
woman. Last night.
Why do these bitches exist? Why are you on television?
Gentlemen, it's with great sadness to inform you that women.
So much. I turned to my husband and I said,
hold on a second.
Racing, and he's like, well, maybe it was the yelling. And I
waked
up to this headline of him getting mad.
You know what is the fastest way to make me sexist? Just listen to women fucking talk.
Spoon, I'm your best friend, though.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're not regular female. You're a woman. These are just like bitches. Okay, listen, just bitches talk. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's like the the hard R versus the soft A, right? the hard W.
I hate women. I hate women so much. I can't stand women.
Me too. I mean, hang on, but it's more like when I said it's the soft A versus the hard R. It's like I feel like I'm Chappelle said this, Chris Rock has said this, a whole bunch of black comedians have said, like, there is a difference, you know? It's like a certain kind of behavior that you see in your own community, or whatever you want to call it, you know, of people who, you know, look, I'm a woman, so I'm always going to be associated with things other women do to some degree, because it's my social group, right?
No,
And
you're
so-
mostly associated with me.
Well, no, but you know what I mean, though. So it frustrates me, and that's why first of all women hate other women, but I hate, more, I think, so than a lot of people, than even probably most men. I hate stupid female behavior. Really, when it's like, and it's a specific type of behavior.
Otherwise known as just women.
Women do, yeah, but you know, just like, I can't watch those podcasts, like whatever podcasts and those other things. We've shown some clips.
Oh god, like the ditzy bitches.
Did you see Nick Fuentes went on one of them?
Apparently he wrecked someone.
He like the black girl was like all over him and kissed him afterwards.
Why?
And they took a photo. Really? You don't know this meme about? Okay, you don't know the stone toss racist meme?
No, I don't.
Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it should be here. So this is here it is. Come on, load. Well, why is this hosted on a porn site? Okay, whatever. I got the image. So that's all that
do I
matters.
wanna
No,
know where
it's
this
fine.
is going?
No. I don't. That's why I asked. I don't know why the first result on freaking Google with Safe Search turned on it was for this image. It was on a porn site, but there it is. Why do you hate black people?
Because you're
Do
racist.
I then explain this? I'm racist. It was literally that comic. It happened with Nick Fuentes. I think that, and it's the thing about masculinity, right? I do think women want a man to be real with them. They don't think they do, because they say like, oh, I want a man to be nice, and they do want a man to be nice, but they also
No, they want a man to
generally
be
speaking,
mannerly, but not
they-
nice.
Right, mannerly, yeah, to be have a good manner. But the comic appears to be true in the Fuentes situation.
It's funny because
Too bad he's gay. Yeah.
I mentioned that in my video, the one that I'm working on now, is that women say all this crap, but women do not want freedom, independence, and equality. Women want to be told what to do.
Yeah.
That if you're a man and you tell a woman, listen here, I'm the man, you're the woman, I hold the reins of power here, shut your noise hole and obey me.
Yeah.
Women will look at you and just like, oh, a bunch of people will go like, oh, you're such an asshole. There's a bunch of other women inside their head are fucking you. Guarantee you. I'll bet my life on it.
Oh, for sure. Neon Suspender says it was fresh and fit. Yeah, I wasn't going to react to it because I don't really care. But it was just interesting to see. Like, Fuentes even said that.
I would go, if I was ever on that show, I would say horrible things.
Well, he talked about how much he liked Hitler. So, I mean, what are you going to do that's worse?
No, that's like obvious cringe shit. Like, yeah.
But you know what I mean? Okay, like, I'm just saying.
Ooh, I like the Nazis too. They had swanky uniforms. Like, who cares? Like, it's not really based. I mean, yes, the SS had swastikas and cool uniforms. True.
They had cool uniforms. Hugo Boss, man.
Yeah, because
anyway.
Hugo Boss did have swanky uniforms. You gotta give him credit. They at least had style.
Oh, okay. Back to the bins.
Mad, and I'm like, imagine waking up being President Biden. You're too old still. The economy sucks. The border's open. Your son's a mess. What about that grandchild you don't claim? He broke royal protocol with King Charles. Every way he turns, he does something wrong. He is allowed to get mad. I do at 3 small kids who do very little.
Okay, no, go back. No. Everyone else is allowed to get angry at him because he does that shit. He's not allowed to get angry. That doesn't make any sense,
What are
you
you
dissy blonde
talking
bint.
about? Yeah, like people getting mad at him when walking in front of the king.
That doesn't make any
Trump
sense.
did that for that's people getting mad at him. That's not an example of him getting. Oh my god, I don't think she can actually process logic.
Well, she is a woman, so.
Like she has no. It's like, hang on, lady. People being mad at Biden is not the same thing as Biden being an angry, mad person. Don't ask her.
That didn't
how
even
she
make
would
any
feel if she
sense.
Don't ask her how she would feel if she didn't eat breakfast this morning. Is all I'll say.
Notion that the economy is in bad shape. It's not.
No.
That's not true.
What?
And we are helping
No, but
Ukraine.
that's a headline.
What?
The woman who just said that is a headline. That is a headline. Absolutely. Just not for the reasons you think.
Joy's rich. She would have no freaking idea if the economy was in shambles. By the way, if she does know, what a vile lie. Even your stupid audience of middle-aged women knows that's true. Because they can feel it.
Not true.
Because the cost of cat food, or that the economy being bad is true. And that her saying it's a lie is a falsity.
Oh, yeah.
Because they can tell the cost of cat food's gone up. Okay?
Oh, you're such a
The
bitch.
right wing in this country doesn't want to help Ukraine. I mean, I've never seen such a lack of patriotism in my life.
What's his name? Because the last guy.
I think it's
What did you say? Hang on. My brain
The
like shut down
right
there for a second.
wing don't want
did
to
you say
help
about the
Ukraine. Like,
Ukraine?
yes, we're not a fan of sending endless amounts of freaking money into the most
called it
corrupt
a
country in all of Europe. But yeah.
And then she quoted a lack of patriotism? Let me just hear that again. Sorry, run
me a
that by
sec.
me again, Joy.
But the right wing in this country doesn't want to help Ukraine. I
Okay.
mean, I've never seen such a lack of patriotism in my life.
How is it patriotism to support another country? What? To aid another country with shit that has nothing to do with us. In reality, now, that's the claim, is it doesn't have anything to do with us. The reason we're involved, and the reason this happened in the first place, is in large part due to Biden meddling in the country and using it as his personal piggy bank. Huh. We'll get to some Ukraine stuff, because holy crap.
But because the last guy.
I think it's important to know.
She won't even say Trump's name. She does it all the time. She won't ever say Trump's name. She always calls him the last guy.
Perception matters
Or the
with the
other guy.
economy, and like consumer prices have been up 15% over the last 2 years. If people go to the store,
Consumer prices up 2%. But remember, Alyssa here is supposed to be the conservative, so she's supposed to push back on them. It's more than 2%. Consumer prices are up 2%. I guarantee she gets that figure from a very broad estimate that looks at absolutely everything that exists.
Aiden,
So
she
something's
pushes
probably-
about as hard as a 125-pound Asian man could do with a 400-pound black woman.
Oh, I know, but that's why she's on the show, so they can say like, oh, well, we're the View, because we have all kinds of points of view. Get it? We're the View. We've got a conservative woman on here and everything. Okay.
In the world,
And it's- that doesn't
we have
change how-
overcome inflation
because
better
of the
than any
pandemic
country
also.
in Europe.
No, you haven't.
What? She just said eggs are up 15% as a single example. And yeah, eggs have been a big one that people, because eggs, it's a staple. When eggs are up 15%, people can't afford to buy fucking eggs. It's a really big issue, right?
Yeah.
And I think they're actually up more than that, by the way.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Still, and then what the fuck is Joy saying? Oh, best economy in the world. Okay. Yeah,
That's not
not
saying
so
much.
great right now, though. Yeah.
Since the pandemic.
I'm just saying, I think for
Oh,
people
blame
who
the
are, like,
pandemic.
struggling
Blame the
to afford
pandemic.
to make ends meet, it's not good to just go out and say, oh, the economy is good. Look at how much
No, but,
better.
but then don't blame somebody who shouldn't be getting the blame.
Don't blame Biden. Oh my god. So, okay, did you hear that? Did you see what just happened there? Joy
I
then
did.
admits. Jason just tacitly admitted. Yeah, actually,
It is bad. Don't blame
I am
Biden.
behind. It is fucking bad. But don't blame Biden. Don't blame Biden. I'm so turned on by him getting angry.
This woman is so
credit when
fucking
it's good
stupid.
and it's
I
little
know.
their part, and they get credit when it's bad and it's not
We
always
did have a pandemic that we haven't had over like in 100 years. So,
Yeah, it's
so
just
we
a
have to
common
put it
thing.
into
The
context.
pandemic was fucking ages ago, you dumb bitch.
Why was the economy better under Trump?
Tax break, sorry.
But the pandemic started during Trump's presidency.
And even then, the recovery was still better under him. Also, here's
Thing
why.
is a
Two
driver
things.
of
Cut regulations, cut taxes, and most importantly, make energy domestic production.
Yeah, the one thing that they always try to pivot to here with the economy stuff is they go like, oh well, jobs are up. You know, we've created 1 billion jobs. They don't talk about unemployment though. And by the way, at some point,
labor force participation rates.
that's labor force participation is the most important one because at some point, unemployment is a very specific category. It's people who are usually it implies people who are like looking for work or
Yeah.
temporarily between jobs, not people who are not ever looking for a job again.
Yep.
So either retired people or people who just are needs, right? Who are not looking for a job. They're just living on the government dole, right?
Yeah.
They don't count those people. So they say, oh, Biden made 8 million new jobs. No, he brought jobs back that were closed during the pandemic. I hate that shit. But they can't play that with the cost of goods because that's something that everyday Americans feel viscerally.
Inflation. It's not just from the pandemic era, but I had a broader point beyond the fact that the economy is not exactly
That was
golden.
supposed to be a joke, and it really hung on here too long.
Was it a joke? No, the only thing.
No,
I
the
actually
joke is the
totally
fact
buy
that
this
all of you have a
reporting 'cause
fucking
we've seen
TV
it come out
show.
on the campaign
Yeah.
trail. Like Biden
Yeah,
can
true.
have a quick fuse temper. I don't want to see my politicians mad when they're running for re-election. I personally think Trump versus Biden is like the rematch from hell, and I want anyone to come in and be inspiring and hopeful.
Well, wasn't Trump
it's a job.
I like Trump. I think he's inspiring and hopeful.
I do too, and
I think he's great.
As well. A whole bunch of people think he's inspiring and hopeful as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
From the Trump playbook, I don't want two white men shouting at each other.
White men have to come back. White men. This is the
Cringe
conservative voice on The View, of course, like I said.
Year and a half until the
He doesn't shout when he does a president. He has not shouted.
What the white men shout as much as black men do.
I would love to get this woman in a one-on-one.
Says is that he does tend to be very intense with his staffers and interrogate.
She is going with the same fucking weird pivot. Weird. I keep saying the word pivot. Weird, like, move here of being like, oh, no, he's just direct with them.
No,
just
he's not.
direct with his staff. No, he's mad because he's confused because he has dementia.
His staffers, and some of his staffers feel like if he doesn't pay you that attention, that means he doesn't think you're doing a good job.
That's
No, because he doesn't remember you.
That's not what they even said in the report, though. They said he yells at them.
Because he's
Not
old
that he
and
doesn't
stupid.
pay you attention. Yeah, that he calls you fucking stupid. Not that he's not paying you enough attention. Real interesting that Sonny's choice here is to be like, oh well, the staffers are the ones really at fault. Yeah,
To be fair,
it's
I
really
think
their problem.
actually think she's the worst one of the lot.
Sonny.
Mm.
In this situation, I think it's hard to do worse than Joy, but just considering Joy talking about how she got turned on by it.
I can't. I expect her to say stupid shit. She's old as fuck, but like Sonny, oh my god, like
Sonny's awful.
I want to do things that I can't say on stream.
We heard that Obama was screaming and yelling
forget
at
it.
people. Forget about it. And I do think that anger
We didn't like
is
that either.
wasted
Listen, you would never have
emotion.
heard it because people spent 8 years in shock that he was actually president.
Exactly.
Oh come on.
What does that even mean?
Means he's black.
If he had been yelling at people, you wouldn't have heard about it because people were too in shock that he was actually president. How does that make any
Can we just be brutally honest here for a second? If Obama was white, he would have never been president.
Of course not.
No,
That was
he's
his whole
black is the only
platform.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in half, and he was a decent speaker when you put him in front of a
teleprompter, yeah.
teleprompter, but only when you put him in front of a teleprompter.
That's because he would say something and then stare off into space for half an hour, like he just said something incredibly
Like he said something
profound.
really poignant. Oh, it's a
Yeah.
very, really, really simple stratagem,
Yeah.
But it certainly makes people think he just said something really poignant because he stops and just stares, and looks
Yeah.
stern.
Yeah. Look, I
Yeah,
can
but
look
take it-
majestic by actually just doing fuck all.
Take him off the teleprompter. on
He's
the
an
other
idiot.
hand, And you get this. We're about done with this, so you get the idea. I just wanted the worst part is I just wanted to show you Joy Behar's
A bunch of
interesting
stupid bitches.
reaction. Yeah, I got another view clip though.
If you want America to stay strong and respected, then we can't have a commander-in-chief who suggests that it's okay to torture people, that suggests that we should ban entire religions from our country. We can't afford a commander-in-chief who insults POWs or attacks. No, wait. Hold up. Hey, hold up.
Just hold up.
Hey! Hold up!
There you go. There's that excellent elocution. Obama. Yeah.
Here's the thing. If that happened...
Oh, Trump said he wouldn't say hold up, first of all.
No. I don't think this would ever happen at a Trump rally.
No, it wouldn't.
Because Trump is way too base for that kind of
But
shit.
Trump, if people did start getting rowdy, like remember,
I think everyone else would get more upset with it. I don't think Trump would need to do anything. He would like, well, shut up, let him talk.
yeah, like there was the one time where they threw the guy out, right? There was some guy who was causing a bunch of shit at the Trump rally, and he had him thrown out. Let's see. I don't know what I'd look up for that. But it was like, yeah, the whole crowd started to like freak out at this guy,
Crazy man rally.
and Trump was, yeah. This is it. I think this is it. No, it was another one. It was a dude, I think, but I don't know. this is when people did show up to Trump, because it's of course mostly vast majority Trump.
That's all right.
The face, bro.
Now get her out.
So like the whole crowd takes over.
Yeah, see, Obama could
get her out of here.
Obama can't control the crowd. The crowd just does what, just like what. I mean, she's got a Trump hat on, but I'm guessing she was a plant. You know what I mean? She's just like, oh, I'll buy this knockoff hat, right? Not an official one to be in the crowd and pretend to be one of them and sneak in and ruin it, you know, or whatever. Anyhow, different, very different. I'll just put it that way. So here's another thing of the View on Joe Biden.
Maureen Dowd wrote an op-ed accusing President Biden of callously, I don't know what that says.
Oh, really?
What does that say?
Wow.
I know. I don't know what it says. Well, he was...
Scarring.
Scarring? Okay.
The child's life.
Really? I don't know. I'm just so confused.
Oh, so, scarring one of his grandchildren's lives by not publicly embracing her. So apparently, his son had a baby with a woman. They've fought about it, and
yeah, the stripper. Yeah, I think so.
He pays for the baby, but he has not embraced the child. So
yeah, because it's a child he had with a prostitute or something, you know?
With a stripper.
Yeah.
Mm.
A lot of times there's, you know, if you're doing stripping, you're probably doing sex work too. Not necessarily, but, you know.
Maureen Dowd is saying it's bad for the child that the president has not acknowledged her. So
that's why he paid you to shut up. Because it makes his son look bad. Not like he needs any help. I mean, you know, he's got a laundry list of shit that makes him look bad.
Yeah, he doesn't exactly need help on that front.
No, of course, because you have to understand that this is a quid pro quo, right? I'm gonna pay for your kid. Shut up. I don't know if he directly said it to her, but that's obviously the thing. Meanwhile, Trump is like, multiple women, the crazy bitch, what's her name? The actual lunatic lady who says that he molested her at the Bergdorf's or whatever.
Yeah, I know. I can't remember her name now. Ask the chat. The chat will remember.
Yeah, I'm sure the power of collective autism will save me. But
Chad, what was the name of the woman? The crazy.
I just saw her name.
I just saw her name
today because she's back in the news. Legitimately lives in the woods in like a weird gnome house. He pays her to shut up, and which is the same kind of thing, and has paid other people to shut up. And Stormy Daniels, right? That's terrible. That's terrible. How dare Trump? Biden essentially does the same thing. Here's some money. Go away. Don't talk about the fact that you had a child with my son, with my crackhead son. Yeah, no, that's great. Oh, the only problem is that, well, why doesn't Biden want to address it? Because it was a quid pro quo.
Jean Carroll, there you go. Thank you, Chad.
Oh yeah, Jean Carroll. Yes, thank you, Lamented Guide.
I kind of think, well, she should be.
You lost me at what you think. You don't think shit.
The son, whose baby it is. It's not the president's baby, so I don't know what you think, but I'm throwing.
Oh, always the maneuver. Well, it's not Biden, it's his son. Why do we care about his son? You brought it up.
I agree with you completely.
You're the one who brought this whole shit up.
It shouldn't have been directed to Joe Biden. It should be directed to Hunter Biden.
Every time.
It's 5 children, not 4, Hunter, because this is not Joe Biden's baby. And I think it's very hard for Joe Biden to be a grandfather to the child if his son is not being a father. He can talk to his child.
Hunter Biden's not being a father to his child because he's out of his mind on coke, which is facilitated by his father, who is the president of the United States. And like I said,
Joe Biden's
he painted
president?
Yeah. This whole
Are you
thing,
sure?
why does she want... It's so bizarre that they're like, oh, this has nothing to do with Joe Biden. It has nothing to do with him at all. Yes, it does, and you know it. Come on. This is not it's not a normal family in many ways. This is not a normal situation, okay?
He can advise Hunter, but look, what is absolutely evident to me is that
These people are more incestuous than fucking royals.
Decided to weaponize Hunter Biden against his dad.
Yeah.
And everything and
What?
anything Hunter does.
No, wait, go back to that. Did you say weaponize Hunter against his father? Bitch, no one is trying to do that. They're just trying to point out that the family is dysfunctional and fucked up, whereas with Trump's one is not, and you people made him seem to think it was some fucking horror thing.
Family constantly.
Yeah, exactly.
The things they said about Melania. I mean, like, she's nothing. She never really even said anything. And
They're just jealous because she's hot as fuck.
Oh, they're clearly. Yeah, she's a supermodel. Well,
yeah, of course.
But she's a model, you know. And,
yeah.
and she's extremely
gorgeous.
attractive. And they have very attractive kids.
Yeah.
You know. And there's no scandals with the kids.
Yes.
But they still were fucking.
Clearly got good genes. Have you seen how fucking tall Barron is? Jesus Christ, he's like 6'8".
Barron for
Fucking
falling
huge.
asleep in 2016 when he was like what, 12, 13?
Yeah, something
I
like
didn't know
that.
he was that old. Like he was a kid, and it was like 1 a.m. during the middle of because it was after midnight. You know, I know it was after midnight. He might have even been younger than that. And they like were like, oh wow, Barron can't even stay up through his dad's win because he's a child, and it's late, and it's been a very very stressful day. You know what I mean? Oh my god.
Weaponized.
Maureen Dowd at the New York Times.
Yeah, she's a very serious person.
I will preface this. It makes me uncomfortable even to talk about, and you guys know I have a sister who's a recovering addict. I couldn't have more sympathy for the struggles that come with that. I also have estrangement in my family. I can't have a birthday pass or a holiday that I don't think of the phone call I'm not receiving that day.
Because you're estranged from your dad.
I'm estranged from my father, and I can't pretend to know what's going on.
Oh, tugging the heartstrings.
Oh no, never mind. It's just like that explains it. Daddy issues every time. Every time, daddy issues. Women who have daddy issues always. I mean, like it's like a almost prerequisite to being a leftist. Well, I don't know if it's like a prereq to being a leftist, but I'll put it this way: there are no women who. Very, very few at least. Women who are leftists, who are, even though she's not supposed to be one, who are leftists, who do not also have some kind of daddy hang up. You know what I mean?
You mean like the feminist fucking thing I showed you about the woman yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, as soon as I read that, I went like, oh, this explains why you were like...
every time.
It's really fucked up.
Every time. Every single time.
Every time.
On with the child, but I know that someday she will be old enough to read and hear the speeches where he says, my 6 grandchildren, and just leaves out that there's the 7th. If he could even just change that language to me, that would be enough, because I don't know what's going on behind.
He
I don't
will
think you know
never
much of
accept
anything.
that child. He's not going to, because
Yes.
it's an embarrassment
It's
on
an
his
embarrassment
family.
to your family. Yeah, what the... How do you not know that, Alyssa?
It's the same reason he just lies about shit with Hunter, and everyone refuses. All of them involved with this refuse to address his obvious cocaine addiction. Dear God.
Behind closed doors, but she will someday be old enough to know that he was choosing to reject her and not acknowledge her as his child.
I'm sort of split on this because I hate this for that child. You're not asked to be brought into the world. It's just a circumstance, you know? And apparently this was more of a one-night stand. It wasn't like they had a relationship. He was in the throes of addiction when this woman became pregnant. And she is posting pictures of the baby, like with an Air Force One cap and at the Jefferson Memorial. And
We're criticizing the mother now. Not something I thought you were allowed to do.
Isn't that for abortion or some shit?
No, because they're gonna shit talk the mom, essentially, right? Well, you can't really do that, so because it cannot be Hunter Biden's or Joe Biden's fault whatsoever, right?
Ever, no.
She is sort of trying to, I don't know, wedge herself into the family, and I don't think that's the right way to do it. And
Of course, right. Well, you know why she's doing that. She's not trying to wedge herself into the family. She wants money and attention, obviously. But it can't. Again, if Trump had this happen, he had or even one of his kids. If Don Jr. had a child with a strepper, holy shit,
Trump would probably disavow him.
Trash. I know. I mean, they talk so much trash about the fact that Trump had affairs with porn stars and stuff. Which they weren't. I don't even think he was married when he was fucking Stormy Daniels. You know,
Did you see that clip of him with? I think it was when Barron was like really, really small, and he says to him with Melania, "It's like no drinking, no drugs, no tattoos, get A's."
Yep.
Like that's his message to the kid is like, don't do following. I'm like, wow, he actually sees like a normal father that just says like, don't do dumb shit. And look at all of his kids. None of his kids have drinking problems. None of them have any drug problems. None of them go around fucking strippers. Yeah. Oh,
I mean,
Republicans are
but,
horrible, evil thing. Yeah, but
it's Trump's one vice is clearly the sex.
Trump has two vices: women and fast food.
Yeah. The fast food thing, that's part of his hypochondria, though.
Yeah, because he's a germaphobe.
Yeah.
That's not a bad vice to have, by the way. If those are your two worst vices, you'd be alright.
No, your two worst vices is that you like to have sex with beautiful women, and now you're married to a beautiful woman. I have no reason to believe he's still having a bunch of affairs like he did when he was younger.
Yeah.
But you like to have sex with beautiful women, and you like to eat fast food. Oh my God.
Yeah. What an asshole having sex with beautiful women and eating food. What a dickhead.
Meanwhile, Hunter Biden is
smoking Parmesan
on the floor, smoking Parmesan.
I smoke models, you smoke crack.
Issue, and I think that the president
Cope harder, bitches.
His family so
no,
much.
he doesn't.
Lucy Lemon Bug says, is she saying they should have aborted her? Lol. She might be.
Probably.
That might be. That might be it. Is that like, well, don't try to insert yourself into the family. You should have had an abortion. She did not. She's not
God,
said that.
family insert so many jokes.
Really implied it.
So many jokes.
But she might think that. I don't know. I don't think she's made that clear. But
I think it's just following what his son has
from his
set in motion.
Yeah.
Well, and how do you?
The hard part is you have both parents kind of weaponizing the child, because I know that Hunter Biden is like denying the child his name, which may make sense because they were never together. I don't.
Excuse me? Isn't it fascinating to you to watch a bunch of feminists
try to defend him?
All of a sudden absolve a man of his responsibility to take care of a child.
I'm not surprised.
Instantly, when it's the son of the Democrat president.
Go on.
Well, they were only together for a minute, so, she can't... Why would he let the child have his name? Why would he be in their life?
Women are full of shit, Hayden.
What are you... coming from a bunch of fucking feminists who... if it was any other guy, you'd be like, he needs to not only pay the money. If it's a regular
deadbeat
dude,
son of a bitch.
A deadbeat dad, he needs to be in that child's life if she wants it, and then if she doesn't, then he needs to get out of that child's life because it's always what she wants, right? Because the child is an extension of the woman and not not the product of two people. Whatever. Again, it's just funny to watch them just boom like that. No, actually, come on, she's being ridiculous. What do you mean? They were on together for like a day or something. So why should the child have his name? Because it's his child. It's his child. That's why it should have his name. I don't know if it's a girl or a boy. I think girl.
Understand, but they're fighting legally. The mom's posing the child with all these caps. The sad part here is the child is the innocent victim here that didn't make any choice and is having to suffer as a result. The only time I think President Biden doesn't need to overstep his son. I like that part, but I don't know why they go out of their way to say 6 grandchildren or 4 kids. When my parents talk about me, they say, we love all our kids. We love our grandbabies.
Oh my God. We love all of our... just whatever. It's pathetic to watch them cover for him like this.
I've never seen them numerically repeat over and over. I like 3 kids. I like 4 of this.
Oh, I forgot about that, Gary Thomas. Yeah, thank you, Gary. I totally forgot about that. Aiden, I have to correct you. Gary Thomas says for 10 on one thing. The most serious scandal with Trump's kids was when his son Eric had an extramarital affair that led to a divorce, and that's about it, to be honest. I mean, yeah, that's not...
I didn't remember that.
I didn't... I remember hearing about it. Which is... I mean, I guess the difference is that Trump... That was what they always complained about him over, was that he was not presidential. He talked about grabbing women by the pussies and shit like that. And he fucked porn stars and shit. I'm not saying there's necessarily like good things, but
I don't really care that he did that, by the way, because let's be brutally honest for a second. Women, if you have money, will let you do that shit.
And I also have to say, like, I don't approve of that kind of behavior. I don't approve of Eric cheating on his wife. But I mean, unfortunately, like that's normalized in society to an extreme degree. So
yeah, look at Bill Clinton.
It's
Actually, in Clinton's case, I wouldn't blame him.
Oh yeah, look at who he's married to.
Yeah, exactly. I think with Clinton, it's like fucking mandatory to keep saying.
Yeah, you have to. You can't.
Yeah, I don't actually. The fact that he did that is kind of base because Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that is like the one thing I will say to like Bill Clinton fucked around Hillary Clinton. Oh, that's based. Yeah, that bitch is fucking crazy. Understandable, Bill. Don't worry about it.
You know,
the Lolita Express one is maybe a bit cringe, but if you wanted to,
yeah. I was watching a little documentary that this guy Jay Aubrey put together. If you've never heard of him, Jay Aubrey, just the letter J and Aubrey, I think he does like documentary style videos. I really like the editing. I've kind of ripped off his style a little bit on some things.
on the video you have on the website.
What?
The democracy one.
Oh no!
What do you mean in your videos?
Just in my videos, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I like
Excuse
the
me.
style he puts. I don't his editing is way better than because he uses Adobe Premiere. I can tell, and I don't. So much obviously way slicker editing. But he does like documentaries about internet stuff, like just events and things. And he covered the Steven Crowder thing, and just the sort of downfall of Crowder in general. And I think that the thing with Crowder was Crowder's personal hypocrisy on that, right? Crowder constantly talked about the sanctity of marriage. And, you know, that he and his wife are both virgins, and that was very important. And then, you know, like, just seeing him treat his wife that way, excuse me. I think when you have personally stated something about your views on marriage, and then you violate that, then it's more of a problem. Whereas, like, I don't know. I also think there's a big difference between having an affair and getting a divorce from your wife, and fucking a stripper and having a child out of wedlock with a woman that you knew for like one day. Do you know what I mean? I do think maybe in terms of the morality, which one do you think's worse? Is it worse to cheat on your wife and then get a divorce, moralistically speaking, or is it worse to have sex with a stripper, impregnate her, and the stripper that you are never gonna see again, and then just kind of never see the child again? And totally, I think that the latter was worse, but I think they're both kind of shit. I do think the latter is worse, though. Because then,
yeah,
presumably Crowder's going to be involved with his children, right?
Yeah, I think for moral reasons, the first one is worse. But in an overall situation, I think the second one is worse because it involves a child.
Because of the involvement of a child, I think, right? Like I don't know. Did Eric have children with that wife that he cheated on? I think once you bring kids into it, the morality of something is
skewed.
I think once you bring kids, it's because kids are so
it's
so easy to they need two parents, right?
Yeah, they do.
So I think option 2 is worse. I don't approve of Eric Trump cheating on his wife, but I think fucking a stripper, impregnating her, and then being like, bye, bitch, is a little. I don't want to see that kid ever again. Is a little bit worse. Yeah, just saying. I do think it's worse because it involves a child. So.
The reason that's happening is because the right wing, who again is weaponizing everything related to Hunter, keeps asking, so how many children do you have, Mr.
No, it's
grandchildren do you have?
Key Jong tea time. If you think Hunter saw the stripper only once, you're delusional. I don't know how many times he saw her. That's what Anna Navarro said.
It's not speeches he delivered.
Maybe Maureen Dowd should find something else to write about.
Yeah, write about something else.
I'm sorry. You know, these things are, for me, when you start talking about people's families and what they're doing, I find it unnecessary. This is not anybody's business. Nobody needed to know about this. No. This
really? So what? Did you do that with Trump's family? No, you didn't. You full of shit bunch of bitches.
Oh, how quaint. How quaint. Oh. Yeah, no one needs to know about this, but you dug into every iota of Trump's personal life, man. Dude, what the hell?
And I know people feel like you need to know everything. I'm sorry, you don't. You need to know not...
Didn't Hunter sleep with his dead brother's wife? Allegedly, yes.
Almost
yeah, which one's worse there? Holy shit.
We don't need to know that, yes. What we do need to know is that whose Chinese monkey was he smoking, and where did he get money from Ukraine and China from? We need to know that. Apparently you don't know,
why
Whoopi.
it matters, Whoopi, is because Biden has used his political influence for decades now
To enrich his family.
to prop up his crackhead son, get him into positions of power at an energy company in Ukraine, cover up illegal shit he's done, use his political influence to make sure that, again, just recently, he caught off with basically nothing. I don't even think he got a misdemeanor for throwing a gun that he had illegally into a dumpster behind a school.
Yeah.
That's the problem, Whoopi, is
The
that
regime
Biden
is
has
so
used
corrupt, it's
his
not even funny.
influence that Biden, and the problem is not, it's not Biden, it's not Joe Biden doing these things, it's his son. Joe Biden has used his influence to cover this up, to make the things go away, to put Hunter into positions where he could make money in a corrupt energy company in Ukraine. That's the problem. And that's why it's people's business, because Joe Biden allows for this shit to happen. If you wanted to make it not our business, right? Not the business of the American people, then Joe Biden should have cut Hunter out of his life. Or just let him deal with the consequences of his actions. But of course he can't do that. Because Hunter's his reroll on Bo. God damn.
Anything about people.
But I do feel like if it was Trump, we would talk about it, is the thing. If
Thank
Trump had a
you.
grandkid, he wasn't acknowledged. We'll talk about when he didn't acknowledge Tiffany very
Well,
much.
I will say...
Do you hear their responses? Well, he probably does. So yeah, you gossip about that. I love how the tacit admission that by the way, he does. Okay.
Will say, when they are grown kids, you can talk about it. Yeah. But this is a baby.
It's a baby.
She has no business doing it. She has made this a problem. Not Hunter, not
Can you
this
believe it?
woman. She's made it a problem.
They've settled the issue.
Because they've...
Yeah, but they didn't settle the issue until last week. They were in a legal...
God damn, these bitches are full of shit.
Can you believe it? All these women are siding against the woman.
The crackhead.
All these feminists are siding against the
How
woman,
much are
siding
you
with the
getting paid
crackhead.
to say this shit?
I mean, that's why I want to say this. It's
Christ.
astonishing. I love to see it. I love to see the hypocrisy on full ass display.
Let's fight until last week. So let's
But
see
she
what
wrote
happens
it anyway.
now.
She wrote it anyway.
Yeah.
And to me, I feel like you should wait and see what's going to happen. Because now you're kind of going to look a little weird if they have dealt with it and fixed it, and now he...
And by the way, if he reaches out to the grandma...
Wait, let me tell you something, Whoopi. You're going to go on a live show, right? Or not live, but you're going to be recorded in the fucking studio. You've got a microphone. You've got a lavalier microphone taped to your fucking shirt. Don't wear a bunch of beads that are going to hit together right in front of the mic. It's really jarring. Sorry, just pet peeve. That really annoyed me. Did you hear that?
No.
Oh, this is the little jangling. Here, listen to it again. You'll hear it.
It's a baby.
She has no business doing it. She has made this a problem. Not Hunter, not this woman.
Do you hear it now?
She's
There's one
made
little
it a
bead.
problem Because they've...
Yeah, but they didn't settle the issue until...
It was annoying to me.
I heard it, but I'm not as twinged as you.
It triggered me.
A little bit.
Speaking of The View, though, this is unrelated to the Biden stuff, but it's a quick aside, is that they're going to be joined by an excellent journalist to add more credibility to The View, Geraldo Rivera. It's gonna be on The View this week. Just thought... And by the way, if you're not familiar, Geraldo Rivera was fired from Fox News.
I wonder why.
And is taking up new residence at The View, at least for just one day. Maybe we'll make it permanent. I don't know. You just have to identify as a woman, Geraldo. So this is some good news, though, related to Biden, is that a Trump judge has slapped down Biden admin's last attempt to censor Americans. We talked about this before. The TLDR, though, is that the Biden campaign wanted to be in it, to have access to social media's private information, to spy on people. More, I mean, they already do, but more directly, right?
Rothschild says Donald Trump is threatening to destroy the New World Order. If that's an endorsement, fucking hell, I can't get a better one than that.
Right. According to the Washington Post, the Trump-appointed judge clarified that the state prohibits activities defendants already don't have the right to do, namely pressure social media companies to removing speech that works against what they want to accomplish. It isn't more complicated than that. Yeah, you can't. I mean, it's ridiculous that this was a question in the first place. It's ridiculous that the Biden administration was essentially trying to sue Twitter into being like, yeah, but you have to delete the things that I don't like. I mean, that worked under the previous owner, didn't it? That's why you're mad. I mean, that's all it is, really. But it's been temporarily struck down. We'll see. It's not permanently struck down. Then they will go heavy and hard with this. Because, of course, that's all it's about, is that Twitter used to do whatever the government told them to do. And we know this because of the Twitter files. We know this definitively for a fact. That they would get messages from people involved in the government, and they'd say, hey, remove this post that has 6 views on it, even. Just because it was not helpful to the regime. So there's one small mercy in this, when we're talking about the...
Oh, God.
This week in Biden. This, not so good. Biden to send thousands of cluster bombs to Ukraine despite them being against U.S. law and banned in 120 countries a year after Jen Psaki said using them, quote, would potentially be a war crime.
Yeah, but only if the Russians use them.
Only if the Russians use them. I'm going to hit some super chats here because I actually have quite a few. Kissa for £5. Oh, sorry. Let me go back. Yes, sorry. And... Oh. Okay. Redneck Ram for 10 says, Spoon Daddy can't do a proper Southern accent. You don't have enough Southern cred. Southerners unite. Let's go. Ooh woo, Spoon. Yeah, thank you, Redneck Ram.
Ooh woo.
Spoon's also excited, as you can see.
Do I even need to be here for this? Apparently not. Aiden just presses that one button.
DRTS King for 2 says, Spoon's gay accent is Gus' normal speech pattern. Common People for £5 says, I have the stream playing in the background and vaguely heard multiple ooh-woos. What have I done? I won, but at what cost? Well, yeah, at what cost?
Ooh-woo.
I'm going to beat you. I'm going to get Bill to crush your tiny Welsh skull.
No, not my tiny Welsh skull. Rick for 2 says, Spoon makes a good Gilbert Dowtreve accent.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is either. Thank you, Rick, though.
I'll find out who it is and then see if I can do their accent.
Oh, this guy from King of the Hill. Yeah. Hang on. Let's see.
As long as it isn't Dale.
No, it's not Dale. Can I just find a clip? Oh, is that Luann's dad then or something?
I don't know.
Or is Bill Dowtreve?
I want to find out who it is.
Yeah, let me find it. Hang on, it's difficult for me to spell this name because I'm not. Let's see if it sounds.
Show me Rouser doing a miscellaneous accent for the rest of the day.
No, don't do that.
Why not?
Oh, this guy. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Bill. What are you doing?
Crushing Welsh skulls.
He's crushing my
Good.
Welsh skull. He came up here just to do it.
Good. Base Bill.
I'm Gilbert Fontaine de la Tour d'Autrive.
Oh God, that is what you sound like. Holy shit.
The man of the house.
It's exactly that.
And he is in a Southern gentleman.
Gribble.
The last remaining Goatreve male. Or should I say...
That's exactly what you sound like, dude, bro.
That's exactly the kind of man I sound like.
Cold War
Oh,
for 5
dear
says,
God, Aiden, don't ever show that again.
Cold War for 5 says, with voices and heel turns like these, I can see how Hitler came to power. God, I hate these women so much sometimes.
That's pretty base super chat, actually.
Kessa for £5 says, imagine a bunch of women who know nothing about economics thinking the economy is good. How can anyone name a female economist? No, I can't, but...
That's a good point. I actually can't.
I only know a couple economists, though, in general, so...
All the economists that I know are all men.
Yeah, and every economist I know is a man. I don't know. I actually really don't know if I've ever even...
I can't even think of a single female economist, yeah.
Like, listen to one talk or anything. I don't know. Interesting, that.
I don't even like listening to women talk. They tend to annoy the shit out of me.
Kizza for £5 says, speaking of Obama and his Biden... and Biden voters are all R-worded, retarded. Why did I censor myself? It's not like I've done any censoring tonight. See, well, here, enjoy all. All right, let's see. What do we?
Are you saying that Hunter should not pay child support? That is indeed what she is saying. $5 from Mr. Dreadnought. The levels of denial about where the cocaine in the White House came from, rather those regarding where the virus came from. Indeed. Except we know where the cocaine came from. It came from Hunter Biden's pockets.
Yeah.
I'm voting for Obama because he's going to lower my taxes.
Actually, he has promised to raise taxes at your income level.
Huh?
And he's just really, really fit to lead. And also body fit, too.
Well, I also support Obama because he's against corporate bailouts.
That is also not true.
I'm supporting Obama because he black.
Thank you. Thanks for just being honest. I always forget. What's the younger one's name? Huey and, what's his brother's name? Shit. Telling the truth, though. Riley, yeah.
And he's going to get the troops out of Afghanistan, right?
Also wrong.
Then what the fuck that nigga gonna do?
You should play what Uncle Ruckus said about Obama.
Let's see.
No.
Thank you, Kizza.
Yes.
Barack Obama is an evil man.
For 2, it says, are you saying Hunter should not pay child support? No, I'm saying he should pay child support, but these women seem to appear to think he shouldn't. Yeah. And Dreadnought for 5 says, the levels of denial about where the cocaine in the White House came from rival those regarding where the virus came from. I know. It's been such a complete cluster. Galactic Emperor Shlurm for 5 says, Biden overseen the downfall of the American empire, and these women are worried about this kid affecting his legacy. Oh, I know. Yeah, you're... Trust me. That's not... Whatever. Like, Biden and the whole Biden family is not going to acknowledge the kid because they're a political dynasty. And it does affect, not his legacy, but it affects his family and what they're doing. Like, he does not want this child to get anything. You know, he doesn't want them legitimized because he doesn't want the child to receive anything from him beyond what he has to pay off the mom to shut up, essentially.
God, I would love to have Uncle Ruckus back right now. Oh my God, he would make such a good character in this timeline. Just go on the Breakfast Club. You ever heard him on the Breakfast Club?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't believe like Charlemagne got his ass kicked by a fucking cartoon character. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Like he just straight up says to him like, lobster, whatever you put in your greasy black mouth. It's like, fucking hell. This is so racist and it's great. He like straight up just says, when you just said like, I feel like racism as an all-time high, and he just says, you're gonna get me riled up right now. Like he just says he said the N-word is at an all-time high. It's not bigotry. It's
the N-word. Right.
Yeah,
who's saying it? I wonder.
Oh God, just listening to him talk. Like the thing is with the guy who plays Uncle Ruckus, he just straight up brings facts. Like he's actually politically aware, and when it's a character that isn't even real, you're a political hack, Charlemagne, and you're getting your ass kicked by a cartoon character. The actor's doing it to your face, and the cartoon character knows more about politics than you.
Yeah, I know. It's
fucking
fascinating.
right? Shit.
It's fascinating.
It's hilarious as hell, though.
Get that one. Kissa for 5
Bernie
ounces.
Sanders. Bernie Sanders.
You bitches need to accept the fact that you voted for a dementia-riddled old man who failed as a father to his son, who was a degenerate failure.
Black people need to die in decency and die by the age of 65.
Bruh. Very true, though, Kissa. DRT is King for 5 says, Mark Hamill tried to blackmail the baby mama of his illegitimate grandchild and delete said grandchild. I heard about that, but I don't know anything about that story. This Aztec-like sacrifice to the left is evil. Yeah. Interesting that. I didn't know. That's insane. Hazappa for 10 says, they cried about Trump giving his kids his business because it was a conflict of interest, but dismissed the sketchy business dealings of Hunter/Joe as a defense of Hunter and Joe being a loving father. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Yeah, Trump can't let his kids, have his businesses or have any stake in his businesses because that's a conflict of interest. But meanwhile, wow, it's Hunter who did that. Joe Biden had nothing to do with it. Even we know directly that he did. Fire the prosecutor, or you won't get the money, Well, son of a
bitch, he got fired.
He got fired.
It's unbelievable.
Huh? I know. And again, for people who don't remember, what that quote was in reference to was the Ukrainian government was investigating Mykola Zlochevsky, who was on the board of Burisma, the company that his son was working at.
Yeah.
So of course the whole thing was like, don't look into Burisma, because that's this lucrative little side hustle I got for my son, so he can stay in Ukraine and fuck whores while smoking crack.
I like the way that none of that is actually not true, but just the way you say that just sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think it is.
Yeah. You
but
sit here and smoke crack and fuck whores.
That's what he was doing.
Yeah, because it just sounds ridiculous. That actually is what he was doing.
Hunter Biden is very well situated to be serving on the board of an energy company, right?
He does have a lot of it.
That's on the crack. Pure Stress for 10 says, I don't think Crowder's a hypocrite because he hasn't refused to do any of the things he said. He values the issue is he has failed. What the issue is he has failed. What's this about cheating on his wife? I didn't say he was cheating on his wife. I said that he was abusive towards his wife. I brought it up because I was just saying it's another thing where it seems to be a conflict of interest. Because that was just my impression on it. I was just watching a documentary about it earlier today, so it was prescient in my mind. Of, I don't want to re-litigate the whole Crowder thing. We talked plenty about it, and I think we largely agreed on it, but we did disagree on some aspects too, I believe.
Yeah.
I just think I think it's difficult to talk about traditional family values and then tell your 8-month pregnant, your mom who's 8 months pregnant with twins to go out and get dog medicine and give it to the dog and get an Uber to go get to get him a steak and then from the grocery store and then come home and apply this flea medicine or whatever, this medicine to the dogs that is specifically not okay for pregnant women to handle. Just while you're sitting there smoking a cigar in front of her. Traditional family values. I'm just saying it was a bad look, right? A Dutchman for €6 or €6, excuse me, says, "Hi, Aiden and Spoon. Question for Aiden. I've heard you mention you're a Christian. Which denomination do you believe and why? I'd like to know. I'm a Catholic. I was like, my family's Lutheran, but I went to Catholic school, so I got used to it. And I went to a Catholic university, so yeah, I got used to it. It's just where I feel most comfortable. And I like the Mary stuff. I know some people really hate it, but not to get into a big theological debate about it. But yeah, Catholic. Porch for 2 says, the Welsh should fear the strong. True. The Went to Guide for 5 says, Garrett voice. It's, Garrett's voice, I think. Yeah, it's easy to see a keeper, especially one that does not.
No, that's Garrett from Thief.
Garrett from Thief. Yeah. Okay.
That is a very difficult voice to do.
I was gonna say, can you do it?
Yeah.
I know you like Thief.
Yes, but the voice is very gravelly.
True. Dreadnought for 5 says, he just hasn't acknowledged it because he hasn't gotten to sniffer and realize he's a member of the pack. Holy shit. True. Supreme Emperor Kizza for £5 says, how about this for a combo? Eric Cartman and Uncle Ruckus. Can you imagine them as president and second in command? Israel and Africa would not exist. Yes. Cole Summers for 5 says, they're lying to us. We know they're lying to us. They know they're lying to us. And they're still bloody lying to us. Yeah, exactly. And then Lucy Lemonbug for 5 says, Aiden, not only are you queen of the stream, you've got the brains to match. Ooh, woo. Hashtag not all women. Thank you, Lucy. It's very, very nice.
We have females in our chat?
Oh, woo.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty much my enthusiasm for that statement as well. No offense, Lucy. If you can recognize Aiden has brains, then you're already a cut above most women, so well done to you.
Well, thank you.
Yes, you're smart as well.
Back to the...
Smarter than I am, but Aiden will never admit it.
No.
Get the chat to admit it. Chat, admit that Aiden is smarter than I am. Make her ego grow.
Cluster munitions to Ukraine to help with its military pushback. Russian forces across the front lines, despite the ex-White House press secretary saying last year that Russia's use of the bombs was a war crime. The Biden admin has been weighing the decision as part of a new military package worth $800 million. What are we up to, by the way?
All of it.
Last I checked, it was like over 20 billion, wasn't it? Wasn't it over 100 billion? I think
It's over 100 billion.
It's over 100 billion.
Okay, with 20 billion, we'd be fucking smart and sitting
20
pretty.
Billion, whatever. I don't know why I said 20. Yeah, it's definitely over 100 billion. So here's just add another billion onto that, essentially. 5 days into the war, Psaki, then the White House press sec, was asked about the Russian use of cluster munitions. She
Wait,
said,
there's actually a statue about this guy?
Huh?
Sorry, I wanted to get a picture of a certain bishop in King Louis XIV's courtroom.
Glad you're on point. That you're paying attention to the stream.
Fuck you.
We have seen the reports. If they're true, could potentially be a war
saying about the
crime.
cluster bombs.
Yes, the White House is now
I'm
shifted
paying
its
attention.
position
I can freaking multitask. Thank you very
and
much.
is overruling a law which bans the transfer of cluster munitions with a failure rate of more than 1%. So, some with a higher failure rate will be sent to Ukraine. What?
It's almost like we're just trying to deplete ammunition at this point. I get the impression that's basically what we're trying to do. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
It's like, and I think again, 120 countries say these types of weapons are the use of these kinds of weapons are war crimes. Now, if you want to argue that Russia's committed a war crime, yeah, I think you could make that argument. Obviously, if you want to say that these kinds of munitions are war crimes, but if you're saying these kinds of use of these kinds of munitions are war crimes, and the Russians are using them, then it's a war crime. If you believe that, then why are you sending them to Ukraine?
Yeah.
Now you're doing a war crime.
Basically, all is fair is love and war, quite literally in this case. Yeah.
Right. That's it. All's fair in love and war, I suppose. When Joe Biden, the president, has a vested interest in this country because it's been his personal piggy bank.
Yeah. Well, God knows how many fucking years.
Yeah. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous.
Are we surprised?
Oh, yeah, it's later. Yeah. It's after this. Hang on. Another thing out of Ukraine. Documents reveal Biden's FBI colluded with compromised Ukrainian intelligence agency to censor Americans.
Really? No
GP lawmakers
shit.
released documents revealing that Biden's FBI colluded with the Security Service of Ukraine, SBU, to censor Americans online. The House Judiciary Committee highlighted the SBU's historical ties to Russia.
Surprise to no one.
I know. The KGB and the FSB. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the newly independent Ukrainian government established the SBU as a successor organization to the Soviet-era KGB, from which it inherited its original staff, structure, and modus operandi, the lawmaker said. According to House Judiciary Republicans...
So basically, it was just a KGB with just new management.
Yeah. The Ukrainian intelligence agency routinely sent Meta, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and other social media platforms spreadsheets containing thousands of accounts to delete. Based on a subset of subpoenaed documents, the reports detail how the Federal Bureau of Investigation colluded with the Security Service of Ukraine, an agency widely known to be infiltrated by Russian-aligned forces, by routinely sending social media platforms spreadsheets and other documents containing thousands of accounts to take down. In doing so, the FBI and SBU flagged authentic American accounts for removal, including a verified U.S. State Department account and those belonging to American journalists. The report also exposes how the FBI offered Facebook and Instagram legal cover to remove the SBU's flagged accounts. The House Judiciary said in a report obtained by the Gateway Pundit.
I get the impression they're kind of full of shit.
Yeah. New information highlights the FBI's unconstitutional role in enabling the SBU's censorship regime and raises grave concerns about the FBI's credibility, reliability, and competence as the nation's premier law enforcement organization. The coordination between the FBI, SBU, and American social media companies is substantial, and the full extent of the FBI's involvement with the SBU remains the subject of ongoing investigation. What the... Of course. Of course, though. They were... I mean... Wow, you have wrong thing. A foreign government, the security apparatus of a foreign government was going to supposedly privately owned, or depends on which company it is. But it's a private company, they can do what they want. Going to the FBI to tell those private companies that they can't do what they want.
Seems kind of hypocritical. What a bit.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. I'm infuriated by it. But of course, obviously this happens. Some examples of the accounts include a photographer working with a studio in New York, a manager of a moving company in South Carolina, a musician and vocalist based in Minnesota, professor at a university in California, and a children's book author living in Washington State. It was over 5,000 Facebook accounts.
You make it sound like you're surprised.
A little. I mean, I'm surprised when it comes out. I'm not surprised that it happens, but of course, but again, just remember, like, you know, a foreign government told our government, censor this shit, we don't like it, and we did it.
Wow.
You think Biden should be owed some gratitude for allowing this shit to happen, right?
And no.
From the Ukrainians, don't you think? They should be real pleased at him for sending them over $100 billion worth of aid and munitions and having his FBI work with them to silence things they don't like on social media. Let me show you this though. Look, did you see it? Biden is in the way. People are trying to shake hands with Zelensky. No one gives a shit about Biden, including Zelensky. Yeah, fuck off, yeah. I just thought that was interesting. Yep. Nobody cares about. It's just congratulations, Mr. Zelensky. Congratulations. No one gives a fuck about this doddering old coot who gave you $100 billion and bombs that are considered a war crime in 120 countries. Okie dokie.
We need that clip from Mitchell and Webb. Like, are we the baddies?
Oh yeah, are we the baddies?
Actually, wait, no, I have it. Yeah. Where are you?
Oh yeah.
Here's the clip. Oh fuck, the wrong person. Send it to Lamendo guy. No, there it is. There's the clip.
Is it a clip? You just sent me a thumbnail.
Yeah, this is the thumbnail. That's the one.
Oh.
The clip is only like 8 seconds long.
Yeah, I know. It's just insane. Are we the baddies? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Are we the baddies? Like, yes, you are the baddies.
Yeah.
You're openly saying we're going to commit war crimes.
Yeah, but it's okay when we do it. Well, Russia's doing it, so it's okay for us to do it back.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's kind of
kind of an argument. But when your country is saying no, we denounce the use of these weapons. Here, have some. Okay.
You're starting to lose the moral ground here. A little bit. Just.
We've been really hard ragging on Biden tonight, but Kamala Harris is not to be forgotten. That she is
really?
also
Are you sure?
an idiot.
We should though.
Well, I think.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You've never thought ever anything ever.
I think culture is.
It is a reflection of our moment and our time, right? And
what?
And
Look at what that black woman is nodding. It's like, what the fuck are you nodding at? She's not saying anything, you stupid asshole.
Culture is a reflection of our moment and our time. I guess culture is a product of current trends to a certain degree, yeah.
Present culture is the way we express how we're feeling about the moment. And
we're feeling about the moment.
We should always find times to express how we feel about the moment that is a reflection of joy, because you know, it comes in the morning.
You know. Because you know.
No, I don't know.
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know.
We have to find ways to also express the way we feel about the moment in terms of just having language and a connection to how people are experiencing life. And I think about it in that way too.
No, you don't. I don't think you have any idea what the fuck you're even talking about.
I don't know.
No.
I really don't. I hope it's in this. I hope it's in this bit. I was trying to find it pulled out, but
Again, I don't think this woman has any idea what the hell she's talking about.
Oh,
Like,
maybe it's
90% of the time, I think she's just a delusional fucking bint.
Hang on, it's got to be in here somewhere though. It's gonna be. There's a specific one I'm looking for, but
before fighting. Yeah, man, I still believe that, man, because
it's got to be this, isn't
I
it?
do my thing, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think it's.
I don't, you know. You gotta hold, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about.
I have a vague idea what you're talking about.
You know what I'm saying? I have a vague idea what you're talking about. I don't know. Know what I'm saying?
I don't, you You got a whole, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about, man.
I have a vague idea what you're talking about.
You see, Aiden, it's clips like that make me think white supremacy is real.
Bro, okay.
Because we don't talk like that. And if we ever did talk like that, we would get...
You feel me? You smell me? Know what I'm saying?
Do not make me get the uniform.
Here we go. You must see. Give it a fucking rest. Katie Hobbs yells at Gateway Pundit reporter. She runs away from questions with security.
Oh, yeah, I did see this. This was interesting.
Yeah. Katie Hobbs, you totally legitimately won that election.
Yeah.
Miss Hobbs, is that you? How's it going? Jordan Conrad's with the Gateway Pundit. So, you know, I have some questions about the election in Arizona. You know, Maricopa County, they did these secret testing on the machines, which per the elections procedures manual, you were supposed to oversee 2 additional testing on. Did you authorize this? Ms. Hobbs?
Of course, the thing that's so ridiculous is that, as he mentioned, she was the one in charge of making sure the fucking ballot boxes work. How is that in any... I mean, that just stinks, right?
Pretty much, yes.
It's like, yeah, I'm in charge of making sure the ballot boxes work correctly, and oh, I won! In a totally not suspicious way whatsoever.
Miss Hobbs, what about the signatures on the mail-in ballot affidavits? Are you look like that? They look nothing like the signatures of the voter. Miss Hobbs, as Secretary of State, you oversaw elections in Maricopa County in Arizona. Are you? Give it an effing rest. Is that what you said?
I sure did. Interesting. There
Anyone who believes that woman is actually won in a legitimate way is out of his friggin' mind. There's a reason why Razorfist is still pissed.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, because he lives in fucking Arizona.
I know.
And he can't stand the state apparatus in Arizona because it's gay as hell. He did actually say, and you know what? Do you know what he said about Fetterman's victory?
Yeah.
You know what he said?
Which was?
He said that the people of Pennsylvania is where one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Pennsylvania.
Yeah. He said people in Pennsylvania are so fucking stupid that they shouldn't be allowed to vote. That they should have dukes and counts select their representatives because the people are too fucking dumb.
Quite
like,
fond of
oh
that.
my god, very based. It's like aristocracy, totally.
Well, not sure if you're aware, Razorfist not a fan of monarchy whatsoever.
No, not at all.
Very against it. So when he's coming out and saying maybe
that
you're
kind
so
of shit,
stupid,
yeah,
you need to be ruled by a duke. I mean,
that's a pretty great endorsement, actually.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. This was RFK. You know, I am positive towards RFK. He's the only one who stands any chance against Trump, but the Democrats won't run him. There's actually a video I want to do about him recently. He was asked Jordan Peterson's question about when the left goes too far. Yeah. I did not like his answer. Really?
Yes.
What's the TLDR?
He didn't give one.
Oh, really?
That's why I didn't like it. I thought his answer was fucking weak. Yeah, because he spins this whole thing of like, oh look, I don't want to run a campaign of negativity. I'm like, yeah, that's the thing. You can say whatever the hell you want, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
You can say that, but they will take your limp-wristedness as a sign of weakness.
Yes.
If you don't erect the boundary, they will just go, oh, he's not going to attack us, and therefore we can just fucking go ape shit. Because that's if you enable them if you don't push back. That's just how they work.
I think he is capable of doing that. That's why that's
politics. I know, but still
that he didn't do anything there though. That he didn't do anything.
Again, it's politics, but it's still like.
I know. Because this clip was interesting. Let's see, real quick.
I like him as a person, but I don't think he's strong enough to actually.
I don't. He's the best Democrat, like by miles.
Yeah. That's not really saying much. So the field is really fucking weak.
Right. And Nelsina for 5 says, Aiden has autismo powers to hyperfocus her intelligence beyond even the spoon. Also,
There you go.
Thank you, Nelsina.
Told you.
John Isle for 10 euros says, Biden is visiting my country tomorrow. Can't wait to see him tumble. He does have a good track record for that one. He does fall down quite a lot. So, it's good, statistically good odds on that. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for $10 says, this is worse than a word salad. This is a copy of a copy of a copy of a picture of a word salad. Yeah, Kamala Harris's ramblings there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You feel me? You smell me?
God, I hate it.
Cole Summers for 2 says, question, did you two ever cover the BS in Wisconsin voting? I don't think so.
I don't think so, no.
I didn't even know about, well, there's some BS in a whole bunch. I mean, it's safest and most securest elections of all time.
Sure.
In America. Only when Trump wins is there a problem with them. Anywho, let's hear RFK on Fauci.
You wrote a book harshly criticizing Anthony Fauci. Let me ask you to steel man the case for the people who support.
The only problem with Lex is he makes me want to fall asleep because of his cadence and tone. You know what I mean?
If you keep saying that, I'm gonna mutilate you.
I like Lex, but it just.
Yeah, but if you keep saying you know what I mean, I'm gonna throttle you.
Oh no, and I did it on accident. That was not on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
That was me actually asking you for confirmation. I was using it in the legitimate way. I was saying, God, no, now it's seeped into my head like a brain worm. I was asking you legitimately that Lex makes me sleepy. I like his podcast, I like his interviews and stuff, but he makes me sleepy.
Him. What is the biggest positive thing you think Anthony Fauci did for the world? What is good that he has done for the world, especially during this pandemic?
You know, I don't want to sit here and speak uncharitably by saying the guy didn't do anything, but I can't think of anything. I mean, if you
good based answer.
If you tell me something that you think he did, you know, maybe there was a drug that got licensed while he was at NIH that, you know, benefited people. That's certainly possible. He was there for 50 years, and I in terms of his principal programs of the AIDS programs and his COVID programs, and I think that the harm that he did vastly outweighed the benefits.
Do you think he believes he's doing good for the world?
I don't know what he believes. In fact, in that book, which is, I think, 250,000 words, I never try to look inside of his head. I deal with facts. I deal with science.
And this is definitely why they're going to keep him out now, is that he criticized vaccines. Well, he didn't criticize it. He had questions about vaccines, right, in his book.
So did all of us.
Now, yeah, we talked about it to death. Is it like when you're trying to roll out something, you're trying to go from identification to experimentation, or identification to development to lab experimentation to clinical trials to mass rollout in 8 months? That is unheard of. I mean, and there's a reason why it's unheard of, because that's not how you do proper testing in medical science. Holy shit. You can barely get, I've said this before in the stream many times, you can't get a social science study out in 8 months, in many cases. Social science. You know, important things like seeing what happens if you put a bunch of people in a room and you poke one of them with a stick. You know, real important shit like that. That would be difficult to go from identification to writing the literature review to conducting to. You know,
I guarantee you the reaction of that experiment is going to be different based on the race.
Probably.
And I'm not even saying that as a joke. Like, I'm like legitimately being serious. I actually think it would be different.
A lot of social science stuff, there isn't any racial differences in a lot of phenomenon like that. But yeah, it'd be interesting.
Every factual assertion in that book is cited and sourced to government databases or peer-reviewed publications, and I try not to speculate about things that I don't know about or I can't prove, and I cannot tell you what his motivations were. Or, I mean, all of us, he's done.
I can surmise. It's
money.
Yeah.
It doesn't take long to do that, Mr. RFK.
Well, look, if you want to do, like, I hate when people play politics. You know, I really hate the, like, you know, and he's doing that a little bit.
It's very difficult to do when you're actually playing politics.
Right. But I think he's taking he's doing well, I'm going to kind of call him out, but I'm going to be, you know, political about it, right?
I think are really very, very bad things for humanity, very deceptive. We all have this capacity for self-deception. As I said at the beginning of this podcast, we judge ourselves on our intentions rather than our actions, and we all
very true
have an almost infinite capacity to convince ourselves that what we're doing is right. And not everybody kind of lives an examined life and is examining their motivations and the way.
He's basically calling him Mangala, by the way.
He's not far off from him, but yes.
And he's not, yeah. It's just like, well, he's invested in his own shit. He didn't think about the horrible things he was doing. I think it's maybe correct. I think, again, he was mostly motivated by money. But, I mean, you could have... if he was talking about Mangala in this way, or some other doctor who really bent and if not just outright broke all the rules in order to get results, I could hear this would be an apt description, right?
It would be, yes. Experience their professions of goodness.
Let me ask about the difficulty of the job he had. Do you think it's possible to do that kind of job well? Or is it also a fundamental flaw of the job of being the centralized figure that's supposed to have scientific policy?
No, I think he was a genuinely bad human being. And that there were many, many good people in that department over the years. Bernice Eddy is a really good example. John Anthony Morris, many people whose careers he destroyed because they were trying to tell the truth.
Damn.
One after the other, the greatest scientists in the history of NIH were run out of that organization, out of that agency. But, people listening to this, probably, will, in hearing me say that, will think that I'm bitter or that I'm doctrinaire about him. But, you should really go and read my book. And it's hard to summarize I tried to be really methodical, to not call names, to just say what happened.
Yeah, well, in the nicest way possible, called him Mangala. Yeah. So, good on RFK. I do like RFK. The only Democrat I like besides not Christy Noem. She's a Republican. Who's the one that Tim loves? The Hawaiian.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard.
That's because he wants to fuck her.
I like Tulsi's fine. She's a
To be fair, most of us want to as well.
So is he.
She's a babe. Yeah.
Yeah, Dreadnought for 5 says Lex sounds like a tired, depressed gay guy whose interior designer left him. Oh, poor Lex.
God damn, that was fucking rough. Jesus Christ, that was mean. That's pretty mean.
Okay. Let's move on. This is so we got that's the Biden stuff. So it was Biden and the machine stuff all taken care of. Now we've got other things. Spoon, do you want to watch the delusional takes related to the Tim Pool debate, or should we do some more articles? Let's hold the videos to the end.
Yeah? How about we ask the chat?
What do you guys want to do? I like to hold off the videos at the end because we have to move over to watch together. That's my main reason why.
We should ask the chat. We're going to be democratic for once.
This is a democratic democracy or democratic monarchy here. Just kidding. First, it would be like the cringe leftist response to Tim Pool, or the
I didn't actually know this guy had a statue to him. It's kind of based.
Stuff. Here we go. Because I got a lot of stuff, I always got a lot of stuff. The Tim Pool reactions. Cold War Mix says, kayfabe broken. Journey for 5 says, bonks for chat, no horny. Was there horny happening in the chat?
When was it horny in the chat? What the fuck? What did I miss?
Was there horny?
Apparently.
Oh. Okay. We'll let that sit there for a minute. And then, because I'll tell you what I have inside the, I don't know, I don't want to, like, bury the lead, though. So I got all kinds of stuff.
What else you got?
We got some race grifting. We got a lot of race grifting, actually.
I was going to say, there's probably a lot of that.
We've got people... Oh, I really want to show that video of Trump and people loving him because that was related to it. But we'll try to get to it no matter what. The cringe left response to Tim Pool, however, is winning. Well, which do you want to start with? It seems like that it's like neck and neck, though. Oh, it is literally neck and neck. All right.
Thank you, chat, for being very indecisive.
Yeah, well,
asshole.
Because I like to hold off on the videos till the end because we have one of them is from TYT from a woman I've never seen on TYT
Is she black, by any chance?
No, I sent it to you. She's white. I've just never seen her before. She's like
the one with the short black hair.
I guess so. I've just never seen her on TYT.
Like shoulder length.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I know her.
And she's like, what, their backup team for when they have really stupid things to say?
What do you mean really stupid things?
More like, oh god, yeah, okay.
More than usual.
We're leaning. It's leaning towards Temple, yeah. And so let's do the videos because it's her, and then it's Ben Burgess, the give them the argument guy who we went over his we did
with Moldbug when Moldbug just
argument with Moldbug
whoops the shit out of him.
Yeah,
which is great.
It is leaning now towards the Temple stuff. So let's do the Temple stuff. I'll stop sharing my screen here for the time being, and then we will we'll go over to the watch together to watch this. The number of lies in a 5-minute clip is astonishing.
No, Monica's do polls. They just hang people from them.
My God.
Chew on the nose. I thought it was fairly appropriate.
And also not true. But still. Well, but of course you can do it.
Yeah.
Of course, poll people.
They don't do it from polls. They do it from trees.
Right. Okay. But we watched most of the Emma Vigeland Tim Pool debate. My new video is on it, so I'm unfortunately had to watch it multiple times now. And every time I watch a clip from it, it makes me. Emma is so insufferable. But the reason why I'm doing a video on it is not really the debate itself. I don't really care. It's just cringe. Is that I was fascinated by the reactions, right, to this debate. I wasn't really fascinated. I was interested. I thought that's a good topic for a video. That's a good topic for a video, though. Is that like the left all think that Emma Vigeland destroyed Tim Pool? You can see the art. This video is called "Tim Pool Gets Stomped in Debate," and he's so mad about it. Whereas everyone on the right is like, "Holy shit, Emma got rocked. She had no idea what she was talking about. Her bringing it, basically calling Tim a Nazi." Or facilitating Nazis and mass shooters, just terrible on her part. But it's a strange world that we find ourselves in, where two people can watch the exact same thing and have completely and utterly different perceptions of it. So speaking of a
apparently you called the vote early.
I know I did. Well. Let's talk about it. Let's just. I'm sorry. This is the monarchy. It was in the head. It's been neck and neck the whole time. Okay, we'll start with the videos. It's only 2, and they're both fairly short. Actually, they're both quite short, so it'll be easy to get out of the way. All right. So I'm gonna skip ahead here because it's just. Let's just play the scene because it's get us in the mood.
Fuck, we'll do it live.
Refresh our memory.
I'm just stating facts.
Have you? Okay, this is like
you've never done that.
This is why you guys have 170 Dave Rubin videos. Do you think the average person cares about Dave Rubin?
No,
but you guys get clicks by doing it. Hey, how about you guys run a video about how?
This was like, what did she say right before this? She said that Tim was triggered. Oh, I don't even remember what they were talking. I have this clip pulled. Actually, hang on.
No, he's not triggered. He's just fed up.
She kept calling him triggered and stuff over it, and it was in reaction to her saying that a neo-Nazi watched your show and then killed people, right? You know, so running polls like the government does elections. Yeah, this is a monarchy. So.
I was gonna say deep voices. I was like, Tim, your voice is not that ballsy.
No, but this was in just to reiterate.
Like his voice is deeper than mine in that fucking clip, which is bullshit.
They're trying to clip this out, though, to be like, oh, look at Tim. Yeah, he's triggered. He's mad. She had just accused him of his show inspiring a mass shooter.
Yeah.
And that his show appeals to neo-Nazis. So, yeah, Tim's pretty pissed about that. She's accusing him of being indirectly responsible for murders. That's why he's pissed. And I think rightly so.
Tim Pool got into an argument with a pro-lifer about how he's in favor of pro-choice policy. You didn't run that, did you? Because you guys are grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's...
No, they've pitch shifted his voice down, actually. You said something about his voice sounding deep. They've pitched it down. I have it right here. Hang on. Tim, Emma, this one right here. Well, I won't bring it up. I'll bring it up later, because I have this scene clipped, because I got a video on those. They've pitched it... Why did they pitch shift his voice? To make him sound meaner or something?
I don't know.
What?
for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
I'm sorry, that audio thing really is
weird. It's funny because this is also the clip where he does that and complains about how they played his music video and they fucked with the audio. They all do this. Why are you fucking with the audio? Why are you pitch shifting it? Because it makes Emma sound deep as fuck too. What was the purpose of pitch shifting this?
Tim Pool's really angry that his music sucks, and he's mad that a woman had the.
No, whatever your name is, bitch, Ravi.
I don't know who she
Ray?
is.
I guess again I've never seen before. Ray, it looks like. Lady Ray, if that's your name, Ray Vantav.
And my eyebrows.
TV. Looks like Ray. Yvonne. I don't know. Ray, whatever. That's what I'll call you, okay? Bitch. Tim Pool is mad because she accused him of inspiring a mass murderer. That's why he's mad. Ha ha ha! Yeah,
okay.
Oh, why are you so mad?
Nerve to tell him that. So Emma Vigland, God bless her, did a fantastic takedown of Tim Pool.
Oh, a fantastic takedown, did she?
Well, after he invited her on his podcast. It was supposed to be a debate on policy and political issues. Some of it was, but it really ended with him taking his rage out on Emma personally for MR's coverage of him, particularly when they compared his music to Nickelback.
So she's lying. That's not what that was in response to. That was in response to the Nazi comments.
Her lip looks really weird in that still shot. I don't know why.
Well, just what ear? I saw this
smug
clip
face
while I was working on my video.
My God.
I was just every single thing that I heard her say in this video. I didn't watch all of it, but I watched like most of it. It's only 5 minutes. Is wrong. Is factually incorrect. She clearly did not watch this debate. Someone sent her clips. The exact same thing that was Emma's excuses. Like, well, I don't watch your content. I just watch clips from other leftists who send you clips. You didn't watch this fucking debate. You have no but the absolute insane audacity it takes to be like, I'm gonna make a video about this subject matter when I have, and talk about all kinds of things when I have no fucking clue because I didn't watch it. Someone just sent me little clipped up bits of it. I've now listened to that debate like 4 times because I'm making a fucking video using it as a framework to talk about other psychological issues, right? And phenomena.
That's your latest video?
Yeah. The point is there any point in debate? Or does debate make things worse? The answer is debate makes it worse. Talking makes it worse. I don't like making videos that have black pilled
subject matters.
answers to them, and that's the conclusion I have to come to based on the vast amount of evidence that I found for it.
I'm currently doing a video on
but I couldn't find a single study that found it was good. That it
I wonder why.
Well, I mean, like, because it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm currently doing a video on why modern entertainment is shit.
Yeah.
Because I sent you the script for that, and most people just go, "Oh yeah, it's because the propaganda shit." Yeah, but that's fucking surface shit. And I went into like, why does it particularly suck? And I compared it to the Soviets and the Nazis, and I came to the conclusion the Soviet and the Nazi regimes were better. That even the propaganda that the Nazis and the Soviet pushed were less extreme than the ones we have now. And considering they committed genocide, that should really fucking horrify you.
The level of control is
worse than the Soviets, yes, which is really fucking creepy.
People, who's that quote? Is that I put it as the preview for my conspiracy theory video, which was the FBI director who said that we'll know that our plans have been complete when everything the American people believe is wrong.
That's what they said?
Yeah, it was the FBI director.
I have a feeling that's not really possible. You can't brainwash people at that level.
No, but the stated goal though is that our program will be complete when everything the American public believes is wrong.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Well, here's someone who's well on their way. I mean, probably everything she believes is wrong, but everything she believes about this is wrong from what I saw.
In another exchange, Tim was really angry that Emma brought up the fact that the Allen, Texas mall shooter was a fan of his.
That's what this was about, idiot.
And his show, and
you would know that if you actually watched it instead of reacting to clips out of context. God damn. This is why no one respects your network.
Flat out denies the screenshots that confirm that.
No, he didn't deny the screenshots. Again, lie. Here's another one. He didn't deny the screenshots that confirm it. You originally, and TYT and a bunch of other leftists reported that this person was a fan of his and had a whole bunch of videos that he had posted of Tim Pool. Now, of Tim Pool's channel. Now, when that shit first happened, I went to the guy's Odinal Klasnika account because it was immediately taken down, of course, but there were very quickly made, backups of it. I went to his Odinal Klasnika account and I checked out all of his shit. It was 5 screenshots of a specific episode with Elijah Schaffer. Right? I don't know why. Like, also, if he's a Nazi, I know Elijah Schaffer is not Jewish, but his name sounds very Jewish. And if you're a really dumb neo-Nazi and you hear someone's name is Elijah Schaffer, I just don't think you'd bother even to check the early life section, even though he's not Jewish. But still, they were screenshots of specific parts, and in fact, they were in parts where, like, and Tim talked about this with Emma on the stream, was that it was things that were like, it was not racist stuff that the guy had screenshotted. Also, he was not subscribed to Tim Pool's channel. You could see that in the screenshots. He's not even subscribed. So it's just this one video that he appeared to have taken screenshots of and posted on his like weird fucking account. And the account's really weird. In general, it was very bizarre. Emma Vigeland said on Tim Pool's stream, by the way, she repeated the totally unconfirmed, because we have no evidence of this, rumor that the guy had a swastika tattoo. Well, it's a picture of somebody with a swastika tattoo. We have no idea if it's his. Weird.
I couldn't even see the torso.
Spoon.
Or the head.
If this dude had a swastika tattoo, it would be all over everywhere. Like pictures from him,
And it wasn't even the right angle. It was
reports.
the Hindu one.
Yeah.
That's
right.
the first thing that I noticed. But that's not a swastika. That's the Hindu one. That's an actual swastika is at 45. No actual Nazi would fucking get that wrong.
If that guy really had a swastika tattoo, I just feel like there would be more than that one picture without anybody's face in it from this weird Russian social media account.
Yeah, do you remember the guy that crashed into the White House apparently, and there was a swastika flag found on the ground? Yeah, that lasted all of 10 fucking minutes.
Well, until they found out he was Indian, right? Yeah.
Yeah, some shit like that. Yeah. So there's another fucking scrap bollocks.
Yep, every time. So just keep lying though.
That a conspiracy theory, and then had to walk it back. And
no, he didn't.
No, he didn't walk anything back.
Theory. He didn't walk it back. He said it was that saying he was responsible for it, or saying that coming up with all this stuff about saying that he was responsible for it was a conspiracy theory. Saying Tim Pool was somehow personally responsible.
No, Hessa Hopper, you're not the only one. I think that as well.
What?
No, he said, am I the only one who thinks that she looks like a guy wearing makeup? Like, yeah, I also think that as well.
I've known people who look a lot like her, and she's very plain. Okay, what he said was a conspiracy is that people trying to blame him for it, like Emma did, and the media tried to do. They say, oh, there's this Tim Pool fan, because there's 5 screenshots on this obscure Russian social media website. Meanwhile, yeah, Gavin Long, who, oh my god, really, again, like I said, I've re-listened to it like 3 or 4 times, and re-listening to Sean not being able to get a word in edgewise when he's so infuriating.
Well, you can see why.
Yeah, because he's trying to explain that there's this Gavin Long guy who says he specifically went out and killed people because of the Young Turks. Your network, Emma's former network, specifically killed people because he watched your shit, said I watched their shit, they made me really mad about crooked cops.
Tim denies a shooter, you people deny a whole genocide.
Well, one of them. Certainly the head of your network does, interestingly.
And later he said he was glad that it happened, which is a really messed up thing to...
He didn't say he was glad that it happened. There's a reason why I wanted to play this video, guys.
Because this woman's a moron, she lies.
She can't even go... It's not even a... Can't even go a full sentence without lying multiple times. He did not say he was glad that it happened. Holy shit! And I've listened to this, again, like 4 or 5 times. He did not ever say anything close to that. If you had a clip of him saying, I'm glad it happened, wouldn't you post that? Oh, you don't, because you're lying.
Messed up thing to say. And it's really easy to attack you, Tim Pool, when you say that you're glad that a mass shooter was a fan of yours.
He didn't say
I digress.
He also, it was not a fan. I mean, who knows, but he certainly wasn't subscribed, right?
What kind of person do you have to be to like lie with this level of brazen audacity?
I know.
There must be something wrong with you.
If he was a fan, you'd think he'd be subscribed. Maybe not. But then why did he only have screenshots of one episode with one specific guest, which was, I think, was Elijah Schaffer?
Maybe the reason why Tim said it's because it's a false flag is because of that shit.
Weird.
It's all right.
Right? If he was a huge fan of Tim Pool, you'd think he'd have posted videos. He'd have more than just 5 screenshots from the same episode with the same guest. It's weird. I think if it wasn't Elijah Schaefer, whoever the guest was, I think it was Elijah Schaefer, but I could be wrong. Wouldn't you be saying whoever the guest was is clearly the person that they were interested in, not Tim Pool? You know what I mean?
A little bit.
He's really not doing well at beating the Nazi allegations as much as he would like to. Our good friend Dan from the internet posted this helpful picture to show Tim Pool in a lineup sitting around a picnic table, and it points out every single
neo-Nazis. Who else is in this? It's so small. James Alsop, Brittany Pettibone. It's hard for me to read this. So funny. Hang on.
Look at the. Let's be real honest. At this point in time, the word Nazi has been so fucking just robbed of any depth and force, any emotional punch. To be called a Nazi nowadays is like, who fucking cares? Because you've done it to everyone's like racism. It's just meaningless. It's been hollowed.
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know absolutely everybody in this picture.
If you're anti-democracy, you're a Nazi, for God's sake, which is like so fucking dumb.
I've heard of Red Elephants, but I don't really know them. I don't know Murphy Harkins either. But I do know James Elsa, Brittany Pettibone, and Baked Alaska.
You see people in that thing.
Is just a crazy. Baked Alaska is a grifter, okay? He was a Democrat, then he just got on the Trump train as a grift.
See,
Pettibone has said some pretty she was Pettibone and Alsop were in the broad sphere of what I would call the alt-right before alt-right became just a slur to call everybody a Nazi, right? It was when it meant alternative right, okay?
By the way,
that's how I'd best describe Alsop and Pettibone.
Here's the thing, everyone in that picture, we are further right than everyone in that picture.
Probably.
Yeah.
But
we're monarchists, for God's sake.
But yeah, we're a particular brand, which makes you like inherently like almost as far right as you can go. But people think far right, they think Nazi, which is not actually how that works. But
yeah, but that's just because we're smarter than them. If somebody said to me like, are you right wing? I'd say yes, I'm far right because I am. Mm-hmm. But to them, it's like, oh, you're a Nazi. Like, no, that's leftist shit.
Monarchist.
No, we're monarchists. Like, yes, we're far right.
I'm a libertarian monarchist. I'm just I'm very far right on things.
That confuses people.
I know they don't. I know that. Yeah, this photo. Yeah, it's also very old. That's the thing about this photo is that it's got for Baked Alaska to be in this. It's
so old. It's only in 1080p.
But this has to be. This photo's got to be from.
I need to get more bracelets. I feel fucking naked.
Again, this has to have been like from 2016, around that time. To see these people at the same table. Yeah, it's got to be. But pull up this ancient fucking photo. Okay.
Single Nazi, and then Tim desperately attempting.
Brittany Pettibone and James Alsop are not Nazis. Holy shit!
How is Tim desperately attempting to do anything? He's not even aware the photo's being taken.
At a table, and look, he's not even paying attention.
Exactly.
He's not even paying attention.
What are you talking about?
I've had lunch with Tim Pool. Like, it's what the fuck, dude? Like, he's at a table with other people. I guarantee. Why are all these people at the same table? They're going to a convention or something, right? Obviously, that's why they're all in the same place. That's when I've been at a table with Tim Pool. They were all going to the same speaking event. Okay? Oh, fucking A, dude.
Not to be seen in a photo with all of these Nazis making their Nazi hand signs.
Oh, now, their Nazi hand signs.
After the debate where
is the OK sign. It's the Nazi. This woman is
that's like a 2016, 17. That's like 7 years old. That fucking troll.
Yeah. Cole says he thinks it's in 2014 after Occupy. It might be, but I don't think Baked Alaska. I don't know. Maybe he was involved. Alsop and Pettibone have been around for a long time. I don't know about Baked Alaska, and I don't know some of the other people.
It's when Tim was done having his temper tantrum. He said that he was just looking for sound bites to use of Emma to promote his agenda, and that the left.
Oh my! That's why I had to play this. That's why I had to play this on the stream. She said Tim was looking for sound bites of Emma to clip. She is so stupid that she thinks Tim was looking for sound bites when the entire thing was, oh, Emma, what you do is clip people out of context. That's what you do.
Are you
and your
kidding
React
me?
channel. Now, here's the thing. Guess who was right, by the way? Guess who was 100% right? Oh, it was Tim Pool. He was completely right about that because I went and found this out. I don't have it pulled up right now, but it's in images. Where did I put it? I tweeted it out as well. Just
Wait, you
find
want
this
to
picture here.
pull up your screenshot again?
No, well, yeah, I mean, I guess I can. Well, it doesn't really matter. I can just tell you what it is. I posted it on Twitter as well. But I went and looked up, I typed into, and see if I'm right, because I tried it both logged in, logged out, and on different browsers. When I typed in Tim Pool, Emma Vigeland, there were 24 videos, 7 of which were from the Majority Report, that appeared before the actual stream. Now, I would say, I redid this today after I posted about it on Twitter, and it got a decent amount of interaction. Now it's like the 3rd.
I wonder why.
Seems like somebody at YouTube was like, oh, maybe that's a bit too egregious. Maybe it's a bit too egregious. It's weird how it changed. I'm not saying I did that, by the way, but
the timing is kind of
coincidental.
coincidental, yeah.
It's interesting. I don't think I necessarily did that, but it is weird that, like 6 days ago, when you typed in Tim Pool, Emma Vigeland, the actual debate was the 25th result. And 7 of the videos that appeared before it were Majority Report clips of it.
Oh,
This-
really?
this dumb idiot.
That's curious. If I type in it now, because I did this as well, so I know.
You remember when I
yes.
showed it to you
Yeah, because
before.
I showed it to you as well. And if we do it now, oh, look, it's the first one. Isn't that a coincidence?
Tim Pool, Emma Vigeland debate, or just Tim Pool, Emma Vigeland?
Tim Pool, Emma Vigeland. And that's the first one that pops up.
Oh shit! They fucking oh.
And all the other ones are way further
Did I
down.
do this? Did I get YouTube to fucking do something about it?
It's
just
fu-
by
you know, it's
I
really
think
funny.
It's that visual image, right? When you see that it is 25 videos deep.
I'm looking at it now. All of the the Majority Report ones,
Mhm.
they're not even on this list. There's the short ones, but I'm scrolling. I keep scrolling. I don't even see a single one from Majority Report yet. Scrolling,
They
still
realized they got
scrolling.
fucking caught, man. That's what that seems like.
Oh, here we go. Finally, here's one. This
You
okay,
find now.
how,
Here's the thing.
There's at least like maybe
Sam-
30 videos down before
You
you,
know what,
get
Sam?
to a
If
video
you're
one.
fucking listening to this for some bizarre reason, you're listening to this. I caught your ass in 4 fucking K. Good job trying to hide it. Now I got the fucking screenshots, bitch. Fuck you, Sam
Yeah.
Cedar. You are such a scumbag. Holy shit.
Like the first
And so is this
one.
woman working at TYT.
The first one is Damage Report. That's TYT. The Rational National. I don't know who the fuck that is. And then
Rational National is he's a
Choco Zero. I don't know if that is Liberal
lunatic.
Hive Mind. Yeah. Tim Cast
Liberal
Clips,
Hive Mind
Decoy
is,
Voice.
That's a conservative.
Yes.
They did not show up on mine, by the way. Liberal Hive Mind didn't.
Yeah.
And in fact,
then
too,
it's a Majority Report shorts, but all the other ones. I remember there was a load of ones before you get to Tim one.
When I in my search, right, of it, and again I did this, I got the exact same results, logged in and logged out on 2 different browsers. I got the exact same result. The only person who was a non-leftist commentator who appeared before the debate itself, that was actually talking about the debate, because there were 2 videos. One was from Patrick Bet-David, and I can't remember who the other one was, the other conservative outlet, but Valuetainment. And those were the only 2 that appeared before the actual debate with Tim Pool, and they were not about the debate. They were about other random stuff. I think they were both about him talking. It was Tim on Valuetainment, I think, or Tim on what I think maybe it was Patrick Bet-David. Patrick Bet-David's show. It was Tim on his show talking about other stuff, and then there was Valuetainment clip was about when Tim had Lance from the Surfs on. The only clip that was in reaction and related to Emma Vigeland being on Tim Pool's show that appeared before that was from someone who is not a far extreme leftist was Destiny's. And it was also like 20 down.
He's a very unusual character.
Yeah, I never know what to. You never know what he's
because
going to say about something.
This is the thing. Destiny is very good at.
Yeah.
He's very good at critiquing the left from the left. But when he's critiquing the right from the left, he sounds like a fucking fruitcake. He sounds out of his mind. I'm like, Destiny, what the fuck are you smoking? Like the thing he did with the chair, I'm going to debunk that because it's very easy and he's talking
We can do the chair thing in a minute, actually. We'll do that after we get through this. This crazy woman. But anywho, that is interesting because I did that multiple times. I was so shocked by it. Not shocked, I guess, you know. I was just like, holy fuck. Wow, they really are hiding this. Is PBD the guy in the vault? Yes. That I ran it multiple times. And I did find that when you put the word debate in, then the Culture War episode was first. But it was only when I put the word debate in. Now it appears to be first no matter what. That is curious. Anyhow, back to this dumb bent.
And that the left wants pornography in schools or some.
Yeah.
They
and
do.
in fact, Emma couldn't deny that. Emma couldn't even deny
stupid
it.
Bitch.
Emma's only reaction was like, "Oh, I don't know. I've never heard of that. I mean, I heard of the
Her
book,
reaction
but I
is
never
only,
looked
well,
at
I'm not
it."
in favor of censorship. Like,
Well,
unfettered free speech.
I'm for free speech.
You're not.
So you're in favor of censorship, then, Tim? I see. I hate her debate style or whatever she's doing, where she's like, "Oh, I'm just an innocent little flower. I've not done anything. Tim's being
Even
mean
though
to
she
me."
has a face that everyone wants to punch.
Well, she's trying to look like she's
Like
being
a smug
bullied.
bitch.
Well, yeah, while also being smug. You can't do that. You can't be smug, act better than everybody else, while also pretending like you're a victim. I know that's your favorite thing to do, but it didn't work. Now, luckily, you've got this other dozy bent to back you up. Here you go. She's gonna lie for you, Emma.
Save the children. Ridiculous propaganda. Here, you can give it a listen.
Yeah, let's listen.
This was
Come
what,
on, come
this
on,
was
come on.
the claim
Let's
that you
hear it.
made.
Let's hear it.
I believe that your program appeals to a right-wing audience, and there's a reason that
I'm right wing. It doesn't.
the neo-Nazi shooter watched your program.
And how do you know he watched the program?
Because he posted about it.
What did he post?
Tim.
What did he post?
He posted
What Proud Boy and it was Adam Kiefer's who was on. I thought it was Elijah Schaefer. Why did people kept telling me it was Elijah Schaefer? So it had a Proud Boy guy on. So this guy posted it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter who it was. It was clips, it was screenshots from a single episode. In which case, get mad at Adam Kiefer, which I don't think is fair to get mad at him either, by the way. It's not his fucking responsibility.
Yeah,
okay?
that's kind of weird.
And also, it's also a weird thing to do when there are several shooters who have said that TYT or Sam Cedar have inspired them. How about that? That's a weird thing for you to bring up when your hands are fucking filthy. If that's the bizarre route of passing blame that you want to go down, Emma. Oh my god. And by the way, this is why Tim was mad at her in the first clip that you said was over his music. It wasn't. It was over this.
About why I want to do shows like this. I do not believe we will convince Emma or anyone at the Majority Report or any liberal or leftist of any of our positions, but I don't care. What I think is important is that we produced a show where Emma said that she wanted children to be able to watch porn at the age of 10 years old. And
now this is not woo nice little deceptive editing. I'm guessing. I mean, this is from a totally different stream. It's from because obviously it's after she's left that he's saying this, and she did say that. Why are you not playing the clip where he has the book that has a blowjob in it that was removed from public schools in Florida because it was being put in libraries to be shown to be accessible to 12-year-olds?
Also, I provide
the
receipts.
book itself says it's 18 plus.
I'm curious. Arthur Line says I provide receipts. What do I provide receipts for? I mean, I do. I'm just curious as to what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what you provide receipts for here, but you do provide receipts.
And so I'm like, I don't need you to argue that point to me. I don't care. What I need to do is when I'm talking to my friend from back home in Chicago who's telling me it never happened, I'm going to play that clip of me being like, we should not be showing a book to children that contains blowjobs, and have this person on the left say, we should, and it's fine, and they're okay with it.
Not only she said it's fine, she says, that doesn't bother me, and she laughs. That's what she did. Why are you not playing that clip, TYT lady?
And I'm like, that's all I needed. I needed for you to say it so I can prove to people you believe these things. I just need you to say it. Say it right there to the camera for everyone to watch.
Why are you not playing the clip of her saying it then? You know why. This is fucking propaganda.
So that finally, when I go to my friend and say, you know, these people want to put porn in schools, they'll say, that's not true. And I'll be like, let me play the video for you.
Jessica, I'll let you respond to what he said, but I just have to say, he said, when I'm talking to my friend back home in Chicago, Tim, your own family hates you. Your own...
Okay. Okay, let's say they do. What does that have to do with what he just said?
Nothing.
Friends are not family, you fucking moron. That doesn't make any sense.
All she has is lies.
Is mudslinging shit.
And mudslinging.
It's a woman.
This is pathetic. This is truly, deeply pathetic. Even for the Young Turks. This is next level.
I can't wait till
Sister
Anna
and
leaves.
Dad and brother are making videos about how bad you suck. You don't have friends back here in Chicago, okay?
That's his family, not friends, you jackass.
Yeah, who cares? Also, what the fuck, dude? What? Rather than dealing with any of his points, talk about his family. This is the left. First of all, you did not show her reaction to the pornographic book that was being shown to 12-year-olds. Though that was in libraries accessible for 12-year-olds. That, by its own admission, is an adult book.
Hey, cut the crap.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I need to
Oh,
know because I didn't watch the debate.
I mean, at least she is hot.
No, she was the one that debated Styx.
Oh, that's that bitch. Okay.
And Styx whooped her monkey
Yeah, I remember that.
ass.
That was. Whoo,
She was the one who eye-rolled
I'm getting
when...
vapors just thinking about it, man. That debate was amazing. Don't debate Styx.
Yeah. Especially if you work at TYT.
That's what I mean.
Like, my God, that's like a fucking chicken trying to debate a fucking T-Rex.
Yeah, you're a TYT fucking femoid hire. Do not try to debate Styx.
It's when they were talking about unions.
Yes.
And she said, what if they don't want to join a union? And she just said, well, we can't fault them if they're not educated enough. And I'm like, oh, bitch, oh my God, I want to smack 7 shades of shit out of you. Just the eye roll, like, I want to pop your eyes at your fucking head right now, bitch. Just the eye roll just made me want to fucking clank her over the head.
Oh, I know. Yeah, clanker,
yeah. I choose that deliberately.
Did we watch that on the stream? Because that debate.
I don't know, but if
you know, she got a bollocking.
Of course she did. Styx kicked the shit out of her.
No, I mean from TYT.
Oh, I'm hoping so.
Do you think they so? Because look, did she? Because these people are so delusional. They think Emma Vigeland destroyed Tim. Maybe she probably, you know what, I'm wrong. I bet she probably got congratulations. Wow, you really destroyed that neo-Nazi Styx Hexenhammer.
Did he get a soundbite of Emma saying that she supports people showing children porn?
Yes, it was did.
Yeah,
they actually did. I wonder why you don't play it.
You know what he didn't do with it, Jessica, is he didn't cut it up and then make 30 different 10-minute videos like the majority report did.
You know why? Because we don't need to, because everybody else did that.
Yeah. Oh, no,
because that's the one bit that everyone fucking took away from the situation. It's like, bitch, you fucking openly said you support porn in schools. Fuck you.
She said she supported it because it's better for kids to have access to that so that they don't get molested.
That was her justification for it.
Yeah.
And she doesn't support censorship.
Education, and she doesn't support censorship, and that way kids who get molested will know what's going on, which is like, okay, I mean... Well, Tim said it on his podcast, and I'll paraphrase what Tim said, is that, like, when you go to normal people and you say, yeah, I'm in favor of putting pornographic material in middle schools.
They would probably call the police.
Then you have a losing argument. You will never win over regular people when you say things like that. And Tim was right. So yeah, that.
And look who's defending her. 2 fucking women.
Of course.
Book.
Aiden, why are so many of your kin so horrible? Why?
We talked about this before. It's because they're seeking social approval, right? I don't know why the hot one is. Like, she's like, you don't need to have this silly leftist stuff, you know? Like, just be hot.
See, guys, this is why you need to tell women every once in a while, shut the fuck up. Because they're destructive to society. If you let a woman have their way, they do dumb shit. They're not smart enough and stable enough to handle power. They're not. Like, I don't give a flying fuck if anybody says, I don't care about your politics. This is just straight up, how does society survive when women are allowed to fucking talk and give their opinions.
They're,
it doesn't.
They're
It just crumbles.
Things that they saying things that they think their social group wants to hear.
Yes.
That's it.
And men don't give a shit about that. Men care about effectiveness.
Yeah.
It was not a children's book. It was just a book about genderqueer. That
it was a book that was in.
They literally just said, "I can't show this on YouTube."
He can't show it on YouTube. I mean, I've seen it. We can't show it on YouTube. It is a full-on depiction of a blowjob between with a woman wearing a strap on, a girl wearing a strap on. A teenager, by the way. So it's technically actually CP, to be really clear. Okay.
Oh yeah,
that book. Yeah. Because they're like 14 years old, okay, or 15 or whatever. I don't know. It's young teenagers or teenagers engaging in sexual activity, graphically depicted in the book, that was being put in middle school libraries. Yeah, that was kind of a problem, and Emma couldn't disavow it. All she had to do is say like, "Oh, well, I didn't know that. I haven't looked into the book," which she said. I haven't read it, but. Yeah, I agree. That's too far. That shouldn't be available to, children under the age of just even say something reasonable like 16. Something reasonable, right? That's the age of consent. That's the age of consent in like pretty much every state,
reasonable.
right? Just say something like under 16, they shouldn't have access to this book, okay? Because it's pornographic. But no, instead it's like, well, if they don't see it, then they'll get raped and not know what to do.
Book, I believe, is the title of the book. And he said, "Do you support this being in schools?" And all she said was, "I don't support banning books."
Which is not an answer.
And even if it was, you're basically saying no, because if I ban the books, I'll be against censorship. So basically, you're for unfettered access to any sort of material as long as it's in a school library and it supports your politics of not censoring shit, which is kind of weird because you're basically saying you don't have any morality.
Yeah.
Which is kind of nuts.
For two says, check DMs, majority going mask off. Yeah, I got that. Well, I'll watch it after we watch these two videos because we'll have to switch over out of the watch together for that. Thank you.
News just in.
So his substantive point,
yeah.
Apparently, the only purpose of this whole debate was just to get her to say something she doesn't believe in so he can tell people Emma believes something she doesn't believe in.
He literally said, I wanted to get her on camera so I can show her own words.
So, yeah. Yes.
What the fuck?
So
do you stupid bitches even listen to the shit you say?
What? No, they didn't watch the fucking thing either. They watched some clips. And they sat in their little leftist circle jerk and laughed about it. Oh, Emma totally owned him because I have this cut up clip where weirdly pitch shift him for some reason.
His mental fortitude, and the point he's there to argue is that Emma believes something.
I would love to debate this bitch.
Oh my god, that would be hilarious.
I would crucify her.
Oh yeah. Oh, she'd
brutally.
She'd hang up and cry, man.
Like this.
I would hope so. That would be my goal. You're beaten by utensil.
Thing about leftists are grooming kids.
They literally are.
Yeah, they literally are.
The majority report talks about substantive issues on a daily basis.
This was what Emma.
No, they fucking don't.
This was Emma's shit too. She's like, oh, I talk about policy, Tim. I don't talk about this stuff. This is beneath me.
You don't have any policy proposals, bitch. All of your policy proposals is, let's give more power to government. That is the only solution to every fucking problem.
Cole Semester 2 says, always ask them if they support New York banning TKAMB. What does that stand for? You can just say it in the chat. You have to super chat. I'm not sure what that's an acronym for. I probably should know, but it's not immediately prescient.
They talk about economic inequality. They talk about corruption in our politics.
No, they don't.
This was Emma's thing too. Oh, I talk about policies, Tim.
Cover very important.
By the way, you're a Nazi. Or excuse me, your fans are Nazis.
News from an angle that Tim Pool.
Also, those are not news. Those are opinions over how can we solve the problems.
Yes.
Yes.
Problems that you've created, by the way.
Yes. Yeah. Look, here's a government-sponsored problems. How do we get more government to solve government problems? I have an idea. How about we nuke government?
To Kill a Mockingbird. Thank you, Cole. Yeah, I'm sure they absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I can't mind read, but I would be interested in their answer to that question.
Even if you could, you would still get fuck all because there isn't the mind to read.
Right. I would be. Would they be in favor? Or To Kill a Mockingbird is a very American example. I would be surprised. I'll put it this way. I would be surprised if either of these ladies was not in favor of banning Mein Kampf.
I was literally about to say that. I was just sort of like, oh, we just put Mein Kampf in the library and see how they feel then.
That's the obvious. That's the obvious, go-to, right? I mean, it's always easy to go to Hitler, but I would be shocked. I would be very shocked if they were in favor of not having Mein Kampf banned from.
I can think of a couple of books I would like to put in there to see how they would react. Then that'll be one of them.
Couple ones.
The Bible would be another one.
Do you think the Bible? And I think that almost came up in the discussion, but I don't think it actually went anywhere.
I have an idea. How about we go with as many books that we can't take off and just put them in the Quran?
Well, they'd be totally in favor of the Quran.
Of course they would.
They hate religion when it's Christianity.
Yeah, just say to them, why are you doing this? Oh, because the Quran is very anti-LGBT. We're in favor of that. How do you feel about that? And just watch them like melt.
They throw them off rooftops, ladies.
Yeah.
Lance45 says, I'm going to afford these creatures the dignity they deserve. I don't think they're stupid. I think they're clearly evil and lying. I'm not sure. I think it's often both. Lance, we always have that question, right? Is this stupidity or are you evil and lying? And I think in most cases, it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
At this point in time, I think it's actually more stupid. I legitimately think they're more stupid than evil.
These women, I think, are actually stupid because I think they've both watched clips on Twitter that were shared in their lefty Discord or whatever. I don't think they have any idea.
Let me also chat because I knew as well because I don't. Do you, when you see this kind of behavior, do you almost just pray it's more evil than stupid because
people are the stupid that's scary?
No, because like evil you can somewhat respect if it's crafty. Whereas stupidity is just demoralizing.
Yeah, it is demoralizing.
Yes, and that's what bugs me the most. It's just that please tell me you're evil because I can respect evil genius, but when it's stupid, it's like, oh dear God, I can't respect stupid because I can do something. I can work with genius because it's evil, but I can't work with stupid. That just makes me want to bludgeon you.
Yes, I do agree. It's difficult to work with stupid. Hang on. Before I read the super chat, I have to just do this real quick. Just you have to pull my screen up because I'm just gonna. It's just sound. I only need sound, right?
Okay.
1 second. 1 second. I am sorry. A little dead air. I got it.
Dun, 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 dun,
yeah, don't worry. I'm just gonna. Is that so now that we've got our background track, Galactic Emperor Schlarm for 5 says when they're both on screen, it looks kind of like a Skyrim / Oblivion character creator comparison. Oh my God, it really does though. Ray on the right, bitch. I'm sorry, no offense. But yeah, offense. You do look a bit like an Oblivion character.
Yeah, you kind of do, now that you say that.
On his and so for him to say the only reason I had you on is for you to talk about the thing that you never talk about and in fact don't believe in tells you everything you need to know.
What the fuck are you talking about? How did you even get to that? That doesn't make any sense.
Who knows, man?
You can
about
really tell. You know, it really doesn't help when you openly tell people that you haven't watched the fucking thing.
Yeah, they haven't watched it. Well, Emma said that too. She's like, I don't watch your show. We just react to random clips of you.
Yes.
Oh, just like you two bitches are doing, huh? Bruh.
There to do, and it's to confuse the public about what's going on in the.
No, the only two who are confused is you fucking two idiots.
It's you. It's you who's confused.
Like anyone who watched the freaking 2 hours will look at them and go, what the fuck are these two bitches smoking?
Every single thing you've said is a lie. You said that Tim Pool was looking for clips of Emma. No, it's the opposite of what he said. Oh
you
my
two
goodness.
suck at propaganda.
Buy Azura, buy Azura, buy Azura. You're so dumb.
And what the left believes, because the left is actually talking about what's going on and what's going wrong in this country.
Yeah, are they?
The left are not talking about anything that's going wrong because they're responsible for everything that's going wrong.
And that's why you have no goddamn idea what you're talking about. You've both made it very clear. But we should listen to your informed political opinions because you don't know what's happening and feel the need to comment on it. Oh, I'm in pain, dude. It's just, We are not. I'm about to get mad because we've got to watch Ben Burns after this.
And I don't
ladies
mean
and gentlemen,
Democrats when I
I
say
regret to
left. I
inform
mean
you,
progressives and I
women.
mean leftists who
They're basically the same thing.
oftentimes are very offended when they are called Democrats or establishment liberals.
Yeah, because you're just worse.
Yeah. You're worse.
Yeah. It's like saying I'm not a monarchist, I'm Hitler.
Or something, I don't know. Or I'm Stalin, right?
So why else would Tim Pool debate somebody but for sound bites?
That's what
that's kind of that doesn't make a lot of sense because if you look at post debate, where did all the soundbites come from? Oh, you're from the left.
Isn't it fascinating that they both believe the literal wrong opposite thing of what actually
happened? Yes.
And first of all, what he said in on one way, I have to reload this page. It's like weird. Oh no, it's just that.
I could literally devote my channel to making clips of these people every single day because everything they say is wrong. I could literally make an entire channel where just go debunking everything the fucking Majority Report does on a daily basis.
But here's the thing too. You don't even have to. First of all, what Tim said again was that Emma was going to clip it, Majority Report was going to clip it because that's what they do. Not that Tim was going to clip it, but the proof is in the pudding. Tim has uploaded the Culture War episode in its entirety. No clips. There are 7 clips of that episode from the Majority Report with Emma and Sam laughing at Tim and making fun of him. 7.
And being cringe and gay.
Yes. So you're, what? No, sorry, I got stun locked. To have the
Are you
audacity.
okay? Try syllables and sentences, Aiden.
To lie like that and then upload it with your big TYT logo right there in the corner. I mean, everything you said was a lie. Every single thing was factually incorrect. I award you no points. Fuck you. Speaking of no points, let's go over to Ben Burgess. This absolute fucking mong who thinks he took down.
I think you need to
Moldbug.
say the phrase "mong" more often. It's a great phrase.
I feel bad when I shit talk Ben Burgess only because I know Shu likes him and it's like, oh Shu, oh he's so stupid.
I still need to talk with her.
I know you can fix it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There's just something. There's something about Shu. Like Shu has a lot of influence, and Shu is very susceptible to outside influence. And I have a great voice, and believe me, I could make her see sense. Do not doubt my powers.
Okay.
Obviously, what we
contrary to what Aiden thinks, I will not use sex appeal because I don't need to. The sex appeal just comes naturally. It's just there.
By the way, this video is called "This Is How You Do It." So in Ben Burgess's mind, this man wrote a book called "Give Them an Argument: How to Debate the Right." That's what his book is about: is how to debate conservatives from a leftist perspective. He thinks the argument, debate, whatever you want to call it,
is that a
Tim
fat
Pool and
mob?
Emma Vigeland. The mop's been soaking up a little bit too much. If
God!
you know what I mean.
Now that you've said that, I can't unsee it. That is actually true. I just imagine being upside down, being dunked.
Oh, but just to give you an idea of what you're about to listen
Your
to,
skin
Fred,
looks great. What filter do you use? Oh my god!
This man wrote a book about how to
Goddamn
debate
Zero Fox, that's brutal.
conservatives with a picture of which philosopher was it? Was it Hobbes? I think it was Hobbes on the front cover, shushing a cartoon Ben
that's the
Shapiro.
one.
And yeah, I've got it on my desktop still actually because it's. I read through the whole thing.
We read like 2-3
very
pages of that book, and I'm like, how the hell did Shu
know.
thinks this is a good book? Shu, my dear,
Well,
we need to give you better literature.
I eventually
Dear
read the whole thing
God.
because it's
Why?
it's extremely simplistic, and it took me like I don't know. It took me maybe like an hour and a half to read it. I was just like,
How many
'cause it
people
was-
did you want to kill when you were done?
No, I just thought it was funny. Honestly, I thought it was one of the dumbest things I had ever read. That's why I kept reading it because I was like, what fucking. I thought about making the reason I read it all was because I was thinking about making a video about it, and I might. It's so specific. I was like, that's not going to appeal to anybody, you know.
It's basically you just want to slam dunk on Ben Burgess.
Oh, because Ben Burgess's book is one of the dumbest things I've ever read in my entire life.
I think
is.
it was very interesting when he was with Moldbug. Moldbug just said like,
Yeah.
Moldbug, who's basically a walking fucking library. The man, his brain is not normal, and he just went
he's
like,
autistic
"This
of
is what I've read. This is what I've read," and he just rolls it off like it's nothing. And then he even says to him like, "This is what you should read because there are other sources beyond. You're basically just stuck in a frame of mind, and you need to get the fuck out of it. And this is what you do. And he even says in a way, this is like, he says something along the lines of, I've told you that this is what you need to do to broaden your horizons, and then when I actually tell you how to do it, you're horrified. And yeah, because that's what he says. Like, you're basically stuck in. And he said this on Benjamin Boyce as well. Is that people are sort of stuck in this weird bubble, and it's a bubble in time. And if you get outside of the bubble, then you see that, holy crap, the way that we live is just in this really minuscule microcosm. And he said as well, Alexis Tocqueville said that America is like one of the least free speeches places in the world, not because of what you can and cannot say, but what the dialogue options of what you can discuss is so minuscule.
Your dialogue wheel, right?
Yes, and I think that's a different way that people should really look at free speech. It's not what you can and cannot say in terms of the regime, but what you can and cannot say in polite company in general. And if you look at how much that we can discuss, oh my god, the best people to discuss, as a good example, is the Hodge twins. They openly say it's genetic. Some people are born to be savages. There's a lot of people who think that, including me. I will openly say that. I do think that there are some people who are just straight up born to be savages because their IQ just isn't compatible with Western civilization. And people think that's horribly offensive. Like, it is, but you just look at the behavior.
Well, offense is taken, not given.
Yes, but you can just see things in the world.
Does it apply to you? Why would it offend you if it doesn't apply to you? Do you know what I mean? If you're not feeling threatened by that, why would you be offended by why would you be offended by the fact that there are IQ differences between people?
Yes.
If you don't think
it's just
maybe
factual, yes.
you know that maybe you're one of the not so bright ones. I don't know.
And also, I said this to a lamented guide. The best way to discuss politics is don't talk politics. Think about that.
I'm trying to weigh what you mean by that.
As in, if you actually want to discuss the problems of politics, you don't use politics.
Oh yeah, use like some sort of hypothetical or
no. Just don't use anything political. Just like be straight up factual. Because the more you get politics involved in politics, the more politics becomes just fucking disorientated.
I suppose
politics and reality doesn't mix.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about like the Judith Jarvis Thompson abortion hype.
No. It's more just you don't get politics involved with politics. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
People get emotional.
Yes.
Again, when you talk about politics, people get emotional, and it's tribalistic. It ties to their sense of self. So yeah, I agree with that. Anywho,
like if you just read books like the early 1900s, prior to like the roughly about First World War, before Second World War, and then you read, or like prior like to the suffragette movement, what did people say if you do X, Y, and Z? How is society going to turn out? And if you look at like everything from like the feminist movement, segregation, all of this shit, and you go, holy fuck, we were warned about all of this shit. And then you realize the people who were like censored during those days, like, you are not allowed to talk about this. And then you read their writings about what they warned would happen. And like, oh,
yep.
Oh, this thing of you shouldn't talk about this. There's a reason for that fucking shit, because everything those fucking crazy Nazi, racist, fascist, or whatever jackasses they were called at the time, they're actually true.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that should make you worry. Like, how much of what you can't talk about today, there's a reason why. It's because they're correct.
Oh, exactly.
It's just inconvenient.
COVID is the most, prescient modern example of that. You couldn't talk about things that were actually important for public health because they decided, no, it's actually this narrative we want to run with more than anything. And it involves you following a lot of rules and becoming and increasing the power of the United States government and governments all over the world. That was the real goal. It wasn't about public health. It wasn't about public safety. In my opinion.
And to test how gullible the public was to propaganda.
I think
it turns out extremely.
Dry run on that. Extremely.
Yes.
But speaking of propaganda, let's listen to
Malice said that
Burgess.
as well. That the one thing that the COVID gave is it gave extremely bad people a lot of information about how people react in groups. And it was
for sure.
I remember just watching this going, I can't believe how fucking passive people are to accept this shit. It was, the one thing I will say is if someone wanted to do some really right-wing shit, the people will also not revolt. People are not, this idea that, the people will revolt and take up arms, like, that is not going to happen. Like, you Americans as well, those of you think like, we're going to take up arms against us, say, bitch, when COVID took your fucking jobs, you people didn't do shit. That whole we're gonna take up arms against the government. You peasants are not gonna do a fucking damn thing.
Well, I think they did it in that way to see like, oh, well, we want to take total control.
Yeah.
We really want to take total control. How can we do it in a way that people will not violently revolt?
Yeah,
we tell them that this is for their health. You're gonna kill grandma. That was their dry. It was their dry run.
The right wing
on fucking authoritarianism bullshit.
The right wing will not.
It will get way worse before it gets better.
Yes, the right wing will not take up arms if Trump wanted to do some really based shit. If Trump
I don't think so.
Yeah, if Trump just went like, I'm going to basically dissolve a shitload of industries, I'm not going to reform them.
That constantly.
Yes, but the right wingers think that's kind of base. Like if Trump went like, I'm going to centralize a lot more power to the executive, and I'm going to dissolve a shitload of
his entire libertarian base.
No, I don't think he would. I think it would be a welcome change because people just think, oh, he's centralizing more power, but the power goes away, so fuck him. He's dismantling government power, basically, is what they're going to think. And they're not going to
I would like him. I would like to drain the swamp. You did promise that, Trump. That's what that means.
Someone said
these political oligarchies.
Someone said something very interesting. He said, if you drain the swamp, you're not draining the monsters. You're draining the water around them. And in essence, he did that. That he did very well.
That you know what? Okay, I'll give him that. That is true. He certainly helped expose the blatancy of the corruption.
But the only way that he can expel them is if you give him executive power to do so. Because they're not going to move themselves. That is the reality. Obviously. People don't want to talk about that. But the way Mulber pointed this out in the in that thing that he did with, I think it was Jeff, I think was the guy's name. I could be wrong now. But he said that the way that oligarchies are usually dismantled is they're the nobility. And the way that the nobility gets crushed is if the peasants align behind the king. Yep. And the only way he's going to I'm basically delegate a lot of power to me so I can go in and crack heads. Because they're not going to move by themselves. They're not at all.
Thought he was going to do that in his first term, and he didn't. But I think I honestly think why not? Trump. I don't think Trump was in any way prepared. He has no history in politics for just how
monstrosity the state really is.
Fucking A, dude. I was cleaning up yesterday because we were having yesterday because we were having a new shower installed. And I do a whole bunch of cleaning and bending over and stuff, and then my legs hurt so bad. So I sound like an old person. My leg. Sorry, as if you heard all the creaking. That was
I'm a peasant as well. I don't mind being a peasant.
We're all peasants here.
As long as my king is noble, I don't care if I'm a peasant under his rule. I'm alright with that.
That's the thing. We don't. That's again,
I'm satisfied. I don't need to be part of the nobility or the aristocracy.
Nah.
I just want a good ruler.
Exactly. That's I guess the constant misnomer about you and me, and a lot of our friends as well, who are similarly monarchically minded, is that we want to be in the aristocracy. No.
We don't want that kind of responsibility. Fuck man. That. Yeah, no.
Absolutely not.
We also know we're not built for that. Yeah, just give me someone who's competent.
Dedicated to the nation and isn't going to screw it over.
Yes. I want someone with an actual incentive to rule well. That's it. I don't really want any more. I don't want to think about politics.
Yeah.
Which is kind of unusual. Because I hate politics, which just sounds really fucking weird.
It's the never-ending soap opera. And speaking of all the never-ending soap opera, let's listen to Ben Burgess explain how Emma Vigeland totally torched Tim Pool, and this is how it was a perfect example of how you debate the right. Okay.
What we're going to be talking about is this Lindsay Peterson conversation, but kind of in between that, us agreed to do that, and this episode actually happening. Friend of the show, I use that phrase in a shitty, ironic way a lot, but actual friend of the show.
Thanks for letting us know.
Not Charlie Kirk kind of friend, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That guy's face is so small.
Emma Vigeland's been a guest, been on the show a few times. She was on our New York Live show.
His face is very tiny.
Like Emma.
Fuck, dude.
She was
on
man. Tim Pool's show.
Oh fuck yeah, that was amazing. Yeah.
See, look at this. They think it's amazing.
You've probably seen.
This is why I'm making a video about this, because this is fascinating to me. That these people think Emma fucking wrecked Tim, and everyone on the right thinks Tim and Sean, to a lesser extent, if Tim would have let Sean talk for more than 5 seconds at a time, Sean would have dismantled her in a way more succinct way. But yeah.
Yes.
Either way, Emma looked terrible from our perspective. I think
Yeah,
objectively she did.
Tim is more blunt force trauma, and Sean is more House of a Thousand Cuts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sean's gonna like you
Carefully
set up,
dissect you.
Choose the form of your destructor, right? Like
Yeah.
let you walk into your own fucking dismantling. Yeah.
At any rate, I'm sure you've seen more than I have. I haven't had a big.
Once again, hasn't watched it. Cute.
I haven't had much of a chance to dive into it yet.
Yeah, but you're gonna comment on it anyway.
I have,
Ben, aren't you? Huh.
I mean, you know, as he.
Is he always this nasally, or is he just fat?
That's just how he sounds.
Okay, because I'm hearing it now, and it's actually bugging the shit out of me.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't hear it in the Moldbug interview. Or
That's because I was enjoying Moldbug talk. That's probably why.
I was enjoying. I was mostly listening to Curtis. Yeah.
It's also an hour and a half of Tim Pool, and so like it might, you know, like there's only so much
again,
of that
they
I can
haven't listened
digest
to
at a
it.
time.
Emma destroyed him. I didn't listen to it. Every time, man.
So I haven't actually carved out time to watch the whole thing yet, but I was watching watching a video about it.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they
which
played
was
this clip that we're about to see.
Yeah, but you didn't.
And I.
This man wrote a book about how to debate. I didn't watch the debate though.
I actually really, really liked how she handled this.
Oh, do you?
I just wanted to.
You watch an out of context clip?
So I just wanted to shout this out before we got to Lindsay Peterson. Jake, do we have the clip of Emma and Tim?
He was
Pool?
too busy carving on another ham.
25 people got shoved in front of
Thank you,
trains last
05.
year.
I don't know, dude.
Well, that's a legitimate question. You're saying that poverty and desperation results in crime. I'm wondering why it is that you've had these homeless guys. They've been predominantly, I think it's almost entirely these homeless guys, shoving people in front of trains. Last year it was 25, and so that is.
So that's a mental health.
Look, he couldn't even be. He was watching the Rational National. You can see here. He couldn't even be bothered to go to the fucking stream itself and find the clip. So it's Rational Nationals, which Rational National couldn't be bothered to not also upload a portion of. I'm guessing that he uploaded this because it's got his fucking stream overlay on it. Dear God.
Problem. I mean, we do have a mental health problem.
Maybe this was on their stream. I don't know.
We have an issue
with
not having socialized
Probably is, actually,
healthcare,
now I think about it.
where
Still,
people are unable to access healthcare, mental healthcare in particular, but also every other kind of healthcare. I mean, 28 million uninsured people in this country. That's a massive problem. I mean, what is your stance on Medicare for all and health?
I like the way that she doesn't answer the question at fucking all and just pivots.
Went on to a completely different
At talking
tangent.
point, yes.
And Tim agrees with her talking point that there is a mental health problem in the United States.
But the thing that bugs me so much about this is there is an actual conversation to be had with regards to mental health. And the thing is for me is that she's talking about there is a problem, okay? Well, the problem is how the hell do you prevent the mental health crisis from happening in the fucking first place? Your only thing is we need a solution to the problem. There's no preventative way. The preventative is hold on. The preventative thing is the problem, which is that why the hell is there a mental health crisis in the first place? Is it city living? Is it the way that people live their lives in the 21st century? There is the conversation that is way out of your fucking depth because your only solution is we need to get the fucking state involved. Yes.
Give the state more money to
yes,
do
and
nothing.
so when you say that we need more mental health services, you're not actually even telling me how the service would actually even work or would it actually even be beneficial because you're not concerned about that because your only thing is we need to give it to the state and then basically fuck off.
Yeah, and speaking of, I'm going to play something after this clip about what a shithole full of homeless people California is.
Oh,
a state
God,
that
yes.
gives a shit ton of money to these homeless initiatives, billions of dollars. I think it was maybe not. I remember just hearing it over the course of years. It's been billion. It's been like at least over $1 billion. They give an enormous amount of money to solve homelessness, and yet the state that has one of the biggest homelessness crises is
corrupt as fuck.
Oh, leftist California. Weird that Emma. Again, I want to point out that this is the title of this video is "This is how you do it." Ben Burgess. Give them an argument, guys, thinks Emma Vigeland here is the pinnacle of leftist debate acumen. Great.
I'm
Ben,
sorry,
can I just point something out quick?
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
She's not going to touch your penis.
Yeah, no. Ooh, would you want her to? I imagine it's very, very bony and clammy. And speaking as a bony, clammy person myself.
Look, I can just say, look, if somebody wants to fuck her face to get her to shut the fuck up, by all means, go ahead, man.
I think we'd have to have some kind of like basic.
I'm not going to do that, by the way. I like my penis.
Universal standard, meaning like if you're having an episode,
you can clip that.
Particularly where we bring you in, we help you. If you're broken bones, flu, things that it's like relatively simple and knowledge based.
All right.
You didn't even let Tim finish his rebuttal, Mr.
And also,
Give them
you
an
didn't even
argument. Here's
fucking
a new
answer the
debate.
question.
Yeah. So we have no idea what Tim was even gonna say. You cut him off before you could get to his fucking answer. Oh, this is how you do it. What?
Again, it's a small thing. Like Tim doesn't even like. Look, I'm sure an hour and a half of Tim talking, like he says many crazy things. He doesn't even say anything crazy in this.
If you say the word like one more time, I'm gonna make you eat that fucking microphone.
This
you fat
man
asshole.
considers himself to be like a peak intellectual. He thinks
Why?
he's
He doesn't
smarter
say anything.
than Moldbug. Just because he is. Because he's an
He hasn't said anything.
He's a leftist. I know he hasn't said anything. Well, let's let him go. He's got another 3 minutes.
This clip, I do think, I don't think his position is super well thought out. I think this idea that like you should have Medicare for all, but like only for emergencies, only does not.
No, why is it laughable? Because I agree, by the way. If you're going to have any kind of socialized health system, which, by the way, it cannot work in the United States. It can't work in Canada either, as it's not working in Canada.
That's why people go to America for their healthcare in America and from Canada.
Yes, because they get better health treatment. It costs money. It costs a lot of money. And I will be the first person to tell you, all over the world.
Some people paying the weight, some people paying money.
Hospitals, doctors massively overcharge. There is a problem there. It's indisputable. It's a problem there. But people from Canada, if they have a really serious disease, will go to America because the waiting lists in Canada are so long and the treatment is subpar. That it's not made up. That's a truth.
I like what Thomas Sowell said about this industry when someone asked him, what is particularly dangerous rhetoric around election time? And he said, the idea that what we can't afford in medicine, pay directly, we can somehow make cheaper by employing a government bureaucracy on top of existing medical costs.
Right? It's always going to cost more because you're employing a government bureaucracy. And also, again, Canada's got universal health care. And what do they do? What are they saying right now? What have they just instituted? Because the wait times are so long and the quality of service is so poor. Kill yourself. That's what they're.
Literally.
That was Canada's answer. Our glorious socialized health system. You know what? Actually, kill yourself. I mean, that was Canada's answer to it. You can't make that shit up. So yeah, Ben, it would be nice if we could have heard all of Tim's argument on that. But cut him off before he could answer. Mr. Give them an argument. Good faith
Kizza makes a
Gary,
good point, actually.
He pretends to be. Kizza says for £5, everyone, stupidity and evil are the same thing. When you compare the results, we all know this, so please stop questioning except this fact. Yeah, I think that's probably true. And for another 5, Kizza says, on the union debate with TYT Bint, did she explain why TYT are all idiots for not having a union? Or is this another classic NIMBY left example?
That's a good point, because I remember when
Styx bring that up?
No, I remember when Jenks said that the reason TYT grew is because they didn't have unions.
Yeah, didn't have a union.
And Ben Shapiro just lost his shit at that. He just went like, "Oh my god, they get just straight into my veins." Yeah, because that was the funniest fucking thing. Is that he openly said, "Oh, if it wasn't for not having unions, we wouldn't have grown." Like, really? Mr. fucking Union Boy is openly saying that without unions, you don't. If you have unions, you don't fucking grow. No shit.
No, I genuinely don't recall if they talked about it in that conversation, because it's been like a year.
That was fucking ages ago.
It's been a while. But while I'm getting the chats, I'll get this one from Dreadnought as well. Dreadnought for 5 says, Ben Burgess, a singular rare specimen, a man combining the physical appearance and personal hygiene of an alley rat, the moral compass of the same. Yeah, man. He is a specimen, that's for sure.
He does look like a typical one of the
one of the dumbest books I've ever had the misfortune of reading. That was and I read what was it, the book I always forget the name of, that was also really stupid. The Democracy book. The Democracy book that I always forget the name of. You know what it is, because I always forget the name of it.
Oh, Dictator's Handbook.
Dictator's Handbook.
I don't know why you keep forgetting that every time.
I don't know either. I think now it's just become a meme in my own head. That book was really stupid. However, Dictator's Handbook, while stupid, is miles ahead of give them an argument, which is legitimately
but
one
the
of
premise
the
of
dumbest.
Dictator's Handbook is insane. The fact that there's a single ruler, there's no philosophical difference in any ruler, whether it's a dictatorship, a monarchy, a CEO, or a military junta, which is fucking insane. There's not even the same amount of... like, I want to ask that guy who wrote that book, are you telling me that absolutism, whatever the form it takes, is the exact same whether it be in Denmark, Spain, France, or England? Like, no. The language isn't even the fucking same you get.
That was his argument, yes.
This is rubbish. That's just rubbish.
Of course it's rubbish. Lancer5 says, considering how evil doctors have proven themselves to be, we've certainly seen that
recently. In the last 2 years, anyway.
Yeah, I would endorse the socialization of medicine by making all doctors prisoners with jobs. I don't know about that, but there's your option for socialized medicine. Kizza, who's been a member for 6 months. Hey, Kizza, thank you. Spin, I am the monarch, and that is required, and I have every incentive to rule. When you need to build a nation, you don't go to liars, you go to engineers, architects, and sculptors. Who doesn't want to see my niece's crown?
I am very skeptical of anyone who says I should be the monarch. Like, no.
Spin and I are both skeptical of that, because every time.
Yes, I'm not a... the best person to have power is a person who doesn't want it.
Typically speaking.
Yes.
But I know you're mostly shitpost.
Hey, Musk, how do you feel about running a country?
What's up, Bill?
There's an old saying. An engineer would climb over a pile of 500 virgins to fuck one technician.
I'm not sure what that saying means, but thank you, Bill.
I think Bill would make a good monarch.
Spin says you'd make a good monarch, Bill. What's your reaction?
He'd say that.
What did he say?
Told you he'd say that eventually.
Oh, did he say that? I would say that he'd make a good monarch.
So. I don't remember him saying that.
Yeah, because Bill does not want power in any fucking way. That's why I said I think he would make a good monarch.
Bill calls himself a man of incomprehensible politics or indecipherable politics. I can't remember which, but yeah, like it's. Which would, probably I would agree, make it better. I'd be all in favor of Bill as king. Bill should be king of Guernsey.
Yeah.
I'm 100% behind that. He should be king of Guernsey.
Like, Bill, how do you feel about racism? Endorse. Okay, there we go.
Well, the most racist man alive. I'm gonna get him that T-shirt, by the way. The most racist man alive.
I would wear that T-shirt
in public. Yeah. Bill would even have any.
I would wear it in public. Yeah. It's obviously a joke. Like, anyone would take it seriously.
Yeah. Right. Kizza for £5 says, never forget, Ben supports countries which have monarchs as their head of states and thought it was an argument for democracy. What a retard. Ben has no idea what the fuck he's arguing for, Kizza. Yeah, thank you.
Make a lot of sense.
The irony, you pause there.
Even in terms of cost efficiency, it doesn't make sense. An ounce of prevention, right, is worth a pound of cure.
You're not talking about prevention. You're literally talking about treatment, you dumbass. Like, how the fuck do you think that is remotely even cost efficient? If it was cost efficient, you would do it because it's beneficial for the state then, you fucking idiot.
Obviously, yeah.
And in particular, honestly, with existing community mental health, that is publicly funded, that already exists, that's a big problem, that it's so underfunded that, like, it's very
including in California where it's majorly overfunded. But see, again, what's their solution? Just throw more money at it. Every time it's always throw more money at it, throw more money at it, throw more money at it. Why is California, one of the states that throws the most money at it, the worst?
It in unless you've kind of already had an episode and done something that showed that you were dangerous to yourself or others. So I'm not, whatever. It could be a lot worse. At least he's sort of on board with the basic principle. He doesn't say anything too bad here. But what I really liked about how Emma handled this was that Tim is basically started, he didn't start that out with the intention of talking about Medicare for all. He wanted to, he just wanted to do a little bit of conservative coded fear mongering. And I think Emma did exactly what you should do in that situation, which is like, don't sit there and argue about that.
You know what I'm saying?
I would like to know, how does someone say, we have a problem with 25 deaths of people just being thrown in front of trains, and somehow make this a conservative fear-mongering? What does this have to do with politics in general? This is a crime. This is nothing to do with politics.
He's talking about people dying, and he's like, oh, it's conservative fear-mongering. Is it fear-mongering implies that it's not true?
Yes, and he literally just brought up a statistic. So how is this fear-mongering or even political.
It's
like what?
fear-mongering because you don't like the reality.
But
You don't like the reality.
that doesn't even make any fucking sense.
That states like New York that also have huge amounts of funding for mental health programs, not as much as California. Are
No,
full
it
of
doesn't.
crazy
It
people.
fucking funds crack in vending machines.
But exactly. And yet, weirdly, the mental health situation, in terms of if we're rating mental health because via homelessness, which is a fairly decent proxy measure.
That should tell you something. Everything about New York is that if you are ever so stupid to say that it has problems with funding and it has actual fucking vending machine with crack paraphernalia, it tells me I am not going to I'm not in any way going to advocate for the state to do any fucking problem because they put fucking crack paraphernalia in fucking vending machines, you daft retard. And you think the solution is to give more power to the state? Are you out of your fucking mind, you boy?
What's up, Bill? Okay, yeah. Thank you, Bill.
He's just nuts.
Yeah, he is nuts. Sorry, Bill, remind me of something. I told you we're getting this new shower installed, so we have the guys gonna come by tomorrow morning.
Immediately redirect it to like, what's the substantive issue underlying it? What about like, okay, like what you're describing is
okay. The substantive issue you failed to address because you said it was conservative fear-mongering. You went to a talking point, and now that's apparently also avoiding the question, but also addressing the issue. How the fuck does that make any sense?
It does not, Stan.
not just like, we happen to have a bunch of people with bad souls in this country or whatever. Like what you're describing, is lack of mental health care. So what do you actually want to do about it?
No,
this is the thing. This is the problem. He's not even reacting to he doesn't even know what Tim said. He's just making shit up. Look, usually I try not to engage in solipsism. There have been multiple points in the stream where I've said things like, I bet this person thinks this, but I don't know, right? I would make a bet on it, but I don't know. Ben's not making a bet. He's just like, yeah, that's how he thinks. It's solipsistic, by the way, Ben, when you do that. Thought you were a philosophy guy. Maybe read some Aristotle. Cringe.
I know the clip you referencing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think
it's democracy. Democracy is gay. Read some Aristotle.
Yeah.
Reflects something important about the conservative worldview, but they're not really enabling themselves to think about. Because if you were to imply that there's systemic reasons why a homeless person might push someone in front of a train, then you might say that there are systemic solutions, or at least possible systemic solutions.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Nothing. He's just spouting words.
It's kind of weird because systemic problem implies that it's done by the state.
By the state. It's not. The state is trying to fix it by putting a bunch of money into it. You just want more money. It's like, well, it's not working. Oh, let's just put more money. More money at it. That's always the solution. That's always their fucking solution. Throw more money at it.
This is the problem that people don't seem to understand. They seem to think, this is the fundamental problem of everything leftist, is they seem to think that if you employ people to solve a problem, they're going to solve the problem. They're not going to, because the people you put into power, you're basically giving them a job. And if their job is to solve a problem, they're going to work themselves out of a job, which means they're never going to fucking do that thing. It's not a service, you fucking moron.
Exactly. What's better? If you're making money, what is better?
They're basically just
Curing
grifters.
Cancer? Hang on, what's better? Curing cancer or creating treatments?
Treatments, obviously.
Obviously. What's better if you're making a bunch of money? Would it be curing or finding a way to end people, the mental turmoil, people who feel gender dysphoria, or a very expensive treatment, a surgical treatment that requires lifelong palliative care? Oh, it's the latter. Lifelong palliative care. That's the one you go with. You don't actually look at trying to treat the cause, obviously. And I would think as a socialist, or what, I'm sure he's some kind of socialist or commie, you would agree with that, but you don't. Weird. That's weird that you don't agree with that kind of premise, Ben, but okay.
So it's been a problem. But that doesn't seem to be really what Poole really wanted to get at. Right? He wanted to like, these people are crazy and they're out there and they're dangerous and they're violent.
They are.
And the most that we can maybe do is deal with the symptom of this issue, which is to throw these people in jail. And then
that's not even what he said, by the way. You cut him off before he could talk. This is, I mean, again, it's these people, they just watch these clips. They haven't watched the fucking thing. They even admit it.
How do you praise Emma for deviating from the question, but you're also blaming Timnah for not addressing the question? Like, what the fuck?
Because they haven't watched the fucking thing they're talking about, but they feel emboldened to talk about it
But
anyway.
It's so insane. They seem to want it both ways, and I'm watching this going, why are you, what?
Yeah, what is about how I feel as well.
And toss away the key. And I think she did a fantastic job of just always going back to the more structural features.
No, she just went to a talking point, you fat bastard.
Went to a talking point, and then you didn't let Tim say his rebuttal. Mr. Debate guy. You don't even know how, you didn't even let Tim actually finish. You cut him off. This is so absurd. Again, cannot overstate it. This guy wrote a book on how to debate with the right from a leftist perspective. And this is how you do it.
Leftist worldview and saying, look, if you're concerned about those kind of things, there are solutions to them. One of them might be not throwing people with mental health problems onto the street where they're going to be a danger to themselves and a danger.
You know who does that? You know why that's the case? Hey, Matt McManus. Do you know why that's the case, Matt McManus? Do you know who's responsible for that? Do you know why we throw homeless people or crazy people back onto the street?
The halfway houses were closed.
Do you know why, Spoon?
Because they closed all the mental asylums, like
Lyndon B. Johnson. Your guy. Closed all the mental asylums. By the way, JFK was the one who started it. Lyndon B. Johnson implemented it in a horrifying way. JFK had real reasons for wanting to close down mental asylums. I think he wanted to reform them, which was the correct answer, right? Because they were complete. I mean, the amount of abuse that happened in the mental asylums after the Civil War, particularly, which is what, and it took a very long time for that to get better, because you had people who were going to be in there for life because they were severely injured mentally and physically after the Civil War. They got put into these, because before that, the asylums were rest homes, essentially. It was just supposed to be a place where, and they're all built in the same design that maximizes the old style asylums are built in the same design to maximize light at all hours of the day. So it faces so that it's open and airy. Well, after the Civil War, they were flooded. So many people, and then after World War I, it was the same issue. World War II, same issue. They get flooded with people. JFK's sister was lobotomized, right? That's why JFK wanted to end it, or at least to reform it. I think JFK wanted to reform it. Lyndon B. Johnson just said, nope. If you are not an immediate danger to yourself or others, they cannot keep you for longer than 3 days. That's your guy, Lyndon B. Johnson, who did that. Okay? It's a leftist policy to not hold people against their will in these asylums because you consider that to be a violation of your rights. And in some ways it might, but if you're a threat, I mean, if you're insane, maybe your rights need to be, I mean, I'm sorry, like, this is going to sound authoritarian, but if you're insane, even if you're not an immediate danger to yourself or others, and you're living on the street, maybe you need to be held a little bit so you can get off drugs longer than 48 hours. 72 hours is the max, actually. 72 hours. Maybe you need to be held a little bit longer than 72 hours. While you're
we don't believe in equality, so I don't care.
Yeah, so.
Danger to others, but actually treating with dignity and humanity and allowing them to access the help that they need.
Yeah.
That's adorable. That's an adorably fluffy duffy world they live in. Like, this isn't the real world at all.
Yes, it's all fluff. It's sugar and
we should treat everyone with dignity, because everyone is. These are the kind of people that think you can outtalk a serial killer into not murdering people.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just fucking delusional idiots.
It's a complete fantasy world. Complete fantasy.
Yeah, they're the kind of people who look at statistics and think like, oh, look, we have mental problems. We can just throw money at it and it'll somehow make it go like, no.
She was also just cool as a fucking cucumber that whole time. So really, mad props for.
No, she didn't like lose her temper. I will say that to Emma. But it's because she was pulling this weird like.
Because she was being an antagonistic bitch.
She would oscillate wildly between being a bitch and then being like, oh, I don't understand. And you know why?
Also,
to generate clips.
Yeah, and also
the clips that you would pour of her going like, I don't understand him.
And also
and then Tim's mad.
That also is that helps make the opposition mad. If you can keep your cool, you also... But this is the thing. If you can keep your cool and you're right, you look in control. If you keep your cool and you're being a smug asshole, it makes you look worse.
Yeah.
Then it makes you look psychotic.
I wish you had listened to the discussion that I had on Yiz's channel last night with her and Free and
yeah, why?
Gosh, now I'm trying to remember the other guy's name. Now it's escaping me. The other guy who lives here in the UK. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for listening to this, man. I can't remember your handle. But because I felt it somewhere, I was like, am I being mean? Because it's just that when I'm hearing the same arguments that about monarchy stuff, we were debating monarchy and if it's a thing that could exist in the United States, and it's like at some point when you've done the debate, like 100 times, and it's not 100 for me, but it's been for 2 years now, essentially nearly 2 years, year and a half. I've done it almost every day. So it's like when I see the same arguments, I'm like, at one point it made me, I was chuckling. I was like, and I as soon as it happened, I realized like, oh my god, I sounded like a dick by doing that. And I wasn't laughing at 3 or Yiz. I think it was something 3 said. I wasn't laughing at 3. I was laughing because it was like, oh, here's this one. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I've heard that 1 billion times, and it's not a good argument. So here we go. Now here's my prescriptive response because I know what I'm doing. And my only point is that like Emma knew what she was going into in terms of the clipping, where she would say something incendiary and crazy and lie. And then as soon as Tim reacts, she goes, I don't understand. I'm just an innocent. I don't know what you mean, Tim. And Tim was right, because you're going to clickbait it. You're going to clip it. You're going to clip that part of her being reasonable, not clip the parts where she's being crazy. And that's what you did. That's what all these people did.
In that respect, right? I was really impressed by the performance overall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's it. Anywho, those are 2 videos. I have some other stuff. I want to watch this. Spoon, give me some time. I didn't get through any of my shit. Spoon, give me a half hour to try to get to some of it. Okay.
Half hour?
Yeah, give me till 1. Come on. Spoon, I think I need to get through my stuff. Please. Spoon, please. Spoon, please. Spoon, please. Okay. All right, cool. We're gonna have to speed it up though, lads. We're gonna get through this stuff before I lose my spoon. Alrighty.
Do you own me?
No, but hang on. Ooh, wait, what? Did I just save this? I'm trying to watch the clip that Lamented sent. Okay, cool. It's just called Matt. All right, so let's watch this real quick. I'm gonna share my screen with you, and then we'll get into the next couple things. Because I have a couple things that to respond to Ben Burgess, Ben Butthole, or whatever, Ben Burgers. Here we go. I'll share my screen, and this is Lamented, not Lamented. I'm sorry. Neon Suspender sent this to us, which let's see what it is. I have not seen this, but the majority report. I'm assuming it's in response to this 10 stuff, so I thought we'd watch it now. Let me know when you've got it up.
Yeah.
Spoonathan.
Oh God.
What?
I know the clip you're gonna play as well.
Oh, I don't know this one. I mean, I can see Matt Bender and Emma. I don't know the other guy.
Bad about this. I'm 100% right on this.
No, you're not. Shut up, bitch.
I don't give a shit about the scientific explanation.
Oh,
People, if they identify as a woman, get to compete in sports. If that's not fair in the short term for a variety of little competitions, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Because the societal interest of including trans people in society trumps stupid competition. Full stop. So I'm right about this. You're wrong about this.
What do you think of that?
I mean, I think it's very easy to give away things that aren't yours to give away. I doubt she's actually an athlete, that woman.
That was running through my head this whole conversation.
My God, she's got a delightful little frisson of self-righteousness there, hasn't she? Oh my God, she's just like, I am so good.
Yeah, so first of all, let me just say, whenever I see someone honest about something,
I'm just blown away by the fact that she just said it doesn't matter if there's unfairness in competition. You're talking about sports.
It's competition,
bitch.
It's inherently
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's inherently unfair. Makes it a sport.
I can't even comprehend what the fuck she just said.
Exist. Because she's living in it. Because she's a Hegelian, dude. The whole thing it's about
She's
the
monkey.
dialectic. You have to break down everything. All differences between people must be broken down in order. And once we break down all of the different differences between people, it's the Marxist Hegelian dialectic, the Marxist materialist. What's it called? Oh, come on, brain. What are you doing? Why did I just shut down like a shitty Dell computer? The Marxist version of Hegelianism, the transgender version of Hegelianism, it's all the same shit. You have to break down all different differences between people. And once you do that, then you can ascend into the pleroma or beyond the pleroma and defeat Yaldabaoth and become one with God. And that is, they won't say they believe that, but that's where the shit comes from. It's esotericism, it's hermeticism, it's magic. It's magic they think they're doing.
I think we should thank them.
Yeah. Oh,
like
yeah.
When
we call
hardcore Muslims say that they want to kill apostates, that's a person with whom you can have a
call
conversation.
this Operation Let Them Speak.
I agree, by the way.
There's nothing I can say that's as good as that.
It's perfect. So I think my tweet to that was, you need to understand the trans movement. It's not an evidence-based thing. It's a moral thing.
Yeah. Thank you, Lish.
And when I see that, I want my first thought is thank you for being honest.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying what this is actually about, that you don't care about evidence. Thank you.
And for performing her self-righteous, centering herself.
Right.
Seeing the whole world as a stage upon which she gets to perform her virtue.
Yep, that's what it's about.
That's the way you should argue, is that you realize you're not dealing with facts, you're dealing with moral posturing.
Yeah. Thank you for the clip, Neon Suspenders. It's exactly true. And I always like...
It's kind of the thing that you have to realize what you're up against, because if you're going to argue with evidence, you're going to argue way over their head. It doesn't hit them.
Yeah, they can't do it. Since she brought up since Ben Burgess was focusing just on the homelessness and the mental health stuff in California, let's listen to this.
About spending $1.5 billion over.
I said it was over $1 billion. $1.5 billion in the next 3 years in California alone.
The next 3 years in San Francisco, and they're saying
not even in California, just in San Francisco, 1.5 billion in 3 years just in San Francisco.
each bed would be $70,000 for a shelter. What are your thoughts on this?
The whole homeless business is corrupt, and here's the reason. When Gammon and I did the 10-year plan in 2004 to end chronic homelessness, we looked at each and every contract. So if you come to me as a homeless person that is mentally ill, they were putting people into programs that were 5 months long for mental, and then at the end of the 5 months, they put you back on the street. So that's not permanent supported housing. So that's one problem where programs ended and didn't have the proper transition into permanent supportive housing. The second problem is we found one organization that was spending $75 on administration and $25 on the homeless person.
Wow. 75% of their funding will go to themselves.
That's right. And that happens all the time. That's why it's corrupt.
Yeah.
No fucking shit.
Fucking
like
shit,
I told you.
Right? Exactly. And that's in California, the capital of leftism in the United States. $70,000 for a bed? Yeah, because they're not spending the money right. As she said, it all goes to administration. They pay themselves for this shit, and they pat themselves on the back for it. Right? That's what always happens with this stuff. Every single goddamn time. Real quick, let me get some super chats before I get into
If you say to someone your rent is
stuff.
$770,000 a year, you'd be like, holy shit, you must live well if that's your fucking rent.
Oh, man, look at... Don't look at how much it costs. Get out of here. Okay.
Damn it, Fox, why do you fucking do that?
I hate that. I hate it, man. It's for boomers who don't know how to click on things, so they just like, here, watch it.
God damn it, boomers.
That's my guess. I don't really know. Kids Up for £5 says, Aiden/Spoon, you both know I hate politics, hence why I'm idealist. I think you meant idealist. Why I'm ideal. And, why am I ideal for Monarch? I get you. Also, you both would love Operation Doom Guy on the Marxism question. Don't lie. That is true. I mean, I'm more of a fan of the Pinochet answer to that. But, you know, yeah, for sure. Dutchman, who's been a member for 5 months, says, Spoon, ooh woos for 5 months, please. Well.
Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa.
There's 5 ooh woos. 5 months. Thank you, Dutchman. Supreme Member Kizza for £5 says, how to solve mental health. 1, no left-wing politics. 2, end broken homes. That's the big one. 3, stigmatize the hell out of degeneracy. That's a big one. 4, more puppies. Yeah, more puppies are good. Any objections? I'm all in favor of pup. And any broken homes and stigmatizing the hell out of degeneracy. Left-wing politics are going to be more difficult to stamp out. Well, all of them are difficult to stamp out. Besides puppies, don't stamp out puppies. More puppies. And Committed to Fats who's been a member for 6 months. Thank you, man. Says, boss, I figured it out. These white left hacks think they're the Courier 6 working on Yes Man ending, but they're not. They're the powder gangers. Yeah.
That's a good example.
That is a good analogy, yeah. Kizzer for £5 says, Aiden, I have a white pill delivery if you check DMs. Also, miserable people need to spend time in nature with some vitamin D. Vitamin dude. What did I say?
Vitamin dude.
They need to spend some time.
That's what feminists need to fucking spend time with.
Oh, so cute. That's a cool blanket too. I like that comforter. It's cool looking. Thank you, Kizza. Kizza for £5 says, speaking of Yiz's stream, practically all of you agreed with me being king and why monarchy is superior in the homes, private sector, and military. We did all end up mostly agreeing. I just felt bad when I felt like I was like being aggressive, and it's not because again, you know, I love 3, and I love Yiz, but it's just when I'm hearing an argument that I've heard a million times before, and I've responded to a million times, and I know that I'm right on. Right, I'm pretty sure I'm right on. Then it's like I've done this, you know. That's all. And I felt like maybe I got a little bit. I didn't get aggressive. I just kind of got smug, and I don't like to be that way. You know, I don't like to act smug. It wasn't my intent. California Assembly Committee blocks bill that could have sent human traffickers of kids to prison for life. Thank you, California. Just in, the Assembly Public Safety Committee blocks SB 14, which would have made human trafficking of a minor a serious felony in California. And they said, nope, we want human trafficking to not be a serious felony. It's California. Spending billions of dollars on the homeless problem, where it is the worst state in the country, arguably, for the homeless issue. Also doesn't want to send human traffickers of children to prison.
Yeah, that was kind of
weird.
Bizarre.
Weird. This is a kind of unrelated thing, but just thought I'd get through this. You know how I've often talked about how when there's something in the news that is weird and not political, but it's everywhere, I always think, okay, well, what's this covering up? Why are we all talking about this and not talking about why are we talking about this, right? Well, I figured out what the sub was about. Y'all remember the sub that imploded, right? Here's what it was about. A few weeks ago, while the media focused on the Titanic submarine, the government quietly legalized the sale of lab-grown chicken and meat without any labeling. This happened with very little safety review or public discussion. If you're okay with eating lab meat cultured from cancer cells, this post isn't for you. If you're disturbed by this development, it may be wise to purchase chicken and meat with bones, like steak and ribs. I took this photo at the Whole Foods near my house this morning. The package on the left says grass-fed ground beef. Package on the right, which is for sale, simply says beef. I'm going to look for indications like grass-fed that chicken and beef are coming from animals rather than labs. I think this is what they were covering up. And I looked into it. I mean, this is true. This is a real thing that happened. That is now legal to sell lab-grown meat in the U.S. Well, that's what that sub thing was about. Going back to California and their anti-trafficking bill. This is curious. We talked about it a little bit last week, which is that this movie Sound of Freedom, which is a movie about human trafficking, comes from Christians. I don't think it's a Christian movie. All of a sudden, it's a moral panic and a QAnon concept. Human trafficking is now a conspiracy theory. What the fuck? They are furious that a movie that is anti-pedophilia is a hit.
Yeah.
Why is that, Spoon?
Because they're just evil.
Yeah, weird. Let's watch.
And you seem pretty familiar with him because he doesn't really hide his association with this real wild plot that involves, drinking the blood of children and things like that.
No, he doesn't hide it at all. And you have a lot of people who are in this world of QAnon who say, oh, they don't know what that is. They've never heard of it. They're just asking questions. With somebody like Jim Caviezel, he is openly embracing it. He's openly using its catchphrases and its concepts. He's speaking at QAnon conventions. And this film is being marketed.
What the fuck is a QAnon convention?
QAnon convention.
What the fuck is that?
I have no idea. They're just lying. They're just making shit up. What the fuck is a QAnon convention?
To either specific QAnon believers or to people who believe all of the same tenets as QAnon, but claim they don't know what it is.
What? It's like, here's these things I believe in. Well, that's QAnon. What's QAnon? Just what someone involved with QAnon would say. Okay. It's so. Oh, hey, I'm not in favor of trafficking children into pedophile sex rings. Just what a conservative would say. You're basically a Nazi. Alrighty then. Well, if being against child trafficking into sex rings makes me a QAnon conspiracy theorist, then, well, I'm a QAnon conspiracy theorist. Fuck you, dude.
And The Sound of Freedom does focus on a real issue of sex trafficking. But
they always say, oh, well, it's kind of a real issue that we usually talk about a lot on the left. But no, not now. We don't want to talk about it. Don't like it now.
It's sort of like that kernel of truth that feeds the QAnon conspiracy theory. Tell us how those two things work together.
I don't know what the fuck you just said.
Durable and the most...
I don't either. How does reality work with a movie about a real thing that happens?
Yeah,
made by conservatives. How does those work together? It's a movie about a real fucking problem.
I'm
believable.
There is no way for them to not look like they are in favor of pedophilia, right? They're all complaining. It's been this way for weeks. That they're crying and complaining that this movie did really well because it's made by a conservative. It makes you look like you're in favor of pedophilia and sex trafficking. Just saying.
Conspiracy theories are not entirely false. There's something in them that is true and the rest of it is false, but the believers point to the one true thing and they say, oh, you don't believe that this particular thing is true. In terms of child trafficking, we know trafficking is real. We know it has
hold on a second. I want to know what is the thing that isn't true.
He's not going to tell you.
Because that's the thing that is bugging me right now.
He's not going to tell you.
If you can tell me that this is the kernel of truth, this is the exaggeration, but you're not telling me the exaggeration and you're just doing this line of thing, it's going to make me think you look really fucking shady.
Yeah, where's the fucking lie?
Yes.
Let's see if he says it. Mike Rothschild. Interesting name. Mr. Rothschild, where's the lie?
Yeah, you definitely don't have a shady name at all.
No.
Denying that, but these films are created out of moral panics. They're created out of bogus statistics. They're created out of fear. And with something like Sound of Freedom, it specifically is looking at QAnon concepts of these child trafficking rings that are run by the high-level elites and only people.
Did you just say, the stories are based off exaggerations? Your entire fucking network is based on that. Jesus fucking Christ! What the hell are you talking about?
You're on CNN right now. Mr. Rothschild, I asked you again, where's the lie? Oh, you're not going to say where the lies are? Weird.
People like Tim Ballard and only people like Jim Caviezel, and by extension, only people like the ticket buyer can help bring these trafficking rings down. So there's a very participatory element. You're not just going to see a movie, you're just killing 2 hours on a hot day. You are helping bring down these pedophile rings and save children.
No,
now,
what the fuck? No one watches that movie and thinks this, you fucking moron.
Mr. Rothschild, it's like, he resembles that remark, though. He's just upset he resembles that remark. I think we got enough of that. Dreadnought for Fun says 3 years ago, I would never have considered that Epstein was good. Actually, it could have happened so fast. I know, right?
Oh my god, that's a good fucking point.
We're damn near it, right? Soul in the Lich for 20 ARS says props to CNN for asking a real affected party. Yeah, Mr. Rothschild here, very affected by claims of human trafficking.
Yes, it's very, very weird.
Speaking of admitting to shit you're not supposed to. This is Hari Neff. who is a transgender person that's in the Barbie movie, and
She's trans?
Allegedly. But here's
Very
the
feminine
part
face.
that matters. I think they are.
I think that my tits are bigger
That's why
than
they're
yours.
in a. That's why they're in a movie, right?
I literally have. Can I just point something out? All of these fucking so-called trans chicks, you're dudes. Fuck off.
Well, yeah,
And secondly, I have bigger boobs than all of you, and I'm a guy, an actual guy. I'm not trying to fucking lob as a female, and I have bigger tits than you do.
Here's
God's
the
sakes.
part.
I can cup them
that's
for
a
God's
shame.
sakes.
I'm not gonna read this whole fucking out.com article. Fuck that.
Greta, what a fucking name.
No. They,
Oh my god. Do you think Greta is a guy?
no.
Greta Thunberg, you don't think Greta Thunberg is maybe a dude?
No.
Are you sure? That fucking face,
Yeah.
I'm really confused actually.
No, she's just an unattractive person. Raised by people who are hateful, hate seeped into your soul, makes you ugly on the outside. It's road doll. I believe that 100%. Okay. While she says the movie is a celebration of femininity, it's also a loving send-up. Send-up? Of it and how far it can be taken. That contradiction and ambivalence, I think, is very close to the heart of probably a lot of girls like me today. You're not a girl. Probably a lot of girls in general today, she says. It's candy with a little poison. That's what I like. Don't you just enjoy when they say the quiet part out loud? That this is propaganda? That it is a poison that they are selling as a candy? Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. But,
How far femininity can be taken.
yeah.
That's kind of
not going
creepy.
great. Not going great for a lot of these woke companies. Disney World hasn't felt this empty in years. Shorter wait times for rides and more discount offers are signs of thinning crowds at theme parks. People aren't going to Disney World. I'm not reading this whole article. I just want to read the headline. Disney World's not going great. Not going great for them for having all these shitty movies. Not going great for Ben & Jerry's. They lost $2 billion over their stupid fucking tweet.
And now they're getting owned by Native Americans, which is funny as
Right,
fuck.
their stupid goddamn tweet. Unilever, their parent
Their
company
HQ is built on native grounds.
Yes, they're which is
my
hilarious.
god, you
People were saying,
fucking
"Whoa, you gotta
retards.
give the land back then. Your headquarters, all of your major."
They're not gonna do shit. Their entire fucking gimmick is to lob.
This is a virtue signal.
Yes.
Yeah, the United States was found on stolen indigenous land. 4th of July. Let's commit to returning it. You first.
Yes. The land was always stolen. It was just conquered and reconquered by certain tribes throughout the fucking ages. And then a bunch of white people came over and did conquering better than the rest of you. And then you're salty as fuck that the Europeans kicked the shit out of you because they're superior to you. Fuck you.
Somebody's ancestors not do very good at
War. Yeah, that's basically it. Oh, I'm
No.
sorry. Europeans had the
You
best
wanna see
competition. Other
this
Europeans.
Shit. Right after that happens, they lose $2 billion. Unilever does. Within the week, Ben & Jerry's co-founder Ben Cohen is arrested in D.C. for protesting against Julian Assange's prosecution.
That's kind of based.
Excuse... You know what this is.
That's virtue signaling.
This is a stunt. That Ben & Jerry's is known as a leftist organization that fights for things people like. And they're like, oh shit, we're in a bunch of trouble. Let's do a little PR move. I guarantee he arrested. Probably paid off the cops. Just a guess. I don't know. But... Really? Really? You get arrested for protesting in favor of Julian Assange being released within like 5 days after your company loses $2 billion for its stupid 4th of July tweet? I find that weird. It's odd timing. Just a little bit, just, you know. Whatever, he's burning stuff. He gets arrested. You get the idea. I don't think he was really arrested, and I think the whole thing was a stunt. What's not a stunt is that Target very well may have violated child protection laws in all their trans stuff that they did for Pride Month. This was, I'm not going to read through all of this, obviously, but the United States government, this is the Office of the Attorney General of the state of Indiana, is pursuing legal action against Target for targeting children, funnily enough, in a way that was, it's not necessarily legal, right? They may have broken child protection laws by doing this.
No shit.
it does seem so, yeah. Let's see. Specifically, just a little bit of it. Target's Pride campaign and financial support and organizers such as GLSEN not only raise concerns under the state's child protection and parental rights laws, but also our state's economic interests as Target shareholders. Target's directors and officers have a fiduciary duty to our states and as shareholders in the company. The evidence suggests that Target's directors and officers may be negligent in undertaking the Pride campaign, which negatively affected Target's stock price. Moreover, it may have improperly directed company resources for collateral, political, or social goals unrelated to the company and its shareholders' best interests. Well, we'll see where that legal action goes. Did I talk about this last week? Because tell me if I did. Because it was like at that point where I couldn't remember if I mentioned this. Where Pornhub,
yeah, we did.
It's now been a new. It's been a new state though. Now it's also Mississippi. Pornhub is now banning itself in Mississippi. They would rather remove themselves from
Hello,
2 out of the 50
VPNs.
states. From 2 out of the 50 states, rather than just be like, hey, you have to be 18 to look at porn. Why are you doing that? Almost like you want people under 18 to look at porn. Weird. Fox stock downgraded on cord-cutting risk as viewership declines post Tucker Carlson. So, I would say good news. Fox News is failing because they fired Tucker.
They suck, yeah.
They suck. Also, relatedly, Fox News has been forced to retract an article where they just fucking lied. Anti-Trump story leaves readers with even bigger questions. So, this source said, which candidate can challenge Trump in a leaderly debate? Specifically what it says here, excuse me. Exclusive. Former Health and Human Services Secretary Tom Price told Fox News Digital there's no way he will support former President Donald Trump's 2024 presidential bid. When asked whether he will endorse Trump, Price said, after he fired me, no way. The only thing that guy has more of than fake tan is narcissism. Price said in an emailed statement to Fox News Digital, he can kiss my big medical butt. Potential for bad blood between Trump and Price is obvious. But here's the thing.
We seem salty.
But did he just tell Trump to kiss my butt? Well, Dan Diamond, who reported on Price's flights back in 2017, said on Friday that a source close to his former HHS secretary not only denied that he had made the comment, but also that he had never heard from Fox on the issue at all. They made it the fuck up, and they've now deleted the original tweet about it.
I wonder why.
Good going, Fox News. Good going. Trying to make shit up in order to disparage Trump. Excellent. Also, speaking of fake news, YouTube has censored the Australian MP for talking about COVID. This video has been removed due to violating YouTube's community guidelines. I can't show the video because we're on fucking YouTube. But Australian Communications and Media Authority is proposing to regulate media and ban misinformation. It's Fascism 101. Next sitting in the House of New South Wales Parliament, I'll be proposing an amendment in New South Wales Constitution that strictly guarantees freedom of speech. I can't play this, but the reality is that YouTube banned a video of a sitting politician for talking about the handling of COVID-19 policies in Australia. But you know what YouTube is not interested in banning, Spin? This is very serious.
Is it the something to do with somebody's asshole?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
YouTube will ban a sitting member of the Australian Parliament for talking about COVID, but this is fine. YouTube refuses to remove video of man displaying his butt, saying no violation of policies. This is a gay man showing you how to remove butt hairs using Nair cream. You can see the image as much as it's censored, thank God. This is allowed on YouTube. They're totally on board with it. But some guy, an elected politician in Australia talking about COVID policy, that has to be removed. You know what else has to be removed? The Lord's Prayer. It says Archbishop.
Fuck off, Archbishop.
Archbishop of York tells General Synod that our Father has patriarchal connotations.
Yes, that's the reason why.
Good.
Based.
I don't care about more than this. Just I can't read any more Guardian articles today apparently. But you know what? Good that it has patriarchal connotations. Holy fucking shit. Antithetical to patriarchal connotations. Actually, you know what? Yeah. I'm trying to get through this.
UK failing to financially contribute to spouses transitioning may be treated as domestic abuse. So not paying for your husband to cut his ding-dong off is now considered a form of abuse. I'd say it's financial abuse, by the way. But whatever. That's the fucking... This is what we're going with. If you don't pay for your spouse to get gender-affirming therapy, which is surgery, which means cutting off their genitals, then, well, you're abusive. Just it never ends, the clown world. Speaking of troons, though, here we have Dylan Mulvaney is back and has fled the country. Dylan Mulvaney has fled the country. I can't stand this person, so I'm going to fly him a little bit. But this is curious. Yeah.
Okay, time.
Don't use that word for him.
Surprise! I'm in Peru,
dickhead.
and I'm at Machu Picchu. Isn't this just so beautiful? I'm here by myself, and I used to do a ton of solo traveling. I'm telling you, it's the best. If you could ever do.
Look at all that. Look at
How do you get so much money?
Dude, look at his eye lines, his eye wrinkles. What the fuck? Dylan's 10 years younger than me, or yeah,
He's 26.
Okay, yeah, Dylan's 6 years younger than me, and looks 10 years minimum older than me.
I have less wrinkles than he does.
I mean, I don't
wear
have any
makeup.
eye wrinkles like that. Yeah, I don't have like any eye wrinkles, luckily. But it's my small Welsh skull is on the room. But like,
because I don't wear makeup.
No eye wrinkles. What the fuck? He's 26. He looks 30. He looks
late
40,
30s.
man. Yeah, late 30s.
Or do a solo trip somewhere. It is such a good way to get to know yourself better. But I came here to feel something. You know what I mean? And I definitely have. I've done shaman ceremonies that were like 10 years worth of therapy. It was wild.
Basically, that means I dropped ayahuasca.
I did ayahuasca. That's exactly what that means. Is I did ayahuasca.
Yeah.
And the people here are so kind. I feel very safe here. It's a little sad that I had to leave my country to feel safe, but that...
Why do you feel safe in Peru, which is not going to be as favorable towards transgender stuff as America, by the way?
Right, I was thinking the same thing. I was...
Yeah. Almost like you fled America because you were catching some heat. And you're not fleeing.
And you're going to go over to get high in Peru.
You're taking a fucking vacation to go get high in Peru. Don't say you're fleeing, you lying sack of shit.
I'm finding myself.
We'll get better eventually.
Taking ayahuasca,
and I am dying for some Trader Joe's rolled chili lime chips.
I like the way there's like a product placement in that fucking
I guarantee it was paid for, by the way.
Right.
Jesus Christ. You're in Peru? You know what I would do if I was in Peru? I would want to get...
Climb pyramids.
No, if I'm gonna eat in Peru, I'm going for Trader Joe's. Chili lime chips. You're in the home of fucking ceviche. What's the Peruvian form of ceviche? I think it's not called that. It's something else, right? Isn't it? Is it ceviche? Yeah. Ceviche. You're in the home of one of the most delicious dishes. Or papa a la papas a la.
You're in the home of good Coke.
I can't fucking speak. I'm shit at papas a la Haquaina.
Behind the scenes.
It's potatoes with egg and this cream sauce and olives, and it's delicious. Or yon saltado, French fries and steak, delicious Peruvian shit. And you're like, why can't you get my chips?
But other than that, I'm so content. Still haven't been kissed yet, but I'm holding out hope.
Why are you not eating fucking... Yeah, you're never gonna get kissed by
Ever?
anybody. No. Since they transitioned, that's been his claim, is that no one's kissed him since he transitioned.
That's because you are an emaciated dude. You fucking moron.
Yeah.
And no amount of anything you do is ever going to make people realize you're a woman, because you're not. You're a guy.
You know what the problem is? It's not even that. It's that you have an insufferable personality because you're a narcissist.
Yeah, that's
why no
true.
one wants to kiss you, dude.
And most of all, this trip has me feeling like I'm my own best friend again.
Because you don't have any other ones.
That's the best feeling in the world, and I hope that you feel that way about yourself too.
I hate this affirmation bullshit of being like pretending that you care about people. You don't give a shit. Stuart, I got one thing for you. I said this to you before, but Miss Netherlands,
pronounced trans woman Ricky Valerie. How do you pronounce this word? Cola?
I remember Stephen Fry several years ago, he said all the maniacs went to South Africa. I'm starting to think that's not true. I think all the sensible people went to South Africa.
Yeah, let's see. Can we look at this on Instagram? Oh, okay. It's been deleted. That's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. I did it. The model said on Instagram, yes, I'm trans. I want to share my story, but I'm also Ricky. That's what matters to me. I'm going to Google this person because, curiously, they deleted their shit from Instagram, so it's not on the NPR article. Do we have a video? Oh god, women.
Ricky Valerie Cole, a transgender model, won the title of Miss Netherlands.
You're inherently not Miss Netherlands. You're Mr. Netherlands. Really though? This is the woman? Really? When by woman, you know what I mean? Really? This is the person you choose? Is she really more beautiful than everyone else? What did Piers have to say about this? Oh, he's like 10 minutes now.
2023. The finale of the beauty pageant was held on Sunday. Making my community proud and showing it can be done, she wrote on Instagram after being declared the winner of the title.
Yeah. This is fucking sick, man. It's fucking
By the way, ladies, this is your fault.
It is
This is all your fucking
Look
fault.
at all the women celebrating him and being like, oh, you're one of us, ladies. Oh, I feel so... go, girl.
You do realize inside all those women are seething.
Oh, yeah. Here's some interesting shit.
Fire right now. I just got off the phone with my wife, who took my 9 and 7-year-old boys to the doctor today to get physicals for tackle football and school next year and all that other shit. My 9-year-old son went in first, and the first thing this woman asks him is if he identifies as a boy, a girl, gender fluid, or non-binary. My son, he's never heard of any of that shit before.
It's ridiculous. You can't escape it. This guy's homeschooling his children, and even here, can't get rid of it. Can't get away from it. A doctor.
This guy's base as fuck. A good base dad, yes.
You've been dealing with him your whole life. He is clearly a boy's boy. So what are you, trying to plant a fucking seed?
Yes, that is what they're doing.
In his head?
Yes, that's what they're doing. 100%.
The only thing I could be thankful for is that my wife took them instead of me. And props to my wife because she said something. And if she didn't, they would have asked my 7-year-old son the same damn question. This shit is ridiculous. And to the people out there who think that there's nothing wrong with that, and I'm just a transphobe or all that shit, you're fucked up.
You are fucked up.
This is bullshit.
Yep.
And there's something wrong with you.
Yep, it's not appropriate to ask a 9-year-old child about this shit.
Okay, I'm gonna go even further.
Mm-hmm.
This entire thing needs to be purged. Top to fucking bottom. I mean, no, I don't want any of this people to exist.
No.
I don't mean to knock off the people, but I mean the entire ideology needs to fucking go.
The ideology needs to go.
But something that really bugs me about this kind of shit. I am sick of stupid fucking people, right, who are so intellectually inferior and lacking in confidence that they think just because someone has a PhD that they can just say whatever the fuck they're like, oh, look, this person has a PhD. No. If you had sense, any rational person, if they said, does your child identify, if you say anything other than identify, I'm going to remove your fucking skull from your spine.
A 9-year-old child.
There is no, I'm gonna straight up say this. There's no such thing as transgenderism. That is bullshit. The entire fucking thing is bollocks. It is political shit. No, fuck you. No. No. No, that's bollocks. It is politics.
Hang on. There have been... Here's the thing.
No.
At some point in time, we were doing, we were doing brain scans. We did find that there were differences in neurological reactivity in people who were transgender.
That has nothing to do with their genitals.
No, I know it doesn't have anything to do with their genitals, but what I'm saying is there are people who have a mental disorder, and it actually has to deal with structural problems and structural differences in the brain. They absolutely do exist. Their brains react more like that of the other sex. We can see it with fMRI research, okay? Now, here's the thing, Spoon. They've stopped doing the fMRI research. They've stopped doing it. So they stopped doing it over 10 years ago. Because if there's fMRI research that shows that, like, oh, yeah, there's people who have this brain issue, then that would mean that you can't just identify as. No, it would show there's something that we could say, okay, you're feeling this way, let's go, or you're saying this, let's go take you, put you into an fMRI machine, and we'll see, you know, we're observing the structural differences.
No.
But they don't do that anymore because they know that it has nothing to do with science, it's nothing to do with medicine. It is all just fucking, it's part of their cult. So I do agree with you. In part, there are people who have a disorder that makes them feel that they are more like the opposite sex, right?
I guarantee you,
they are 0.01% of the population.
I can guarantee you, if this transgenderism thing wasn't existing, all those studies would be fucking pointless.
Well, no,
the idea that
that area of research has not been allowed to be conducted anymore. They hid it. They're actually hiding that research now. That actually shows that they're. And you know why? You know why they're hiding it? Because the more recent research, what it shows is that there is no difference. The reason why the recent research shows that is because the people who are going into these studies don't have a disorder, a genetic disorder. Because what it is largely it's created because of having more sons beforehand, which feminizes the fetus in utero. That's usually what makes it what we believe is the cause of much of homosexuality in men. And I think it's also what causes a lot of the brain dysfunction that relates to transgender thoughts, which it is a disorder, but it's an extremely rare disorder. And instead, it's just become like, oh, this is popular. This makes me really special. That's all it is. And it's really infuriating. There are people who suffer from it. They need to be dealt with by mental health.
Here is my thing for this. The idea that just because you think in a certain way that is more associated with the other sex, therefore you have to be more like them, is completely cockeyed to me. And I think anyone that reaches that conclusion is out of their fucking mind.
The chat is very much against me. And I get where you guys are coming from, by the way.
Yes, because I am an absolutist. I am not like, oh, we have a bit of this. No. There's no such thing as transgenderism. You cannot ever fucking be the opposite sex end fucking of. You are a person with your head screwed on fucking wrong. Any person who peddles this shit, I would immediately put you in jail or give you the death penalty because you are an insane maniac and you are cruel to humanity. You are a threat to human civilization. Fuck you.
You know what?
Bullshit.
The chat is real fucking aggressive on this, and I have to say, I think that's a good sign. The fact that like, you guys are watching this channel, so you know we're more aligned.
If you put this in a child's head, your head should be on a pike.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's clearly grooming. It's clearly grooming. It's clearly.
I do not give a fuck about your politics. I see you as just an evil, demonic hellspawn that should be crucified.
If you're talking to kids, a 9-year-old child about this is the first.
No. This has nothing to do with children. If you do this to any human being, like if you are honestly something that wants to harm another person's capacity to give birth, there is something fucking wrong with you. You deserve to be put in fucking prison for the rest of your existence. I do not give a fuck about your human rights. Fuck you. You are a danger to the human species. Politics be fucking damned. I don't give a fuck about your politics.
Ain't no fucking story. I'll hit all the super chats at the end, but I do agree with you on that. If you're trying to do this shit to kids, yeah, like you're evil. I mean, there's no other way. I'm sorry, that's not a stupid or evil question. That's just you are evil. This is ridiculous. People are trying to do this shit to kids, and base dad here for speaking out against it.
Like I'm just sick of this shit. Like I'm just gonna fucking say to your face, like, no, you're all psychotic.
And as we said, though, who's to blame for this? Women. Even I tried to make a little bit. I don't think what I said was like an excuse.
This is the kind of shit I can't say on YouTube, but like no, fuck it.
You know, less than 0.01% of the population that experiences this stuff legitimately, and I do feel for them. But why the fuck do we hear about this trans stuff every single goddamn day when it's less than 0.01% of the population? It's women. And here is a perfect example of women.
Oh, this.
You can do that. If somebody non-consensually rapes me, I'm not having their child. It's my choice.
Non-consensually. Hold on, wait. Go back. Wait.
Non-consensually.
What the fuck is non-consensual rape?
it implies there's consensual rape, which is
That's called sex. Also, I don't believe this person has ever had sex.
She says she has children. She shows up at this talk that Vivek Ramaswamy was having, and it's just, I mean, this is always the thing with these leftists. Like they're immediately emotional. She's fat, of course, and she's just out of her mind.
Aggressive.
No, I think I don't hate Vivek's response to her. I think he did the best he could. When you're
someone in the chat said no, that's called marriage spoon. Jesus,
bro. You're being approached by a legitimately unhinged crazy woman. So
damn, that was
yeah.
Oh fucking, I see that one. Oh.
For real though.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
No, I think Vivek did the best he could with being approached with this insanity. But here you go, woman. I present to you.
Raising a kid that somebody implanted in me and doesn't take care of. The system does
Implanted
nothing for
in you.
Did you? I'm guessing she's saying she was raped. Well, the system.
Okay, I'm
gonna
gonna press exit out on this entire fucking thing. Like
the whole thing.
Just the state of her.
Yeah.
How she gets yelling, like just no one has ever had sex and bred with you. Like I'm sorry, but like
Hang on,
no.
I'm sorry. You're some kind of feminist, I'm sure. Why didn't you have an abortion?
Me or her?
No, her.
Oh,
she's like, I was raped. I was a baby. Was
just the way she talks impregnated me. Like
being her child
no.
and hearing this shit. I mean, she must hate her child, right?
I don't believe that she's ever had sex. I don't believe that someone raped her. Like
I'm suspicious
no.
of all of it. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I mean, imagine being her child and she's like, someone implanted you in. Disgusting.
Yeah, like no, I don't believe this.
Mother, there's no child support and nobody goes after them.
Are you out of your fucking mind? There's no such thing as child support. The state doesn't do enough for single mothers. Are you fucking insane?
Yeah,
that's a yes. That is not a rhetorical question. I think the answer is overwhelmingly yes.
Man on the hook forever. What are you talking about? We're for 18 years, you got him for 18 years. 18 years.
Apparently people are surprised I went full base with the anti-Troon shit.
No, I liked it. I mean, I had my I didn't largely disagree. I just had my one that's like, hey, there's like this really extreme minority that's...
So is there something you want to tell us, Spoon? Yes. How can I say this in a PC way? Awe Chuda Kaiser. Go on.
Awe.
I've been raising a child by myself for 8 years. My name is Kayla Crest.
And are you a mother?
I am a mother.
Okay, thank you.
And my kid is successful, and I don't want to be frowned upon. I don't want to be put down because I'm a single mother.
What the fuck are you talking about, woman?
She's just, if this is her personal life shit, like she's having like a fucking mental breakdown. And it's like, oh, somehow this is Vivek Ramaswamy's issue. Also, I couldn't help but notice. I looked at this video a couple of times. The sides of her head are shaven, so she's got like a crazy person haircut. You know what I mean? At first I thought maybe it was just short on the sides. No, the sides of her head are shaved, and then she's got it up in a ponytail or whatever. But I got it pulled back. You look crazy, lady.
No, but yeah.
Healthy, happy, and successful.
Thank you, Kayla. And I want to say you're doing one of the most important things as a mother raising 4 children in this world.
Hold on a second. So let me get this straight. Your kid is happy, healthy, and successful. Why the fuck are you screaming at Vivek?
Why are you crying? Why are you screaming and crying?
What the fuck? That you just wanted your 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah, she did. She went for 5 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, this is total crock of shit.
It really is. Vivek didn't do shit. She just wants to scream at him.
I don't even think she has any kids.
I want to say thank you for that. So thank you. And part of what it means to live in this country is we have free speech. We get to speak our minds openly, even if we all don't agree on it.
This is the problem. She had no idea. She wanted to go scream at him, and she was really
and he handled it like a boss.
Freak out. She was really hoping he would freak out and tell her to get out, but instead he's like, "Oh no, thank you for speaking your mind. Thank you for your. This is why free speech is great." She's having, I guarantee, she's screaming about this right now.
Yeah, she was hoping for a worse reaction.
Yeah, she wanted him to get mad and call security.
So let's actually applaud her for the courage. Come into the room and ask any questions.
So do you think Vivek
she has
handled
a score of 13,903 on Candy Crush? A hundo, man. A hundo. Also, this is relatedly a crazy
Only thing she is crushing is calories.
For sure. Crazy woman trying to destroy Jonah Hill. Did you see this?
No, but Jonah Hill is an asshole.
Yeah, he is. But I'm sorry.
Oh my god, go back to that picture.
Oh, I know. Look. Oh.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude! What are you doing?
Don't look. As someone who bleaches my hair.
Good God.
As
No,
someone who
it's
bleaches my hair,
just the entire look in
whole look
the suit, the pearls, the hair, the beard. Like, how do you look trans but you're still a guy? What the fuck? I don't.
Oh, it's bad. It's bad. So this woman comes out and says, "It's plain and simple. Okay, wait a minute. It's been a year of healing and growth, help of loved ones and doctors to get back to living my life without guilt and shame and self-judgment for things as small as surfing in a swimsuit rather than a more conservative wetsuit. I'm sure there'll be much more healing from this abuse ahead of me." This woman, here she is, obviously. She dated Jonah Hill, and she just came out and started posting all this shit. Like, but she's now like trying to cancel him. She shares all these DMs, a whole bunch of DMs. Where, by the way, in all of them, he's extremely nice to her. Maybe she'll turn him into a real feminist, she continued, because the fact that he calls himself a feminist now is laughable. In another post, Brady wrote of Hill, "If I had one wish for him, it would be that he is surrounded by feminist men who can hold him accountable to grow in ways he's expressed he wants to. I think fame can people into an echo chamber of viewpoints, which can enable emotionally abusive behavior." In a final post, she wrote, "Emotionally abusive partner doesn't mean they're a terrible person." Yeah, kind of. Why should you call them emotionally abusive? At the same time, doesn't mean it's okay, she concluded. So here's the thing. All of this has come out in the last couple days. Without going into it too much, Jonah Hill didn't do anything to this bitch. She's just a crazy feminist. She's a crazy fucking feminist. And she tried to cancel him because he wasn't feminist enough for her, and she says that that was emotionally abusive. Hey, thank you, Tomorrowlad. I mean, it was ridiculous. Do I have anything else that I really want to go over deeply? Yeah, I got like one or two more. Race grifter shut down.
Hey, this is the fight business. People say nasty things, right? But the tension between those two and kind of the racial undertones and all those things, how do you...
What were the racial undertones?
Drigga says he's the real African fighter, and so, you know, Israel dropped some N-words in there tonight.
So what was the racial... Who did? Who dropped the racial...
This is a UFC guy,
Dana White.
Israel was saying over and over, yeah.
He's black.
50 N-bombs in
there.
there.
He's black.
Don't you all say that black people can say the N-word?
He's not even American.
Yeah, so is he allowed to say the N-word or not? He's black. All the leftists always says it. You're allowed to say the N-word if you're black.
Who gives a shit?
I was gonna say, so you don't have any concern about the way the build up, the tension between those two?
No.
I could care less. This is the fight business. Israel outside, you can say whatever you want to say. Who gives a shit? Are people bitching about that?
Some people.
Of course they are. Oh, fucking A. All right, got it.
Thank you. Oh, fucking A. I know.
That is just the best reaction. Just like, oh, fucking A.
I feel it in my soul. Oh, fucking A. So the black guy says the N-word. Oh,
do you know who he was arguing with?
Who?
He was arguing with... Yes. Do you know where the white guy's from?
Where?
South Africa. That's why they were laughing, is because he said, "I'm the real African." That's why it's funny.
Okay. Yeah.
Because they were getting in front. Yeah, that's why when they're getting each other's faces, I'm like, oh, he's arguing with a white South African. That's why he said that. And it's just fucking funny as hell. Okay. And then I just like the way he just goes, oh, fucking A. He's like, yeah, this is the fight business. Oh my fucking God. This is something that I hate. Keep your fucking politics out of my fucking sport, you cunt sacks of shit. I do not give a flying fuck about your political opinion when it comes to a sport. These two men will knock 7 shades of shit out of each other. You know what they will do afterwards? They will shake hands like gentlemen, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, go ahead and have a drink, maybe.
Yes, you know? if you get your politics involved in this, I hope they kick the shit out of you.
Exactly.
I do not. Politics and sport do not fucking mix. Politics, get the fuck out. Sport is what you do to get away from politics. I swear to God. There is nothing that pisses me off in this life more than a bunch of fucking weeble jackasses who are trying to get their fucking politics in my sport. Fuck off.
I know.
All damn day long.
You sent me this one as well. Asian American conservatives have become key allies of white supremacy. the Asian face of white supremacy. I'm not gonna read this, by the way. Look at this fucking shit. But it's the same stuff they've done every time. Whenever the left gets criticized by a group of people that are not white, they just call them white supremacists. We don't have time to go over this, but you get the idea. As the death of affirmative action showed, Asian American conservatives are active, militant co-conspirators with white conservatives. Thank you, the nation.
I'm actually gonna do a I'm actually do a video on this. Yeah. The point that I want to make is because Sargon made a point of this, is that if white supremacy doesn't need white people to be white supremacists, why, if it's more diverse than actual progressivism, then why shouldn't we?
Was Carly even on that one?
Yeah. Why shouldn't... no, I don't know about that. But he just said, if that's the case, then why can't people be in favor of white supremacy? Because it seems to be more diverse. And I said...
diverse white supremacy.
Yes, exactly. But that's the fucking thing. But the thing it is, if you were to just examine this instead of politics, with political language, first of all, the white part is just to get the majority of the population, which is the Western Hemisphere, to cock and feel guilty. That's the only reason why it's called white. 2, in political speak, Aiden, what is the opposite of supremacy?
Dependency.
No, in political speak.
What would you say?
What's the opposite of supremacy? Not inferiority.
Inferiority would be what I would have maybe gone with.
But political
what do you
speak.
think it is? What would you say?
Equality.
What is the answer? Oh, right. Sorry, I was trying to think in like real world, like real terms.
Yes.
Well, what's the difference in terms of an actual like antonym? No, we can't do actual antonyms. I forgot.
No,
We're talking
it's
politics.
equality.
Actual antonyms
That is the opposite of
Yes,
supremacy.
You're right.
Exactly. And so, because any civilization that acknowledges supremacy is not one that has anything to do with equality.
Yes,
and if you allow people to express liberty, they end up with supremacy. Because if you have liberty, you will see who's fucking better at who.
Yes, exactly. They can't let that happen.
And that is the real reason why they don't like supremacy. It's because it's not not equal.
They don't
That's
want
the fucking reason.
Because Asian people outperform whites, by the way.
Yeah.
And they do. Oh. And so, of course, Asians have realized, like, oh, shit, if we want to have any kind of rights actually in this country, we can't go along with this stupid leftist nonsense. Because they're coming for you, and they're gunning for you next. Because you're too high IQ in terms of distribution, okay? They can't stand that. And it won't work. I hope a lot of Asians got red-pilled over this shit. I think a lot of them did. I truly hope so. Asians have never been super left-leaning or political at all. Yeah.
There's a very simple reason for that. If you were to look at, I think it was in Thomas Sowell's book, Black Rednecks and White Liberals, where he says if you look at the beginning of the 1900s, a lot of the Jews that came over to Ellis Island, they spoke Yiddish.
Yeah.
They didn't speak English. So they didn't have a lot of political representation. The main political representation they had was Irish.
Yep.
And the Asians, if you look at the Asians, they don't really have a lot of political representation in the United States government. Do you know why? Because they're too busy kicking your fucking asses to bother with politics.
As you've always said, they're too busy actually, like, succeeding.
Because the thing is with Asians is they don't come from democratic countries. They come from empires. They don't have an interest in politics. They just do fucking shit. Politics is like a secondary thought for them. So when they go to a place, so when they go to a place where they can flex a skill set, they massively outperform the native population because they're not interested in politics where the fucking natives are. And then you wonder, why is it that they have no political representation but they fucking succeed? You look at how many things the black people have to get themselves up ahead, and they don't get ahead as much as the Asians do.
And
why?
then they just say, it's systematic racism. Why? If it's systematic racism. And by the way, if it's systematic racism against brown people, you can see there's 2 brown people in this picture who are Southeast Asians. If it's about skin color, no, it doesn't make sense. Indians absolutely excel in America and succeed. It's not about skin color.
It's about
if you're brown,
work.
doesn't mean that you're gonna get fucked over. Like come on, it's so stupid. However, this is interesting.
Go on.
Police report details events leading up to Mayor of South Fulton's arrest. Were you aware of this? I think you were. This mayor, here he is. Here's a nice picture of him. He's a mayor who was arrested because he broke into somebody's house.
What?
Yeah.
Read it again?
Yeah. Okay. According to an incident report obtained by Channel 2 Action News,
May
South
you broke into
Fulton
somebody's house.
Yeah. Reports of a trespasser at a home in
God,
Cascade
I'm sorry,
Palmetto
but
Highway.
that clip
This is in Atlanta.
Of course it fucking was. The fucking twins where they just said
He's
some
the
people
man.
are just born to be savages. I'm like, oh
Damn
god.
good show.
It's
I
just,
hope they do. I hope they do cover this. And tell me what a damn good show they're about to have. By covering it. When officers
didn't
arrived,
they
the
already
homeowner...
do a clip on this? I wouldn't be surprised if they
Maybe
did.
they did.
Let me see.
Officers arrived. The homeowners told them that he received a notification on his phone at 6:52 a.m. Someone walked onto his property. After getting dressed, he said in the report that he had watched an unknown person walk up the driveway towards his home, towards his lake house. The homeowner said in the report that he got his truck and called the police. Soon the unknown person exited the lake house. The homeowner said that in the report that he commanded the man to stay put while still on the phone with the dispatcher. The report said the homeowner yelled the command again. The man began to walk away. In response to the command being yelled a second time, the homeowner said in the report that the man yelled back, "Don't you know who the fuck I am? I'm the mayor. I'll wait for my police to get here, and we'll see what happens then."
Oh, good fucking god. I have no words.
When the police showed up, yep, they identified South Fulton Mayor Khalid Kamal. According to the report, Kamal told the police he was on his way to the dog park when he tried to stop and look at the house. It's fucking before 7 in the morning, and walked into somebody's boathouse. Kamal said in the report that the home in Cascade Palmetto Highway is his dream home, and that he wanted to purchase the property. He told police he was trespassing on the homeowner's property. According to Kamal's account, when he was walking out of the lake house, the homeowner said, "No, motherfucker, you stay right there." He probably did.
Yeah,
Kamal
he
said in the
probably did,
report
actually.
he tried to introduce himself, but the homeowner cocked his weapon and said, "If you take another step, I'm going to shoot you." To which Kamal responded, "Are you going to shoot me while I walk away? You were trespassing." Kamal was charged with criminal trespass, first-degree burglary, and booked in Fulton County Jail with an $11,000 bond, which of course he paid, and he was released that next day. Holy shit. Black Mare trespasses. My god.
Why are you trying to rob somebody's
fucking
house?
God. My god. No. Oh, but that's I have one last thing. I have one thing I want to end on, but I will go on this real quick. I know. A Denver bill in California would mandate judges to consider race when doling out prison sentences.
I would fucking hope so.
You know how they mean this, though.
Yes, I was trying to be funny.
If you're black, you're not going to get the same. You're going to get easier treatments.
Why?
This is in response to the overturning of affirmative action. You know why? Because they're leftists, and they know that black people commit more crimes on average. Exactly, and that's why. It's all it is. Also, by the way, in this is a new House bill.
Also, Aiden, is it this?
Huh? Send me in Discord.
Yeah, because I can't say this on stream.
Okay.
Is it
new?
Is it this? It says episode 5.
Episode 5 is. So a new law in Illinois would allow illegal non-citizens to become police officers. So they could arrest American citizens while not being American citizens. Isn't that fucking bizarre? Last couple things I'll put here. There's a bunch of attempts. Whoops. A bunch of attempts to keep Trump off the ballot. They're trying to disqualify him under the 14th Amendment. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. What I wanted to end on is that everybody loves Trump. The reason they're trying to do this, this 14th Amendment shit, is people love this guy.
Of course.
I want to show you some clips as we end off. This will be the end. I'm getting real tired as well. We've gone way later than usual.
Relock Trump! Relock Trump!
Here is a Dairy Queen in Iowa.
He's extremely humble for someone that is this liked.
I know.
Which is
Look
kind of
at this.
impressive.
USA. I can't help it. It's just built that way.
You do realize that energy is keeping him young.
Oh yeah, I think
Because
so.
that is like the only thing that's literally powering
Meanwhile,
the guy.
Biden has to drink children's blood. I mean, allegedly.
Everybody wants a blizzard.
A blizzard.
What the hell is a blizzard?
I love how I'm sorry, I'm gonna replay that. I love the way he said it. I love the way he said it so much.
Everybody wants a blizzard. What the hell is a blizzard? What is a blizzard? And take care of the people, okay? Will you take care of them for me?
What the hell is a blizzard?
All right?
He doesn't know what a blizzard is. He likes fast food, though.
By the way, you don't just like that a former U.S. president just walks into the shop and just goes, take care of everyone. Like, what the fuck? That's like boss mover shit.
He's done this a couple times, but like I love it. I love this so much. I want a blizzard, man. I love my choice. I want the blizzard with the nerds. Nerds in the ice cream is so good, so good.
Take care of the people, okay?
Do the blizzard thing, yeah.
Is the fake news having a good time?
Fake news having a good time.
Fake news.
I love it.
A lot of passion. A lot of passion. You don't want to see our country brought back. And our country is not doing well, but it will be doing well again very soon.
We love you, Trump! We love you!
Thank you, everybody.
Can you imagine Joe Biden even trying to do something like this?
No, he will get this shit thrown at him.
I know. These people love him. He doesn't. He's got Secret Service with him. He doesn't need it though. You know what I mean?
No
He does to a certain degree. No, these people. You know what? The worst thing? They try to run up and hug him, man. That's the crazy thing.
That's probably
They
true.
love this guy.
Got a good coach. You're our president, Trump. Love you. Anybody want one? Here, I'll give one to ABC News.
NPC. Called them NPC. Holy shit! He doesn't understand what that means. I love that he said it anyway.
ABC fake news. We're bringing them back to the
He's hating us blizzards. He doesn't know what
Yeah,
they
but
are.
here's the thing. He used to be on
love
TV
it.
and be entertaining, so he knows how to entertain a crowd, and he's just so fucking good at it.
He's so good. I know.
This is the thing. He knows that the vast majority of people in that environment is fucking hated by everyone else, and he just has to punch them, and he can just say the most vile shit, and people will love him for it because they're hated. Like, I am against the aristocracy. I'm one of you, and just fuck you.
Democrats?
Yeah,
He's in Iowa, right? Here, correct?
I think so.
Iowa, yeah. It's all white people. The left hates these people. They hate them. They want them to be dead. I'm being completely honest. All these white people with their mildly conservative values, I wish they were dead. Yeah. And he's like, here's some ice
Those
cream.
conservative people who just want to be left alone with a bunch of pricks.
Right. And he's like, here's some ice cream.
Fucking hell. Can you imagine hating people that want nothing to do with you?
No. But these people were kind of evil.
I don't understand how that someone who just wants to be left alone and they don't bother you, and your thing is just you hate them the fact they exist. Like, that's like a level of psychopathic. I can't fathom. I just don't understand that. I don't understand how any human can hate people that want nothing to do with you and they just want you to leave them alone. Like, that doesn't.
No, because you have.
I
to
don't
engage
understand
with their
that.
Stupid. You have to engage with their stupid bullshit. That's all it's about.
I've wanted to raise a family and grill. Oh god, what a bunch of pricks.
Yeah, terrible, terrible. How dare you? You cut your dick off.
Yeah.
These people love him, and look, he's got the Secret Service there, but he's 2 feet away from these people.
This guy, 45. I like that guy. Trump. Look at that. 45-47.
There you go, based.
You know, I love it. I mean, he is interacting with people like as a real human being. And you can say it's all politics. Look, everything's politics.
Man.
But this is very wholesome to me. And
Don't throw it.
It says a black woman.
Are you sure she's not Mexican? She's tan as fuck.
She's kind of brown. I don't know.
To be fair, she looks like every other girl in Ireland who tries to get a tan.
Maybe.
Think about it.
Look at. She's like, I love you.
Thank you.
You are gorgeous.
Hey Trump, I'm one of your interns.
Oh, good. I like that. Oh, look at this. I want this one.
Someone trying to pick us up on this.
He takes the big one. Yeah, of course he does. He's a fucking monarch, dude. That's why.
He's the goddamn king.
He behaves like the king of America. Yeah.
He really is. He really does. I mean,
He does behave like the embodiment of what you think America should be. Like loud, brash, and
yeah.
unapologetically cocky and in your face. Like,
Exactly,
he's
and I
like
love
the
it.
epitome of what you think of America.
I love it. I love it. We love you. Just everyone. We love you. We love you.
I would love to know this. I know this could never happen. I would love to know what the founding fathers think of him.
I would. Yeah, I'd love to be able to pick their brains on it.
Like, what do you
But
think about
it's like,
this guy?
What do you think about this guy, right? Yeah. The thing that's interesting though is that like.
I bet you they would say. I bet you know what they would say. They would say his wig is interesting.
Yes, right. you look at Biden rallies, it's like 5 people because they're social distancing.
And they're paid to be
that's
there.
why they're paid to be there. Look at this. These people, they're hanging on the roof, on the rafters, just trying to be in this fucking
In the
Dairy
same
Queen.
room as the guy.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. Here's some spoons.
Hey, look, it's me.
Hey, there you are.
It's red versions of me.
Yeah.
I'm made of plastic.
She's going to
I don't
hell.
find- I don't-
Someone just screaming, just it's so exciting. His wig is distracting. Yeah.
I'm taking this one myself.
I
Thank you
love
very
it,
much,
man.
everybody. Take care of the people, okay? You take care of the people. Margo and everybody. All right? God bless you. Don't order any caviar.
No ordering caviar.
If you expect me to believe this guy didn't win 2020,
it.
you're out of your mind.
I know. How can you possibly say this man lost?
Get the fuck
Oh,
out
well.
of here.
I know. We have gone later than we've ever gone. I think we're damn near it.
Yeah.
So with that, I'm real damn tired. I gotta get up early in the morning to deal with my shower being installed. So, which I'm very excited about. But anywho, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you so much for the donations, as always.
We enjoy shit talking for the funnies.
We enjoy shit talking, we do, but
And I enjoy anti-rainbow rants.
it's fun. I always have fun doing
It
this
gives
show.
me a thrilling joy and a special feeling in my khakis.
Well, I'm feeling very white-pilled right now after that Trump video. So that's why I'm feeling a little bit emotional, being like, you know what?
Aw.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
fag.
I love you too. Yeah, F slur.
We greet each other by
guys.
saying that, by the
I
way.
know, often.
We actually do.
Anywho,
President, hey,
guys.
look, you F word. Yeah.
Hey, yeah, exactly.
No,
we'll
I'm
see
not
you all
going to
next
say it. Why the fuck? What? Is this like a meme for the channel? That to get me to say like that word. Like,
Because
it
you won't
will
let you
never
say it.
happen. Like, I won't. I don't do what the crowd tells me.
Mm-hmm. You don't do what the crowd tells you?
No.
No.
I swear to God, if you play that fucking clip.
Alrighty. Love you too, fam.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna head out for the night though. I'm tired as hell. It's 1:30 in the morning. We never go this late. Thank you for staying up with me, Spoon. And we even need to move the stream back. I think an hour maybe on the reg, but we'll talk about that. Anywho, in private.
You do realize what basically what that means, in case you guys don't speak for you don't speak Aiden. I know. It basically means we're gonna keep doing the same thing. We're gonna go as late, but I just want another hour to keep doing it anyway. I guarantee you that's what. There you go. Case in point.
Things I want to talk about. Like, look, and this was a slow news week, and we still went way long. Anywho, oh yes, I'm sorry. Super chats. I gotta get these. Stay here for one more second with me. Spin. Wake up. Slap yourself.
I just slap myself. What the fuck's wrong with you?
To wake up. Okay. Lamented Guide for 5 says, why is it trans women only come in 2 flavors, Timon and Pumbaa?
Oh my God, that's really good.
It's so true.
Damn,
though. It's
that's
so
fucking true as well. Lamented God. What the fuck? That was brutal.
Kisser 5 says, Ben and Jerry, that is really true. Says, Ben and Jerry is guilty of being on native land and violating workers' rights while lecturing for immigration. They should learn to shut up, if only. If only.
Timon and Pumbaa, that was really fucking good.
I know. Hasselhoff for 2 says, Mr. Nether Regions, in response to the Netherlands transgender Miss Netherlands.
Horwitz, Feinberg Horwitz for $10 says, gotta wonder if the new Miss Netherlands will see any modeling contracts or any of the swag that comes from being a beauty queen.
No.
Well, the sad thing is probably almost assuredly, but it will be only based on being trans, not on being actually pretty. That's the way it works.
This is what you get, ladies, for not letting men defend you, because you said you could do it all. So now I'm like, yeah, I don't really give a flying fuck at this point.
Yeah.
You made your own bed.
Don't put that evil on me, but you're right. You're right. Cole
Not you. You're fine.
Says, I know. Hey, so here's with that. More sons equals more feminization. What if the amount of abortions the pill is actually causing this? I saw that comment earlier from Cole Summers, and it is
probably
possible that women are having a whole bunch of abortions, and that's why we're going to see more feminization, because they're it depends on when the abortion happens, but they're getting partially the fetuses or the uteruses and the woman's body is building up immunity to testosterone in utero, and that's one of the things that we know is related to people being gay and perhaps transgender as well. I would assume that they're about similar. And with women having more abortions, you have a whole bunch of abortions. Well, maybe that would contribute to it. Dreadnought for 5 says, I try to be charitable, but Dylan annoys me so much that when he said Machu Picchu, my first thought was good jump.
Oh my god.
Dreadnought.
God damn. I think I may have unleashed the chat's inner meanness by the rant.
Right. Les Chanoine for $2 Canadian says, Matthew 18:6. Get the millstone. Oof. Yeah, I know the verse you're talking about. Amen. For real, though. Mr. Scary the Terry for 5 says, this sounds like a South Park episode, but instead of Cartman, it's Tolkien. Oh god, maybe. I don't know what you're talking about there. We went through a lot of things real quick at the end. Thank you, Mr. Scary the Terry. Super Bear for 5 says, but was there a journalist to ask him what flavor his ice cream was? That would be important.
I'm actually genuinely curious. I actually want to know.
What flavor Trump got?
Yeah.
I am curious. He probably got vanilla. He's like a very vanilla dude. He's like, he wants to eat his McDonald's cheeseburger and have his Diet Coke. And I bet, I don't know. I bet he's a vanilla milkshake kind of guy. Just kind of seems like that way to me. What do you think?
Probably.
I can't see Trump getting strawberry. Maybe
No.
it's either vanilla or chocolate. I don't think it's strawberry, right?
I can see him getting caramel if it's with the skin tone.
Maybe caramel, yeah. But it's not something fruity like strawberry. He's
No.
like a basic guy. He's vanilla or chocolate. He wants something simple because it's part of his hypochondria. I would imagine. Like, give me the basic thing you give everybody else. How do you think about malts, by the way? I love a malt. I haven't had a malt in years. But yeah.
I prefer a float.
I love a float. Root beer float.
When was the last time I had a float? I
haven't done that like a decade, man.
I was thinking the same thing, probably over.
Yeah.
I didn't even. When was the last time we even had ice cream?
I have ice cream fairly regularly.
I don't eat crap though.
No, I have it
I eat disturbingly healthily.
Well, me too. I mean, I don't eat, but when I do eat,
You drink more alcohol than I do food.
yeah, no shit. But when I eat, it's like mostly. Look, I can't talk about today.
Is the reason why
Ultimately,
I'm shredded.
The only thing I ate today was a slice and a half of French toast. So that's that I made.
That's it?
Yeah.
My God, I'm so glad I don't live near you. I would abuse you to eat food.
But I put sugar and stuff on it, so like it was very heavy.
That doesn't make it better. It makes it worse. What the fuck is wrong with you?
It was heavy. I ate a slice and a half of bread with a bunch of sugar and stuff on it.
I just realized we haven't talked about food in the entire fucking stream
I
up
know.
until the end.
We made up for it.
And now we have to talk about food because it's a staple of this podcast. We must talk about food.
I like eating salads and stuff. And
I only like eating salad, but it's weighted with a KFC fucking bucket. Otherwise, it's fuck all.
I don't know. I don't like.
With plenty of feta cheese and avocado and nuts, because it has to be dense in calories.
No, not avocado. Not avocado. No.
What's wrong with
I got
avocado?
sick.
And don't say because a bunch of faggy leftists eat it.
Oh, I can't do it anymore. The last time, just even like I told you about this. Remember, like a month.
Oh, the
and a half ago?
guacamole that was off.
I got that guacamole that went off. I
Mm.
can't do it. I don't think I can ever do it again. I was sick. I was the sickest in terms of like tummy illness I've ever been with that shit. It was. I couldn't sleep for more than like 20 minutes. I couldn't even go without 20 minutes at a time without puking. and it was puking up water. That
The fuck?
that fucking food poisoning was so bad. It went on for like 3 days, dude. It was a nightmare. I was just
What the
just
fuck? Go away.
sitting in my bed, trying to drink water so I didn't get dehydrated and die. Trying to drink water, keep it down for as long as possible to absorb it, and then just throwing up, and then trying to drink some more water and throwing up. Man, it was terrible. It was absolutely awful. It was like the worst food poisoning I've ever had, and that was because of fucking avocado. Man. No, I did eat. I ate dirt as a kid, as everybody else did, I'm sure. But no, this specifically, the avocado was.
I ain't
off.
did as a kid. My parents had money.
No, you know what I mean. Like people, like kids, you get
What Rat King was saying is that I wasn't exposed to illnesses. No, it wasn't that. It was just the avocado was off. It was completely off, and I ate some nachos that had avocado on it, and I had one of the worst.
I mean, I grew up in
cases of
Africa,
food-
so you know,
food poisoning.
I have a good immune
You know,
system.
I told you this. I still want to try what's it called? Like a Durban something? Durban chili? Is that it? Or Durban curry? I mean,
Fuck are you talking about?
what's the curry? It's called like Durban or something.
Durban
South African
curry?
curry. It starts with a D. It's a kind of curry from South Africa.
The only thing that comes out of Durban is bunny chow.
Yeah.
Oh, so
It's-
the
you
hollowed
can
out
make
loaf
them-
of hollowed out loaf of bread
which
stuff with.
Right, but no, it is Durban, and it is like a curry mix. But yeah, I want to try bunny chow, and I want to try
It's
skilpadgies.
basically curry in a loaf of bread.
Yeah, and I want to skilpadgies. That's what they're called, right?
Pregnant skull pikies, yeah.
Skilpike. I can't fucking.
It's
pronounce
yes,
shit.
it's very difficult to pronounce. You need to have an educated mouth. Good with the tongue. Yeah. That's what I'm good at. Skull pikies.
That is fucking difficult, no?
Yes, now say something with an L and an R.
It's like fucking cantando. L and R? And you asked me at the L and the R?
Yes. In Japanese.
They're the same thing, yeah.
No, an L and an R are the letters.
The L and R are the same thing in Japanese.
What?
So if you ask me, if you ask me to say like, what's the word with R's and L's in it?
I don't know. Drill?
Drill. So that would be drill.
That sounds like a drunk person saying drill.
It's drill. Yeah.
Yeah, that's no.
The R and the L are the same. It's actually an RLD sound. You're gonna actually hear like drill.
How would you say leer?
Lear, as in like King Lear?
Leer in Afrikaans. Well, actually, it means leer in Afrikaans means
stare.
no. In Afrikaans, leer means it either means leather, to learn, or ladder.
Okay. Well, like leer is to stare, also in English. So leer in Japanese would be dide.
Fucking weird ass language.
Lori, dori.
Again, fucking weird.
It's there's just no difference between the R and the L. The same, and also there's no difference between a V or a B. They don't have a natural V sound. So they replace it with the B. So to say learn in Japanese, the problem is because of the way that learn is actually pronounced versus how a Japanese person might read it. If I was pronouncing it how it would be pronounced in Japanese accurately, however, if a Japanese person looked at it, they might go, and they didn't understand, Dori, Lori, Dori. Dori is fine, Dori, because do is its own thing. It's ta with a 10-10, or assuming that in this case it's do with a 10-10. Dori, Rori, Dori, Ne. I don't know. So that's Japanese. Oh, it's the same. They said there's a V and the B. So like television in Japanese, right? Terebi, not television.
It's a bit late for a Japanese lesson.
Terebi. And that's how we'll end my late night Japanese lesson. You're welcome. There is no R and L are
There is no encore.
There is no V. There is no V. Sorry.
Kick him.
Kick him. There is no V. Good night, everybody. There is no V. See you next week.